we're good. Let's see. I think we're good to go. Testing. Is audio coming through? Am I good? Video coming through? Am I good? Aloha. How y'all doing? I think we're doing good. I think we're good. Okay. Shit. All right, we're back. All right. Phoebe first over there on Twitch. What's up? Who's first on YouTube? Rod, what up? Audio and video on YouTube's good. Okay, good shit. Good to know. All right. All right. Is audio too loud? I had to turn down my microphone a little bit. Let me know if my mic needs to be louder or lower. What are all these new things? What is this? Top fans. Oh, okay, cool. I haven't seen that before. Must be new. Top fans. Who are my top fans? Lagartha, Hope, Rod, Kermit, Carmen, and Rick. Oh, that's cool. I haven't seen that before. Is it me? Oh, yeah, YouTube. It's like, okay. What's up, y'all? Sakuna. Yeah, it has like badges next to everybody's name. I wonder if it has it over on, no, I don't think it has it on YouTube. Not on YouTube, but on the thing right here. I'm a true top fan. Let's go. All right, we're gonna get started in the debates here pretty quickly. Welcome back, everybody. I was live Monday on TikTok. For those of you who weren't here, my internet was a little fucked up. I didn't go live yesterday for a couple of reasons. One, my internet was still kind of fucked up, but two, kind of getting sick. I was out in the field for like 5 days straight, and I got sick somehow. So I wasn't feeling too well yesterday, but I'm feeling a lot better now, and my internet seems to be working better. So I think I fixed that. So. I don't qualify. I cuss too much. I don't know how it's ranking the top 10 category. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's like the first people here, or I don't know. Most watched. Are you quitting National Guard after Trump is making you guys do? I don't. You can't just quit. So, kind of in a pickle. Your past lives are subscriber only. Yeah, by design. I mean, wait, on Twitch or YouTube? Well, I think actually it's both, yeah. Carbon not acknowledging me quit my job. Oh, you quit your job? Is that a good or bad thing? Ooh, this energy drink's starting to hit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's a good thing. Always a good thing. Fuck yeah. It's always a good thing to quit your job. So if I were to quit this, that would be a good thing, right? If I were to quit streaming. Need an espresso machine. I want one of those modern espresso machines. Yeah, some catching up to do. Yeah, nothing ever happens except when Carbon goes away for a couple of weeks. That doesn't count. This isn't my account, so I can't subscribe to anyone on it. Imagine not being able to sleep because you can't listen to Carbon Lives. It's over. I'm pretty sure I have 2 weeks. Yeah, it's like 2 weeks of lives you can listen to. Pretty sure you can do that. Just imagine that I'm live during that time. Well, good thing is I don't have another annual training until next year, so um, and I hope I don't have to go to that one because that's right before I leave the National Guard. I hope I don't have to go to that one. Like, why would you make me go out to the field and do all this shit like a month before I'm about to leave? I gotta turn in all my gear anyway. And we got our first subscription for the night. Our first subscription back, Mr. Oakby, with the 5 motherfucking months. Thank you so much, Mr. Oakby. Wait, who is this guy? Yeah. Ask my doctor for meds for my separation anxiety for your lives. Yeah, there you go. I hope they work. All right. Okay, so audio I think is good. Video looks good. Doesn't look like we're lagging on the bit rate, so I think we're good to stream and start the live. Yeah, I think so. If Trumpy feels like it, you might get shipped to Iran. Yeah. Oh yeah, where's the picture? Hold on. Let's see if I can find it. This is so well done. This was so well done. Check it out. Yeah. It's just so perfect. Like it looks so real. You can tell this one says mass deportations. I might put this as my background. Are you gonna go live on TikTok? What's the name of the stream, Banners? Go and take a look at the name of the stream. I'm lazy. Well, you know what? Bringing back one of those mail-ordered brides is crazy. Whew. Alright, phone is charged up well. Oh, Jesus Christ. Gretchen, thank you. Alright, let's go ahead and get started. User who sent the biggest gift. Oh, this is only for Tickfinity Pro. I can't. That's not. I gotta pay for that. Come on. All right. It's Pride Month, so we're gonna start off with some LGBTQ topics. We'll get into some Trump topics, some religion topics tonight. Debate all walks of life tonight. Okay. During the live, I will be drinking out of my comically large water bottle. Okay. Oh my God. That's what the you're welcome was for. Lagarta with the $50 Cash App. Holy fuck. I just saw that. Sorry, my notification didn't come through. Holy shit. Shout out to Lagarta. Welcome back gift. Lagarta, $50 on Cash App. First Cash App of the night. Holy shit. Where is I'm pinning your tweet or your message for like the next 20 minutes. Oh my God, thank you so much. Sorry, I didn't see that earlier. I was looking like over here. Oh shit. Here we go. Boom. Beats and banjos. Hit me up. Just like the manga lady with a liberal tears cup now. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We're gonna get started on the debates. Let's get it started. Let's get people in there. Let's get some bigots. I've redeemed like 50,000 points. No way that shit's 50 grand. It's 5,000. Or you mean like in total, like that's how many times you've done it. Oh, okay, I got you. All right, let's get it started, folks. Let's go. Shalom. Phoenix with the heart me. Thank you so much. Darling with the heart me. Thank you so much. I've probably done it more for orange. Yeah, absolutely. There's very few people who I know what color they're going to redeem than Dino Nugget redeeming orange. All right. Echo with the heart me. Let's go. Phoebe, thank you for the heart me. Thank you. How many points for you to adopt cats? I don't like cats. A dog? Mm-hmm. Let me rephrase. I like cats. I'm just kind of allergic to them. The only thing I like about cats is that they're a lot more self-sufficient than dogs. Like, you don't have to, like, they're not as high maintenance as dogs. And kind of they'll go out and do their own thing, you know. All right, if you think LGBTQ topics should not be taught in schools, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We would love to talk to you guys. Everybody else, welcome to the stream. My name is Bradley, also known as Carbon. We are live tonight. Let's get some debates in here tonight. Go ahead and tap that screen. Tap. No new wars, exactly. Hey, listen, Chris. This is what they. You didn't know. This is what they were. Yeah, that's what they were. That was their sign during the 2024 election. Mass deployments now, yeah. That's what it was. That's what I remember. You remember that, right? All right, let's get our first request in here. Carlos, how you doing? How old are you?
Good. I'm 23. How are you?
Doing good. What's your take?
I think you should leave sex, and whether that's straight or homosexual, heterosexual, leave it out of school.
Well, I'm not talking about sex, but like, are you talking about like
Well,
sex
that
ed classes?
what does
I don't know why
homosexuality
you like
mean?
just decided to like overtalk me. Like, so like we're not talking about sex, but like, do you mean sex ed classes?
What is gay? What is gay?
Wait, I'm asking you a question. Do you mean like sex ed classes?
Yeah, leave it all out of school.
So no
Gay
sex ed
stuff,
classes.
leave
Okay.
sex ed out of school.
When it comes to like LGBTQ, yeah, no, you're not talking about sex. No,
So what does gay mean?
it's a romantic attraction.
What is that means sexual
No,
attraction, does it not? Well,
no.
then they're
Can
just
you be? Can
friends.
you? I'm sorry. Can
You,
you be
you can
gay
be
and
friends
be a
with a
virgin?
man.
Can you be gay and be a virgin?
I'm, I mean, yeah, I guess you could.
Okay, yeah, okay, so that's settled. All right, so the way that you would teach it in school is pretty simple. Like you can teach it in a history class, so like world history, U.S. history. You could teach the history of LGBTQ movement. You could teach how
Well, that's dumb.
gay
They can learn
people.
that out of school.
Well, you can learn anything out of school, right? Like you can learn about the
Yeah, well,
Holocaust out of
yes, we
school.
should
You
be
can learn
spending our
math out of
tax
school.
money. We should be
Um,
spending our tax money on things that matter, not
so you
not
shouldn't.
dicks
We
and
should not
ass.
learn history.
You should learn important prioritization
What
of
is important history?
subjects. Why are you gonna teach about dicks and ass and pussies and pussies?
Well, I don't know why you're talking about sex when we're talking about kids. So stop that.
Bro,
That's
that's
weird, my guy.
literally what it.
No,
That's
no,
all
I
it
already told
is.
you how it has nothing to do with sex, and you are insistent and frothing at the mouth to make it about sex. So stop doing that. That's weird. We're talking about kids. Okay. I don't want to hear anything about sex ever again from you.
Yeah, I'm saying
Okay,
leave
so
it out of
I don't want to
school.
hear anything about sex from you again. So what should we teach history? Yes or no?
Yeah, we should teach history.
Okay. So what about LGBTQ history?
What is LGBTQ history?
Like gay people and trans people thrown into concentration camps during World War II.
What the fuck? What
The fact.
concentration camps?
You're a Holocaust denier? Are you a
Gay
neo-Nazi?
people, gay people were put in fucking concentration
Yeah,
camps.
you didn't know that Nazis are not fond of gay people and trans people, right? You didn't know that? Have you heard of Pink Triangle? So this is kind of like why we should teach it because you don't even know about it. You know what Pink Triangle is?
Nah, I don't know what that
Okay,
is.
so Pink Triangle is what they gave to LGBTQ people to identify them in concentration camps. Rudolf Brosda actually was the last known survivor. He's a gay man, last known survivor of a concentration camps. He was sent. He was
Okay, well,
deported.
yeah, I mean,
He was deported
I
under
see
Article
that.
145.
Yeah, I mean, I see how that can be. I mean, is that already taught, or they only talk about the
I
Jews
mean,
being put in?
some schools teach LGBTQ um, history, and depends on the state, depends on the locality. Brooke, thank you for the $1 cash app.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there should be classes on oppressed people in general. Shouldn't be focused on just gay people.
I never said it should just be focused on gay people. I
Well,
said they
you
would
have a
just be included.
literal
Like so, for
LGBTQ
example, like
flag right there.
when you learn about like
What is
U.S. Hold on, like I don't
LGBTQ
know,
just not
like
gay
hello.
stuff?
So like for example, when you learn U.S. history, you don't only learn about Black history, right? You also learn about like a lot of other things in U.S. history. You don't only learn Black History Month, right? So just like that, like you wouldn't only learn LGBTQ history.
I mean, we're specifically talking about LGBTQ being taught in school,
Yeah,
are we
so
not?
that would be one aspect of things that we teach in
So there
like
should be a
history
whole
classes.
curriculum of LGBTQ stuff.
Well, if you want to make an elective of LGBTQ history, but I'm talking about incorporating it into already required history classes.
Why can't it just be history, not LGBTQ history?
Those are synonymous.
No, it's
LGBTQ
not. We
history is
can
history.
straight histories exist parallel to LGBTQ history.
Yeah, they're both history. Who cares?
Yeah, then it's just history. Why do we
Okay.
have to make it gay history?
Well, we have Black History Month too, right?
This shouldn't even be Black History Month. This should just be history.
Well, that's also history. So I don't know what
Yeah, well, I mean, why do
you're
you
just
have to
talking about.
like
Like you're just talking about semantics at this point.
Well, why do you have to categorize
So,
it
so
as
Carlos, I have a
You're
question
just
for
sexuality?
talking about
you.
semantics at this point.
No,
Yeah,
we're
Carlos, I've
not.
got a
You're
question for you.
you're
Hold on.
categorizing things.
Hey, So, Carlos,
No, let me
in a
just
history,
finish my point.
no, I'm talking.
It's a good point.
No, I don't care. So, in a
No,
history
you
class,
don't
Monday,
do we
let's go.
just say the word history, or
You
do we
don't have
go
to.
over different topics of history,
You don't have to
different
categorize.
cultures that have histories?
Categorize people.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Then why are you just trying?
Shut the fuck up. My turn now. You've been running your mouth. Anyways, in history, in a history class, there are different topics that are taught. So we're not saying it's going to be specifically a LGBTQ history class. No, it's a history class, and this is one of the topics that'll be taught within that semester or trimester or however the school system is set up. So you would learn about Black history, you would learn about Indigenous history, queer history, the history of this, the history of that. Because when you teach history, there's a lot of things to teach. So there's many different topics to be discussed. This would just be one of the many, just like it already, like there's already so many topics that they teach. This would just be another one of them. They'd spend a week, couple days, however much you need to cover this. Boom. Simple.
So should we just call it human history?
Well,
It's
gay
just
people are human.
Yeah, they are human.
No,
and I
we
think
would call
they should
it,
be
guess what?
treated- They should be.
Carlos, we
Why
would
the
call
fuck
it
you keep
history.
So the
doing-
reason why
We
we would
would
call
call
it
it
like
this.
LGBTQ history is because it was specific types of humans who were targeted, for example, by the Nazis, right? It wasn't we
Should
wouldn't
I
just
get
I don't know why you're
5'9"
I don't know why you're over
Mexican
talking me. I don't
history?
know why you're over talking me. Right? So for example, like I still don't know why you're over talking me. Stay muted, my guy.
It's a
So
dialogue.
I still don't know why you're over talking me. Like
You know
why,
what a
why do you keep like
conversation-
I need you to like have a little bit of impulse control, okay? I know you're like under 25, your brain, all that stuff, but you need to have some impulse control. This is how debates work, okay? So let somebody else speak, and then when I'm done, then you can speak, and then that's how that works, okay? Now, we wouldn't just teach that some groups of people oppressed other groups of people, and then just censor who was oppressed and who did the oppressing. No, that's stupid, right? We would understand that.
Wait,
they have
so
an,
could I just-
I don't know why you're over talking me. So, like, when it comes to that, we would say, the Nazis, for example, they threw gay people, trans people in concentration camps, or you might say, Alan Turing, those kind of things, right? You would identify how they were oppressed, what they were oppressed by, because like you show that people thought this way. That's had this barbaric way of thinking. People made people slaves by virtue of the fact that they were black. Okay, now y'all can respond.
So
So,
could I
do you
could
think
I
that LGBT
could I bring an oppressive subject as well that like because I do think that like I didn't know too much about that concentration camp stuff, so I think that should, if that's true, then that should be included in history and it should not be omitted. And we should just speak the truth of what happened in history, and regardless of anybody's agenda, and regardless of anybody's feelings. And I agree with you on that point. And I think we should talk about the real oppression that's going on through the banking system as well.
No. If you're going to go down that really disgusting anti-Semitic road, I will kick you. We're not doing that, Carlos.
The fuck? What does that have to do with Semitism?
This guy's like, he's not all there. Mate, thank you for the $25 to kick. I appreciate you. Crypto, what was your take?
well, on that topic, I just want to know, do you think that LGBTQ should be taught in history classes or sex ed classes? Because it sounded like you were making an argument to support it being taught in history classes.
Well, of course, it would be taught in the history classes. But yeah, like sex ed classes, I mean, you already talk about heterosexual sex. So why would you talk about homosexual?
Yeah, because queer people need to learn how to be safe and smart in that area as well.
Right. So your argument about it, like all that stuff happening in the past and it needing to be talked about, doesn't really support it being talked about in sex ed, which is what I disagree with.
Well, what do you
my
think
main
sex ed
point
is for?
Well, my main point is that I don't think trans should be taught in sex ed.
Well, I don't see any reason why it would be. Like, it's not a sexual topic.
Yeah,
Maybe I'm not thinking of one, but like, it's
no,
not
so
It's not a sexual topic.
No, it wouldn't be taught in that because
Would gender exist without sex?
Do you know what sex ed means, right? Like the act of sex.
They would teach the ins and outs of how to be safe and protective so they can prevent unwanted pregnancies, how they can handle unwanted STIs and STDs, how to have safe and healthy relationships, consent, yada, yada, yada. What you're thinking of is like a biology class, which they would probably not go over. If kids had questions about being trans, they would probably talk to the counselor.
Okay, so you don't think LGBTQ LGBTQ should be taught in sex ed? You think just being gay and bisexual?
Well, why
Or
would
what should be
trans?
taught in sex ed?
Why
Yeah,
would being trans be
so
taught
the
in
word
sex?
No,
sex.
I asked. No,
just real
hold
quick.
on.
So the
I
word
asked
sex.
you,
Hold on,
though.
hold
I
on.
asked
I'm
you.
trying to answer the question. So the word sex can mean different things, right? So we're talking about like gamete production versus like the physical act of having sex, right? Now, when we're talking about sex ed, they're talking about the physical act, not the gamete production, distinguishing between males and females and things like that,
Yeah.
right? So that's
Yeah,
what
the only
sex ed means. Okay, so when it comes to trans people, that has nothing to do with the act of sex. Okay, so I don't see
okay.
why. Yeah, so like that would mainly, I don't see why that would be in a sex ed class.
Yeah,
The only reason, can I respond? Can I just, because the only reason I even thought that was because I asked you, do you think LGBTQ should be taught in sex ed classes? And you said yes. So that
No,
includes trans. But that's what you
no,
said.
like
So that's
no,
why I
so no,
thought you.
no, I didn't. No, so it would be like, for
Okay.
example,
No,
would
you
teach
did say it.
No, I said
You
you would
just made
teach
a mistake.
No, I said you would speak aspects of it inside of sex ed. For example, heterosexual sex, we already
No, you
teach
said
that.
yes.
Can I say it? Hello? I'm
For
gonna
the
tell you
record,
what I said. I
Don't
understand that.
gaslight me, bro.
I,
You said yes.
I
I did.
understand. Maybe she said. I don't know.
I
But
did. The host did not.
hold on real quick. So what I said was like we already teach heterosexual sex. So don't know why you wouldn't teach homosexual sex as well in sex ed class. That was my specific words. Okay. Now if you
Okay, maybe
interpret
it
that
was
as
this.
all of LGBTQ, that's a problem on your part, not mine.
I think you might have said yes and then went into that point because I'm pretty sure, or either
He
Moth
said
might have said
aspect.
yes.
He said
Um,
aspect.
Okay, but I guess then my question is why wouldn't being trans be taught in sex ed
I just told
when I
you.
feel like it's kind of relevant considering you can undergo like a change in your sex?
Well,
That would
that's
be
okay.
biology.
Like you're equivocating. What do you think I mean when I say what do you think sex and sex ed means?
Like teaching about having sex and then
Okay.
about like the biology of it.
Okay, so the biology of sex, right? Okay, when you say
Yeah.
changing sex, how do you change the physical act of sex?
By change like someone can have a penis and then like turn that into a vagina, right?
Okay, that's
So that would change
okay.
the
That is
physical
that is a
Oh my
sex.
God.
Okay, that's not the act of sex. Having bottom surgery is
That
not the act of. Do we agree that having bottom surgery is not the act of sex?
No, it's not the act of sex, but
Okay,
if
that's what we're
if I
talking
went and
about.
got a
Okay, so I don't
vagina
want to hear.
tomorrow,
Okay,
that's going to
like
change.
I understand. You're just talking about a different word a different meaning of the word sex. Like I just want you to understand that there's a distinction between the word sex in one sense and the other, and you keep swapping over to this other definition
Oh,
of
okay.
sex. Yeah,
Okay.
that's not what we're talking.
Well, sex is in like XX chromosomes and XY
Yeah,
chromosomes.
that
You
wouldn't.
can't change that. Is that what you're saying?
That's not a that's not well, I mean you could possibly put that in a sex ed class when you're talking about when you have like smacks, right? And then there's the chromosomes in the sperm and things like that. You might learn about that, but we're talking about like the physical act of sex. Right? That's what's being
But
talked
what
about.
you're
I feel like
looking for- So
I
Chris,
feel
what
like if
you're
you
looking
adopt
for- hold on, what you're looking for would be found in a biology class when they talk about
Yeah.
chromosomes, the difference between a male and a female, what happens when you mix certain chromosomes, different chromosomal diseases, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This would be found in a biology class.
a lot of the stuff you just listed would also be taught in a sex ed class, like the difference between a man and a woman, the biology of a female, like
When we talk about the difference between
their anatomy
Yeah,
and
female
like,
stuff.
and you might also have addition in chemistry and have addition in a mathematics class. How's that an argument?
I didn't say add. That's not the point I
Okay,
said.
so you're saying that one topic.
What?
could be
What are
taught
you
in two
talking about? I
different
didn't say
classes.
add. I said that
No,
things
I'm
that
sorry, you're saying
he
saying
listed.
one particular topic could be used in multiple different classes. That's uncontroversial, right? So for example, I use multiplication in one class, for example, a physics class, and I'll also use it in another class, for example, a math class. It doesn't follow it could be used in both as long as it's relevant. So
Yeah, I know that. I know that. The only reason I'm making the debate whether trans would be taught in sex ed or not is because if it is taught in sex ed, I would disagree with you. If it wasn't, I wouldn't really care. So I'm trying to work out whether you think that trans would be taught in sex ed, but if you adopt the idea of being trans, being an actual woman and an actual man, then you would believe, I think, that it would come up in a sex ed class at some point and be taught.
In what
Because
context?
if you're like, well, in the context of if someone's saying, you know, pregnancy is when a man has sex with a woman or whatever,
No, female,
like,
actually. They
then
wouldn't.
that becomes gendered language, and you might say,
wouldn't
well,
use
you know,
gendered
but there are
You
people
would-
who are
you would say
trans.
male and female.
Yeah, they would not use gendered language. They would say male and female.
Right.
You don't think they would use gendered
No.
language in sex
No,
ed
they don't.
ever?
Not in the U.S. We use
Can y'all hear me?
male and
Sophie?
female. We use sex-based
Am I too
language.
low?
Okay. And why do you think trans stuff shouldn't be taught in sex ed?
I mean, because it's not relevant to sex. Well, they might teach
I
trans
feel like it's like
kids
the
Is-
third time we've said this.
how to
But
have sex.
My only
Like,
point to
how to
that
be
would
safe.
be,
They would teach trans people how to be safe when having sex, and like what resources to stay safe. And here, go talk to the counselor for more resources if you're feeling this way and you are.
one.
But like, they wouldn't talk about like bottom surgery and SMEX ed, because bottom surgery has nothing to do with sex.
What if someone's going on hormone blockers?
Again, that wouldn't be a part of that. That would be handled with their doctor, not at school.
Okay.
Like what?
No, I was just.
These things aren't
Well,
handled
I'm just
at school. They're
clarifying everything
handled
because I
at
feel
a
like it could
doctor's
come up.
office.
Pardon?
These things aren't handled at school. They're handled at a doctor's office with a doctor.
Yeah, I know that. But you could say the
Why
same.
would it be
Well,
discussed in school or in a school
my
class?
point as well would be that like gender comes from sex, right? Like being trans wouldn't
Yeah.
exist without sex.
I mean, sometimes gender can be a reflection of your sex, but that's, it's a very it's a
but
fluid thing, and
that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is if throughout history only men existed, or throughout history only women existed, the only
that's not the case. I mean, you can
the
look at many
idea
other
of
cultures where they had
but it's a
multiple
hypothetical.
genders.
What?
I'm just saying that's just not like historically accurate, though.
It's a hypothetical.
Okay.
If only men existed throughout history and only women existed throughout history, right? Then the idea of gender would never come up, because you wouldn't know, like there would be no opposite. So
It doesn't necessarily
sex
need to
is
be an
the
opposite. So I don't see how that follows.
for gender to exist. So you think if like
Wait,
throughout
so
history,
what's the argument for that?
throughout the begin, the history. Well, the argument is throughout history, right? At the beginning of history, if only men existed, there were no women.
Yeah,
and somehow
I
we could
heard your
survive
hypothetical,
only
but I'm
men.
asking for the argument that if you remove one gender, then gender doesn't exist. I don't understand what the argument. Like, it seems to be there's still one gender left.
Because there would be no reason to have a gender identity, right? It's
Well,
like saying,
yeah,
it's
you're
like saying,
saying
say
that
there,
again.
say
Like,
there
I
were
need you
two,
to
say
establish
there were
the
two
argument.
species that, what?
I
I'm
mean, I
making
need
the
you to-
argument. I'm making the argument.
Yeah, like I don't understand. Like, if I identify with like the human race, and the human race is the only like species, I'm still a human. I'm still identifying as a human. And if I'm a man, like you just in your hypothetical, you've already stipulated that, like for example, that I would be a man. I would identify myself
No,
as a man.
no,
It doesn't need
No,
to be
but
right, because like because I can make
Hold
the
on.
same argument. Like, okay, let's say that there were
no,
um,
your
like let's
argument's
say there
incorrect
are
about
only
humans.
hold on, just real quick. So let's say there were only two genders, right? And like throughout history, it doesn't follow from that I wouldn't be able to identify, because there wasn't some hypothetical third gender that didn't exist, right? So you're saying that if I took away one of the genders, gender identity wouldn't be valid. I need an argument for that.
Yeah, well, as for the human analogy, if there were only human beings on Earth ever, the idea of species wouldn't exist, and that's my point, because those words imply that there's multiple of
No, it
that
doesn't.
thing, and that's where they come from.
No, it
Yes, it
doesn't.
does.
No, it doesn't. All species means that we could procreate with
absolutely.
each other, and humans could procreate with each other. It doesn't need to be any other species.
Wait, I thought species meant like there's multiple like
No,
different like
species means
groups
that
of
you're
animal.
members of a group that can procreate with each other. That group can be of the set of n equals 1.
Okay.
So like
okay.
so if
That's
all
my
other
bad.
species so if all the other species just disappeared other than humans, yeah, we're still species because we can still procreate with each other. Like that's what species is defined
Okay.
as.
Well, I guess
Oh. Okay.
what?
I'm just.
Can you
I don't know.
Google that? Wait. And well, for my argument that the idea of gender would never come up if only one sex existed is because the whole point of gendered language in our society is to separate the two, men and women, right? It wouldn't become a part of our identity.
Well,
It's like saying that is the argument. It wouldn't become a part of your identity because the only thing I don't go around. Hold on, I don't go around saying to every single person, "Oh, I'm a human," or like something like that, right?
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense. I don't need to go around
saying I'm a man.
But that
it's very.
Hold on, Crypto. You just answered. Well, that's why we have this type of language. We label things. This is just what we do as humans. We label things. So we labeled man and woman. We boy and girl. Just like other cultures have different names for gender, and they have multiple. Like, I mean, the Jewish culture has up to 7. Indigenous cultures have 3 to 5, dependent, if not more, on the indigenous culture. I mean, this is just one of those things we do as humans. We label and name things so that we can differentiate from things. Like, so I know that.
Yeah, I know, and that's my point. The origin of gender is literally just a recognizing two different patterns.
I'm gonna be back on topic.
What?
So, like, okay, so
This is on topic.
So being trans wouldn't be taught in like a sex ed class. So do you have any other objections with LGBTQ being taught in school?
My point was that gender comes from sex, and that therefore gender could be taught in a sex ed class.
I already told you how that's an equivocation fallacy.
Again, 2 different meanings of the word
It's
sex.
just 2 different meanings of the word sex. I don't know why you keep doing this.
Well, why can't 2 different meanings of the word sex be relevant to a sex ed class, right? Like, can't that be interpreted 2 ways?
Because what you're looking at
that's
is
what
like
sex ed
gender
means.
studies. You're thinking gender studies, which would be reached in college. They have classes like that in college. They do gender studies specifically, but they don't do that in K through 12.
Okay, so you'd be strongly against anything about trans being taught to kids.
No, we're not against it. It's just not
in sex ed
done.
classes.
It's
Sex ed classes.
Yeah, sex ed
We're not
classes is
against
not
it.
relevant.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
not.
Oh, that's cool.
Not connected.
That's
to
what I was
that.
asking.
Okay.
And
I
my
would have a problem
I
if
still
that was
don't think.
I think
Pardon. And with the gen what?
Oh, I was just saying I wouldn't have a problem if they did, but it's just not relevant to sex ed.
So that would be your problem, it not being relevant. And my point with gender only wouldn't exist if only one gender ever existed. Is that the whole reason gender exists as a concept is to differentiate men and women? Like it describes a difference, and without 2 different genders, there is no difference. Without men and women, there's no without males and females, there's no difference to describe.
Okay. Anyway, did you have any other objections to LGBTQ being taught in school?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for coming up. Appreciate
So
you.
you can see to the
No,
pretty
you
easy
did not.
win.
You did not win.
If you disagree, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to have you in here, and I'll bring up my other co-host in a bit. Let's see who is next. Marky Mark. Let's see who this is. Marky Mark, you are live. How old are you?
51.
I'm sorry, what was that?
51.
All right, what's your take today?
The devil. 100%.
What's the
Which one?
devil? I don't know what you mean.
The
was
devil is
that was an
involved
incomplete
in all
sentence.
this. What did God do? He made a
Well,
man.
Okay, well, we got a lot
He
of
made a
claims
man.
here.
He made
So
man.
hold on real quick.
He made
So-
man
I
and
understand.
took a rib from man and made a woman to be his life mate.
Gotcha. Okay,
That's
so
it. There's 2 genders.
Gotcha.
2 genders only. That's
I
it.
understand. Do you want me to
How
respond or
when
no?
was LGBTQ
Did you want me to respond?
made up?
Did you want me to respond or no?
No, because it's the
You don't want me to
devil.
respond. So you didn't want. So when you saw the word debate, you said, "I want to go up and I don't want to debate." That's what you said, right? That's what you thought when you saw the word debate. Do you know what a debate is, Marky?
I know what a debate is.
Yeah,
That
do you
is
know what a debate
actually
is?
a real debate that is from
Yeah.
God.
Okay, cool.
Yes,
All
I
right.
do.
So what we're gonna do? Looks like you were stacking claims. You said it's the devil. What's the argument that the devil exists?
We all know he exists.
I'm gonna ask it again. What is the argument that the devil exists? I didn't ask you to repeat the claim.
Why would I have an argument?
Okay,
that the
so you
devil
don't have an argument that the
exists?
devil exists. I'm going to throw that out the way. What's the argument that your God exists?
I know that he exists.
Okay, that's another claim. What's the argument for it?
Who's this person laughing like an idiot?
We're laughing because you don't have an argument for you came in here hot. You said the devil, this is all the devil, and you don't even have an argument that the devil exists. You have no justification for the claim that you
I had
made
a
when you came in here all hot.
experience about 20 years ago.
Okay, so what's the argument? Okay,
I
so you
know
had an
he's real.
experience. Okay, so what's the argument? Apparently you were justified in believing that the devil exists, right? You're justified in that.
You don't believe the devil exists,
Hello?
dude?
That's a question. I'm asking you to give the argument that the devil exists.
Why do I need to give an argument about the devil exists? If you don't
Listen,
know that he
if I told you that Loki exists, presumably you want justification for that, right?
Of course he doesn't exist.
Okay, so what's the argument?
You give me the argument.
Oh my
you
God.
think you're so smart.
You want me to give you the argument that your imaginary
questions,
You want me to give you the argument
smart,
you want me to give you an argument that your imaginary villain does not exist? Oh my God, this guy's not tracking. All right, Tyrell, thank you for the $25. That was the quickest kick ever. Thank you so much for the 25 Cash App. I appreciate you. Can we get an actual argument? Adrian, how old are you? Oh, he's gone. Okay. That was a quick kick.
They ain't ready to have these conversations when they're trying to, oh, the Bible says, well, okay, the words that you're taking that from come from Judaism, and Judaism holds 9 different genders, so I don't think you guys want to have this conversation about
I can't listen to that.
man and woman.
Where? How old are you?
What's up? I'm 24.
What's your argument?
I just wanted to say that, like, speaking over people and muting them does not make you win. And
Okay, what's the argument?
Basically all
So it sounds like
you guys.
Okay, can you just give me the argument?
Yeah, my argument is that you have no idea what you're talking about, like, ever.
Okay, what's the argument for that?
The argument for that is that
Yeah.
you have to constantly mute people and fucking kick them,
I
etc.
understand. So I'll give
Like,
you the
you-
rules
you-
for muting and
yeah.
kicking. I'll give you the rules for muting and kicking, and that way you can avoid being muted or kicked. Okay, sounds fair.
So if you're losing
Okay,
the
so
argument,
I don't know why you're over
yeah.
talking me. I'm trying to give you the rules. Okay, so rule number 1 is if you
Whatever.
overtalk.
You
So
whatever.
so you're violating rule number 1 right now. So that's one way to get muted is to overtalk. Okay, so as long as you don't overtalk,
Oh,
okay, you
fuck.
don't get muted. Okay. Rule number 2 for getting muted. There's only 2 rules. Is if a direct question is asked of you and you run away from the question and start talking about other things, you get muted, right? Because we're not here to waste anybody's time. Now, kicking rules, right? If you get kicked, there's a couple ways that you get kicked. If you drop a slur, if you start threatening people and stuff like that, that's obviously going to get you kicked. That not only violates my rules, but TikTok TOS. Another way to get kicked is, the only other way to get kicked is 25 to kick. If somebody sends 25 to kick you, okay? So as long as you don't overtalk, answer questions, and don't drop slurs or threaten, then you get to stay up here and you don't get muted and you don't get kicked unless somebody sends you 25. Okay, so why should LGBTQ not be taught in school? Go ahead.
You're a stupid nigger.
Oh, there you go. So looks like you wanted to do death by mod. I love it.
I love Death by Mod. Also, I'm keeping a tally for the angry Aussies. That's 2 for the night. We've been live less than 15 minutes. We have already had 2 angry Aussies. How many can we get, folks? We average roughly 5 to 8 a night.
There it is.
Because Aussies just happen to be so angry all the time.
By the way,
wanna
it's
find out why.
Mr.
I'm
It's
excited.
Mr. You like if you're gonna give me the N-word, like you put Mr. in front of it. Put just a little bit of respect. Thank you. All right, let's see if we got any more debates. If you do think LGBTQ should not be taught in school, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Everybody else keep tapping away at that screen. Let's go. We only got 10,000. Let's get that up to 25,000. Let's go. Appreciate you. All right, let's get the next person up here. Jay, you are live. How old are you? Hey.
Hello?
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Roger that, man. What's your take today?
Just why do you think LGBTQ should be taught in school?
Yeah, I think it's been censored. in a lot of for like the wrong reasons, and we teach a lot of important history of other groups of people, African Americans, in some states Indigenous people, but we censor like LGBTQ people out of like our history classes. I think the reason why we censor that is just because a lot of people are like homophobic, transphobic, but anyway, that passes on to their kids. Their kids become homophobic, transphobic, and that's just a delusion. So we should probably like teach that, and that doesn't function as a cohesive society to have a bunch of people who hate gay people and trans people for no good reason.
So you think it should be taught to not hate gay people?
Yeah, well, like the context. A lot of the reason why people hate gay people is they don't really have a lot. It's a lot of misinformation surrounding gay people. Like they don't know a lot about gay people. They don't know the history of gay people, trans people, and things like that. And knowing that context I think helps alleviate, and people are able to make more informed decisions about their about how they treat people if they know like the context behind those people. You're off the app, by the way. We won't be able to hear you if you're off the app. Hello? Hello, Puppet. Okay, all right. All right, if you do want to debate, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. We only got 200 taps since the last time I talked about it, which was like 5 minutes ago. That's abysmal. Everybody keep tapping that screen. That helps get more people in here. Helps get it out to the For You page. Gets more debates. Let's go. Keep tapping that screen. Also, thank you again, Lagartha. I love you. Thank you for the $50 Cash App earlier. Thank you. Oh, excuse us. Yeah. Excuse y'all.
Also, thank you. Oh, hold on. I gotta look really quick. Someone sent me $1 earlier. And I'm pretty sure
Void sent me $1.
Oh.
I'll bring you up in a minute, Void.
I'm trying not
I got
to
$1.
use their CA name. I'm trying to find them in chat. I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names. Hold on. There we go. 1 Mile Smile gave me $1. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Oh yeah, me too.
Oh, now you comment. Yes, a whole $1. And I appreciate that whole $1 because every dollar goes towards my Seattle trip in August, which we are about $200 away from. So if you want to donate, you can.
Two bags of chips can be bought with $1. What do you get in bulk? Maybe. Like, you'd spend more than $1. But like per chip, it'll be $1, less than $1. But a single bag of chips, no way. No way.
You know what I want? Taco Bell. I haven't been eating as much Taco Bell because I've been saving my money.
Baja Blast.
Oh, I freaking love Baja, but I haven't had a Baja in days.
I saw a Baja Blast shirt.
And you didn't buy it for me? That's rude.
Yeah. So what else? I saw like a week ago, or maybe like a week and a half ago.
Yeah. Some friend you are. You see Baja, immediately think of me because I know you do. Everyone thinks of me when they see Baja, and you didn't buy it for me. Rude.
Let me invite this person, see if they want to debate.
Hey Zayla, we can do math, writing, reading, and history. Oh my gosh, and basic like health classes. These are all crucial to being a functioning human in society.
Like, hey, we should learn how to walk. But what if I want to chew gum? We should focus on chewing gum. Yeah, you can do them both at the same time. Thank you. Okay. You guys are doing good with the tapping. Keep tapping that screen. Got a couple shout outs over on Twitch. Bree Baby with the 26 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Bree Baby, with the 26 months. Prime resub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ducko with a 30 months. I think Ducko's the first 30 monther. Swear to God, Carbon, you better not get deployed to liberate my city. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Malcolm,
Hey,
you're alive.
Carbon.
How old are you?
What I want?
All right, what's your take?
What's up?
What's your take?
Oh, on this? My honest opinion, nah, I don't think LGBTQ, whatever, should be taught in school. I don't think so, no.
Do you have a reason for that?
Why should kids learn about that if school's really mean?
Well, that was a question. Like, do you have a reason why they shouldn't teach it?
It's not appropriate, you know what I mean? Like,
Why do you think it's not appropriate?
What's inappropriate about history and family dynamics?
I mean, they're little kids. They don't know anything about that.
When it says school, like we're talking about K through 12, so it depends on the topic, right? So, like, for example, do you think it's inappropriate for like a 9th grader or 8th grader to learn about what happened in the Holocaust?
In the Holocaust, I mean, shit, that happened. Yeah, that's history.
Yeah. So would it be inappropriate for them to learn about the fact that would it be inappropriate for them to learn that LGBTQ people were thrown in concentration camps in the Holocaust? Would that be inappropriate?
Were they there?
Yeah.
Huh?
They were at the Holocaust.
Yep.
Yeah, they were just like there. Yeah, no, they were persecuted in the Holocaust.
Yep, they were one of the many groups that were persecuted.
I thought the Holocaust was mainly the Jewish people, no?
Primarily Jewish people, yes, but there were many groups of people who were persecuted during that time.
We just hung out, yeah.
Do you not know that the Nazis went after anyone who wasn't like of Aryan looks?
I thought they were mainly going for people who are Jewish.
Yeah, we just said that they were.
The dominant group, yes, but there were also many other groups. Do you not remember learning the pie chart of all the different groups that were persecuted? I know that a lot of schools didn't go into the full depths of the pink triangle, but Jewish people were not the only ones persecuted. They were the overwhelming majority, but there were many others.
Who was others?
The trade unionists, communists, the Romani, Polish, you name it. If they weren't like blonde, blue-eyed, pure white German, pretty much anyone outside
I know the blue-eyed part, yes. I know that.
If you weren't blonde, blue-eyed, pure German, quote-unquote, the perfect Aryan race, you were persecuted.
And the people with disabilities, of course. But
okay, so yeah, I mean that would be one aspect that's taught in like a history class. So yeah.
Family dynamics would be another one, teaching about how everyone has a different family that, looks different from another, because, families come in all shapes and sizes. That's taught around kindergarten to 3rd grade.
I just feel like the LGBTQ shouldn't be taught like in a little kid, you know what I mean, like elementary school wise. But like 9th grade.
The thing that's taught in elementary school is family dynamics and anti-bullying and acceptance. Yeah. So like, don't be a jerk to someone just because they're queer. Queer people exist. Hey, look, Billy Bob has 2 dads. Marie has 2 moms. Jimmy has a grandma and a grandpa. It's just going over family dynamics and then anti-bullying.
But I feel like this should be taught at least.
What
9th grade above.
What should?
You know what I mean?
The existence of these people? Because that's all that's being taught underneath that.
Absolutely. I feel it could be more, you gotta be more reasonable, why a little kid shouldn't know about that.
Why
they don't know what that is. Like, they don't know what gay means.
Well, they probably would. Like their friends might be gay, their parents might be a same-sex couple, their teacher might be trans or be gay, they're gonna know these people, like they should know like
Yeah, they're gonna know a picture later on in the future, but once the kid, let him be a kid.
What does
They don't become an
knowing that
adult.
group of people exists going to do anything to their childhood? If anything, it's going to make them a better person in the long run,
What is
because
this
they're going to
combo
learn
level?
basic
What is this?
acceptance that everyone has a different walk of life, and that's okay, because as long
What is that?
as they're a good person, who cares?
Right, of course.
And that's all they're teaching. It's not going to hurt them to know that people exist. It's not going to do anything to them but better them.
But don't you want a kid to just be a kid and learn that shit later on in the future?
Yeah,
Real
I
quick,
want
like,
my
just,
kid
like
to be
having
a
the name
kid.
Snow Bunny as your fucking profile name is crazy. That's crazy. Sorry,
That
continue.
is fucking wild. But yeah, no. Teaching kids that other groups of people exist is only going to benefit them. It's going to hurt them in the long run if you don't teach them. Just for the record.
But don't you want your kid to learn it on his way once he grows up?
Hey kid, guess what? Some people are gay. What's gay? That's when a person of the same sex loves each other. Okay, back to eating chalk.
Mhm.
Literally that easy.
Yeah.
And it's not going to hurt them to know that people love each other. Because they see mommy and daddy loving each other. They see people in movies that love each other.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the harm?
I don't think there's no harm. I just feel that
It's not going to hurt their childhood. It's going to benefit them in the long run.
yeah,
It's going to allow them to have better social skills.
real life social skills, but they're a kid.
And they need social skills, or else they won't be functioning humans in society. They end up being people like Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah, I see the animation. It's pretty cool.
But
This is a proven fact. Kids who don't get healthy socialization during their like prime
they're little
years,
kids. They have like all little kids have like ADHD. They get hyper. You know what I mean?
and
But
hyper kids can learn about other people existing.
of course,
I have ADHD, and it didn't affect me when I learned that there were other walks of life, other cultures, other religions, other things. What? Are you good?
Let me introduce the two people. Lisa, hello. Are you opposition or?
Yes,
Lisa.
I'm opposition.
Okay, and then King. How old are you? You're muted up top.
I'm 34 from California.
Okay. We'll start with Lisa, then go to King. What's your takes?
Hello.
What's your take?
I think it's indoctrination.
It's
What is-
really hard to hear. You're like whispering.
It's indoctrination.
What does indoctrination mean?
It means you teach someone to be something.
Okay,
Nope.
so you think that when we're saying teach LGBTQ in school, you think we're asking them to teach people to be gay?
Yes, they have
Okay.
pride flags in the middle of the classroom.
Right. Okay, so anyway, that's false. So first of all, you can't teach somebody to be gay or like trans, but you can teach them about gay people, about trans people, right? So yeah, I'm glad I can clear that up. What about you, King? Oh, they left.
Good run,
Yeah,
dumbass.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I mean, it's nothing opposing, right, their beliefs, but I believe it should be the responsibility of the parents. If they want to teach the kids about it, then yeah, they should be open to teach it. But it's honestly, it's to control the narrative of what they're teaching and what they're being exposed to. And it's scary because some people have other beliefs of how to address the topic to their children. And I believe that it should be, it is their children. So they should be able to control the topic of how it is being taught to the children. The scary part is they're not in the classroom. They don't know what's actually being taught to their children. So in that sense, because they can't control the topic, that it should be the parents' responsibility. So if they want to teach it, it's open because they're out there, and it'll be ignorant not to teach about other people's beliefs and their sexuality. So, but believe that it needs to be a controlled topic.
Yeah, so like first of all, I think parents do know because it's like they have access to the syllabus and things like that. Parent teacher conferences, all that stuff. Also, yeah, I mean like there's a lot of other like there's just objective facts about the world. There are gay people, there are trans people, there is LGBTQ history. that there's no good reason to like exclude that or censor that from our schools, right? If a parent if a parent doesn't agree with that, excuse me, if a parent doesn't agree with that, doesn't want their child to like, I mean, don't put them in that school, right?
We
Because like
encourage them to
the
be
same
straight.
thing.
We encourage
Hello,
them to be
wait, just real
lesbians.
quick. I'll
We
get to you in a
shut
second
the
if you
fuck
don't mind.
up.
So when it comes to that, like, I mean, listen, there are parents who think the earth is flat, right? That doesn't give us any reason to believe that we shouldn't teach kids about geography, right? There are parents who believe that the earth is 6,000 years old, right? But that doesn't give us reason to like just not teach like geography and world history and things like that, right? Like these things are objective facts. And
We
if a
don't
parent
encourage them to
parent
be
believes,
straight.
Can you
just
quit
Who is
fucking
this?
crashing
like,
out?
I don't know why
Well,
she's
shut
like,
the fuck up. We
I
don't
don't know why
encourage
she's like
them to be
crashing out.
straight.
Yeah, we'll get to
Yes.
you in a second. Just
We'll bring you
I
back
can't.
up.
bring
Yeah,
you
I'm
back up
sorry.
when
I
you've
can't.
calmed down. Maybe like
Take a
have
chill
a
pill, Karen.
yeah, take a Bloody Mary because it sounds like you're not sober right now. But yeah, so like yeah, that's basically my point.
But
Also,
wait,
these
hold on.
topics aren't.
Oh,
Hold
go
on.
ahead.
I just want to preface and like follow up on what he said. These topics aren't taught without the knowledge of parents. They get sent home with papers saying yes or no. Can they learn about these things? And if you don't want your kid learning about it, you don't let them be in that. Real easy. Or better yet, don't send them to public school.
Yeah. Homeschool your
They're not
child if you want to
unaware
control
of
the
this.
curriculum.
100%. If you want to control 100% of what is being taught to your child, which is, for the record, indoctrination, don't send them to public school.
I really have a problem with this. Let the parents like teach it, right? Because I don't think anybody would hold the same stance if it like came to like teaching Black history, right? Because we can all agree that there are racist parents who don't want to teach their kids like the truth of what white people did to Black people, but you wouldn't sit and say, well, that's their right. No.
So I mean, so this is what I know we're trying to compare to two, but in a sense, it's not the same, right? We're talking
I
about
don't I don't disagree that it's not exactly the same, obviously, but I'm just giving another example of where people where parents may have a phobia or like a hate towards a certain group
it,
and not want their child to learn about it. But nonetheless, we wouldn't let them
It's the
because
same in the
history is
aspect.
history.
It's the same in the aspect that it's an objective fact that Black people have been persecuted. Black people exist. It's an objective fact that gay people.
no.
And it's
But
an
this is not,
objective
but
fact that gay people and queer people have been persecuted.
no, but that's not we're talking. We're not talking about the history of it, right?
Yes, we
The
are.
sense
We
of
are.
no, listen. I'm not saying that it's not being taught. I'm saying what's included of it, right? This is it. So this is what I believe in, right? I believe in right of okay, great. You can go, you can have a boyfriend or girlfriend in high school, but your main purpose of high school and school is for you to have an education. You shouldn't be having boyfriends
Obviously.
and girlfriend, right? So that's what we're teaching, right? We're teaching about the sexuality, right?
No,
What
Yeah.
we're not telling
no,
them to go
yes,
out and get a boyfriend. We are educating them on different dynamics in the world and that these people exist and it's okay
But they're
that they
little kids.
exist.
Why they should be aware?
We're not
that's what
teaching
I'm
little
saying.
kids about
Exactly.
sex. We're talking strictly about high school.
Yeah,
King brought
when
up
we
high
teach.
school.
No, but what does it entail? Okay, when you talk, okay, let's use an example. Okay, we're talking about a gay male. What does that
Huh.
entail?
What do you mean?
Explain it.
It
Explain
means
to
that he
explain
likes
to
the
us.
Yeah,
same
so
sex. That's all it
yeah,
means.
that's all that means
Exactly
is
what I'm
that they're
saying. So you're talking
romantically
about
attracted. Hold on. That just
Yeah,
means
that's
that
what
they're
I'm
wait,
saying. So
romantic.
why are we?
Oh my God, like, can I answer? Like, okay, so it's like they're romantically attracted. It has nothing to do with sex, right? You could be a gay man and be a virgin, right? Never have sex your entire life, right? And you still be a gay man, okay? Anyway, so yeah, problem solved.
Yeah. And when we get to the sex part of it, we're teaching basic health and understanding and comprehension so that
And how to do it safely.
how to do it safely, smartly, so they aren't in situations where they'll get teen pregnancies, STIs, or into DV relationships. It teaches them healthy dynamics in all of these aspects. And we can see statistically the schools that teach comprehensive classes in sex ed have lower rates of all of these things. Kids don't go off to get STIs, teen pregnancies, or in DV situations because they have learned how to have a healthy outlook and remain safe in these situations. Now, the states that don't do this, like Texas, have seen a spike in the last couple of years of teen pregnancies. They are through the roof. They have tripled in the last 5 years.
So we are talking about sex then.
No.
When it gets to the sex part of it.
That's just reserved for a sex ed class.
Right, that's reserved for a sex ed class that they receive in high school, right? When most of us learned sex ed was in high school.
But again,
that's an appropriate age.
To preface, you don't have to send your kid to health class. I think it should be mandatory, but guess what? It's not. You have to sign off on that. So you as a parent get to make the decision if your kid takes a health class, and that includes sex ed. So your kid doesn't have to take it.
Yeah, a lot of schools have like other elective classes you can take in place instead of health class. Like for example, my school, instead of health and history, you could take you could be in JROTC. So that's what I did because I had health and history my freshman year.
But this isn't taught till high school, 9th grade at the minimum.
Right. So again, I'm not completely opposed to it, and I hope you guys don't feel like I'm attacking. I'm not. But when it comes down to, as a parent, I would like to teach my kid when it comes to appropriate age about boyfriend and girlfriends and stuff like that, and then eventually the birds and the bees. Hold on. And then of course, when it comes down to, again, I have gay friends too, so I'm not opposed to it. Of course, I want to teach them, but I want to, and I like what she said that they send home the curriculum. I haven't heard that yet. That's
because
that happens.
Implemented
And
in
I
your
also
state.
haven't heard.
King, that's always been a thing. As long as public school's been a thing, parents have access to the curriculum, K through 12.
Yep.
If parents don't know this, they're uneducated and are not taking enough seriousness in their child's education. I'm sorry, you as a parent, and anyone in the room that's a parent, if you don't know what your child's being taught from day to day, you are not active enough in your child's education.
Okay. I haven't gone to the high school age yet, so I haven't been there yet. So for it to be taught, I'm just saying once my child becomes of the age where I think it's important for them to start understanding.
That's what I wanted to ask you. Wait, I wanted to ask you, what age do you think is appropriate to talk about the birds and the bees?
I would say mid-high school, around 16.
Around 16? Yeah. So that's around freshman year in high school, right? Which is when this curriculum will be implemented. So you're fighting over nothing.
I'm not fighting. Again, I've never said I'm opposed.
You did.
I said
you said that it should not be implemented because you don't think it's an appropriate age to learn. You said you would rather take it into your hands whenever you think your child is ready for the birds and the bees. And I asked you, and you said 16, which is 9th grade for most people.
Okay. And your argument is, I'm sorry?
My argument is you agree the only problem you have is that it's queer.
And you're thinking we're teaching kindergartners about these things, and we're not.
Like, really quick, Richie, am I misunderstanding what he said? That he said that queer sex ed shouldn't be in high school?
Say that again. Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, didn't he say that like 9th grade was too young for queer sex ed?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, making sure I wasn't like crazy. You think it's fine for straight sex ed, but not queer sex ed. That's called hypocrisy.
Queer kids exist, and queer kids need to learn how to use contraceptives and prevent disease and teen pregnancy too, folks. They need to know about their schlong and their vagina. They need to learn these things. They need to know all of these things, because this is how we keep kids safe and healthy. Start normalizing teaching these things to kids.
Who's Kitty?
I'm gonna do a quick shout out and then we'll continue. Bayou, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you.
W Bayou.
Bayou. Also, Andrew, thank you for the $10 super chat on YouTube. Miss Carbon, keep educating the crazy Karens. Yeah, thank you so much. Shout out to Grandmaster with the 11 months over on Twitch. Thank you so much, Grandmaster. Appreciate that. Sean, thank you for the 31 months on Twitch. Oh yeah, you're ahead of Ducko. Let's go. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
Also, I have a shout out. Thank you, Bayou, for the $10. I appreciate you.
You missed somebody.
Did you shout me out on Cash App, Corbin?
Yeah, I did.
Of course I wasn't. One time I wasn't here.
You missed somebody on Twitch.
Did I? Who?
Probably
Fucker.
Satan. Probably
Oh
watching.
no, he left.
I
He
have the
left.
activity thing. What did I
I
miss?
sent it. Me?
Yeah, I didn't get anything.
16 months
When?
before I came up.
This is funny.
It's not showing. Well, thank you, but it's not showing. Maybe
Oh,
it'll
fuck
come
up.
in a
Oh,
minute.
fuck this.
Also, Diamond Gem, thank you for the 11 months prime resub. Teaching birds and bees in 9th grade is way too late. The earlier you teach it, the less likely the child will be essayed. Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Diamond
Absolutely.
Gem. Thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate you. Marley, are you opposition or no?
Agree. Hard agree.
Okay. Anyway.
Mouth
Alright.
sound is crazy.
I do want to touch on what you just said, Carbon. Yeah, that starts with teaching your children to say vagina and penis and it not be weird.
Yep.
Teaching them anatomically correct names will 1000% prevent these things from happening. Not preventing it, but it'll
Vagina.
prevent them going under the radar.
Do you know how much slack I've gotten from my family for teaching my daughters the anatomical correct name for their parts?
Oh, I get flack for it all the
That
time
it's
too.
nasty and gross.
I had a conversation with someone and they were being really weird and like, oh my gosh, my kid is starting to develop and stuff. And I'm like, oh yeah, my kid came and showed me. And she's like, what? I'm like, is that not? I have like a fully open relationship with my child. We talk about these things because they need to know and they need to be safe and comfortable enough. Like, how do you not know these things? You need to be talking about these things with your kids, guys. It's not weird. It's not bad. The
But
kids
it's
need
gonna be an awkward conversation. I don't
Yeah.
want to
Yeah. Puberty is awkward. Puberty is awkward.
But it's important that they know what the hell is going on, so they're not a 9th grader
it's
in high
icky.
school having a period
Actually-
and thinking they're dying.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was 15 when I started my period. Kind of late. Yeah, I know. I needed growth hormones.
Better
Anyways,
than eight.
Gross.
this is true. But like, I had no idea what the hell was happening. I'm in the high school bathroom bleeding, thinking I was dying. I didn't know what the hell was going on.
I started at like 8 or 9 and I had no idea what was going on either. Like, have you ever like wore new pants without washing them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I had a
Okay.
brown colored pant on that day, and then I came home and I was like, "Hey, yo, you need to wash these pants." And they're like, "That's not what's going on." I was like, "Well, what's going on?" And then they told me. I was like, "Oh, cool." And then they didn't explain anything any further. They were like, "This is gonna happen once a month." I was like, "Okay."
9-year-old Void walks in the house. Hey, yo, you gotta wash these pants.
Also, you ever like, just like sidebar, like you ever like go to a changing room, like you're trying on new clothes at a store, and you put them on and you feel all fresh, and then you have to put your clothes back on. Your clothes, no matter how new they are, they just feel
They
so
feel
icky.
just dirty.
It's just like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
it's like the hand-me-downs. Yeah. Anyway, CLD, thank you for joining. How old are you?
Thank you for the $1 on Cash App. You are not 20.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. You're 12.
No, you're
What
not.
year were you
That's
born?
just my voice. Why are you assuming?
Because I'm a mother and
What
I know.
year were
when
you
my
born?
best voice is talking to me.
In 2000.
Okay, yeah, you're lying. Get out of here.
You can't even do fucking math.
Did she say 19
She
or
said
18?
no. She said she was
20?
born
2000?
in
She
2000.
said, I'm 20. What year?
2000.
You see, bro, how?
You'd be 25, dumbass.
Wait, hold on. I just need to say that. You know how fucking humbling it is that people are using my birth year to lie about their age now?
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
2000.
It would be 24 to 25. Thank you, Bayou, for the $10 for paying.
Like, that's an easy one.
Let's go, bye.
Hold on. This is just speak. Maybe we shouldn't be teaching anything in schools because I don't think it's working.
It's not. They're
That's
getting left
easy
behind.
fucking math. What year is it? 2025. How old do I want to be? 20. Okay. 2025 minus 20 is 2005.
Just at
Y'all
least do
piss
that.
me off.
Fuck. You could say fucking January. We believe you. Fuck's sakes. I
I'm
hate
sorry.
this place.
They could have said anything. I didn't believe
It's
them. That
America.
voice was a child's
surprised.
voice.
No, but apparently, yeah.
A child was left behind. All right, if you want to debate, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. Debates only. Let's hit it up. Let's go. Let's go. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. We're almost at 25,000. Let's go. And gift the panel. I see they have 7, 6, and 16 gifts. I don't know what that is. How many do I have? I got 371. Let's run up the motherfucking gifts. Let's go. We do great work here. My panel does great
Is
work.
Grandmaster here today?
Appreciate that. On Twitch, yeah.
We just went back to Twitch.
Whoa!
Keep tapping that
The
screen. Hit that
betrayal.
share button. Let's go.
That means we don't be at shit anymore.
Right. I feel like if Nanners really worked that tongue of hers, she could get him back over here. Not in that way. I meant like, never mind.
Wow.
That Poppy. Check
Thank you
DMs.
for the
Poppy.
level up. Appreciate you. He was ours first.
I
So
like
there you go.
I like how the only people offended by that were Logic and Carbon, and he was like, "Hell yeah!" Thank
Let's
you,
fucking
Ren.
go.
The blatant sexualization is crazy.
Let's see if this Katie
I
person
do
wants to come
well.
up.
Ren,
I'll
thank
have
you so
access.
much.
Oh, well.
Ren, I love you.
Thank you, Ren.
Jesus Christ, Snow Bunny, this is your last fucking time.
God, that
Either
fucking
get in the
name is
box or
crazy.
shut the fuck up.
She doesn't have live access. That's fine. I tried to invite.
Or she's
I
private.
don't even give a fuck. Just mute her at this point. She's fucking annoying.
All right, let's get some debates in here. See if Shrek wants to come up. Come on, Shrek. Let's make some
Shrek of
waffles.
I know my name is Snow Bunny, but you shouldn't be sexualizing things.
Your name is nobody. I just know you're racist. I'm so sorry.
I only like black men.
I just
That's
know
it.
when somebody asks, "What do you like about black men?" You just say they're dark skin. I just fucking know it.
What a beautiful chocolate man.
Literally. Wait. Did you mute her?
Mindy! Thank you.
Was she muted?
Dino, thank you for the $10 cash app. Hey, please don't ever leave us again.
That's so real.
Thank you so much, Dino, for the $10 cash app. I appreciate you. Love you, love you, love you. So Bradley, did they teach you how to beat protesters during training? Yeah, they taught us like a couple like arm bars, you know. They said, hey, if they have blue hair, that should be priority on your list, you know.
That's wild.
Am I a top fan yet? I think it's only it's only like that on YouTube. I don't know, it must have been an update or something for YouTube. Oh, let me sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to send you that invite, Michael. You can decline that. All right, if you do want to debate, go ahead and hop on the guest requests. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
You need to make some new backgrounds.
You know what? I do got actually a couple. I got the hold on, let me see. George W. Trump.
That gives me that feels uncanny. I don't like
I
it.
don't like that.
Mass deployments now. Yeah.
I kind of like this one.
All right.
Speaking.
What other backgrounds? I took so many pictures at training, so I gotta like go through all these to find my backgrounds. I got the debate and atheist. Damn, I got like a long list. I gotta like re-screenshot all my debate topics and put them to the front.
They load.
Yeah.
You don't even have one for Pride Month. Fucking terrible ally.
I actually did. It was on Canva, but it looks so bad because like I put a white outline around the word. So I gotta like remove that white outline and then download it again.
Someone said, Logic, don't you have work? I took a nap. I'm fine.
If you go vertical on YouTube, a lot of new people can find you through shorts. Vertical live? They have shorts lives? Or do you just mean videos? I have to do a restart. We'll see.
I'm making popcorn.
I'm making waffles.
I made waffles this morning.
I had waffles too. Did you have Eggos or did you have real waffles?
Lego my Eggos.
Yeah, my kiddo woke up.
It's also bot central. Yeah.
He requested waffles and bacon for breakfast, so that's what he got.
That doesn't answer my question.
What did you try to eat? I'm sorry.
Did you have Eggos and waffles?
No, I make homemade waffles in my cool, fancy turntable waffle thingy.
Bro, thank you for the $1 Cash App. Dyeing my hair blue so I can get tackled by you.
Ooh.
That's so real.
Do I need to show the animation?
Yes.
I got kicked
Oh
by
my
a
god,
time.
no, I will block you. All right.
Carver doesn't want any evidence.
I'm gonna do a call out live for you and use that as the background. Be like, he's out here doing his bootlicking job to like restrict us. It's not cool, man.
Imagine Carbon's a double agent this entire time.
Tear gas me daddy is crazy. Sapio, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate you, Sapio. 7 months resub. Longest 2 weeks ever. Don't do it again, okay? Okay, I won't do it next year at the exact same time. Dimmer Meerkat, thank you for the 27 months resub over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Meerkat writes, let's go. Thank you so much.
Yo, honest question. If for whatever reason, someone in the California National Guard had to be sent to LA and they refused, what would happen?
Well, it depends on why. So for example, they could actually make a case because you're not allowed to follow unlawful orders. So they could make a case, hey, like there was a temporary restraining order. That temporary restraining order, and the fact that you're asking me to go there against the governor's consent, would be an unlawful order. They might actually have a good case there. I don't know, but I've never seen that happen in real life. But you're allowed to refuse unlawful orders. But the question is, what makes an
What is an unlawful?
order? Like, is that your interpretation? So you probably have to get a lawyer and all that stuff.
That's
What the fuck? Hey, let's go, Amanda, with the fish and chips. Let's go.
get that British shit out of here.
I've never seen that before.
Bird.
Fish and chips. Thank you. Wait, where's the noise? Oh, I don't. Yeah, it's 3. My bad.
Goober.
That was cool.
That was a bird.
It was a plane.
Your mom is a bird.
Ayo.
Thank you. Bye, you.
I don't appreciate that.
Oh, let's go. Oh, did he change his name?
Mm-hmm.
He got tired of me saying Bayou King.
What was Daddy by? It was... Thank you, Manda.
Grandmaster, thank you for the 100 bits. I hear
That's
they're calling
pretty
the
as shit.
January 6th riots the Capitol Blizzard. Makes sense. They caused a lot of destruction. Was
Thank
full
you,
of snowflakes
Bayou.
and was a whole lot of white. Let's go.
Gosh, thanks, Manda.
Yo, Manda. Wait, who's up top right now? I think.
Look at she skip. Oh, they're neck and neck.
All right, it's Bayou. Yeah, well, no, Bayou's 300 coins ahead of Manda. So we got Bayou, we got Manda, and we got Raptured Ren, our top 3 gifters. Let's go.
Help! I'm in last again.
Yeah.
I like how Manda skipped over you. That really made my heart. Really
Y'all actually have
warm.
more than me. I only have 1K.
Yes. Wait, no,
There
I'm
you
still
go.
in last.
Let's go.
He's so wait. No, I'm
Same
still
day.
in last.
My wife's boss was on that shooter's hit list. Oh, the Minnesota guy? Oh my
You
god,
don't
they're
have
so
yourself-
fucking delusional about that fucking guy. They're
Wait,
like,
what?
oh, like the guy in Minnesota who like assassinated, like they really want him to be on the left. That's for
He's not on the fucking left.
like they want
Like, I
him
don't know.
so bad. Like the man's like targeting abortion clinics, targeting Democrats, and they're like, oh my god.
He's
Vance.
liberal.
That's liberal.
Gosh dang liberal.
Like I don't understand why I would take any of you guys seriously when you talk about like, oh, protesters are vandalizing Teslas. Okay, you won't even like acknowledge that somebody who did like a terrorist activity is like on your side. Why the fuck would I give you a fucking inch? Okay, don't say shit. I will block out every single person in this live.
You give me those that 12 inches.
Can I borrow a couple
Alright.
inches, Carbon?
I thought you had some to spare.
Annie, thank you so much for the $10 super chat
Richie.
on YouTube. Thank you so much.
Armin.
Semi-related question: can you get out of the military after you voluntarily enlist as a conscientious objector? Like, say you convert to a pacifist religion. I'm not sure about that. I don't have the answer to that. Pete, thank you so much for the popular vote. I haven't heard about that. What was that movie with Andrew Garfield where he was like didn't want to carry a weapon? What was that movie?
Hacksaw Ridge.
Is that what it was?
Hacksaw Ridge. That's a good one. That's a phenomenally heartbreaking movie.
Nope. The only war movie I have ever watched was Fury.
Great movie.
I fucking hate it.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I just don't fuck with war movies.
I'm gonna give it a couple minutes and we'll probably restart.
I don't know if Carbon can there, King Von, but I can. Twilight, Harry Potter, the Divergent series, Catching Fire, Mockingjay, Lord of the Rings, 1989, Narnia,
Song of Ice and Fire.
Oh, you're just naming books?
He said name 10 books, so I am.
Oh.
A
It's
Song
funny
of
how
Ice and
every
Fire.
movie,
Winds of Winter.
everything you've named is based off a movie. Or has
Yeah,
a
that's
movie
the only way
associated.
she's
Excuse
able to
the
remember
actual
it.
fuck out of me. You mean the movies are based
Hunger
off of the
Games,
books?
Harry Potter.
I rephrased.
Those are all books
I
first,
rephrased.
bitch.
I rephrased. I said has a movie associated with it.
Good. Correct yourself.
As you should.
Name 10.
I'm naming good books. The movies may not be good, but the books are good.
Name 10 books that don't have films associated.
The Silence.
All right, I got 10 right here. Here we go.
Go off, Carbon.
Understanding China, rocket propulsion.
No, that doesn't count.
Law and
No.
order.
No.
HTML
No.
and CSS, JavaScript, Python, calculus, calculus, integral calculus, university physics. There we go.
Jen,
None of those have any movies named. Do you know a movie called Integral Calculus?
Actually, yeah, it was.
I'm gonna
hosted
make
by
one
another
now.
guy.
Okay.
The Game of Thrones,
Sounds like you
like
nerd.
the books that the
You
Game
were
of
all
Thrones were
19.
based off of are called A Song of Ice and Fire. Jen.
Name one of the books.
A Song of Ice and Fire?
Yeah.
The
name
Winds of
one of the
Winter?
books in that series. There you go. Winds of Winter. Good.
First of all, eat my ass. Don't ever sit here and fucking question me about Game of Thrones ever again.
I'm not as
First of all,
knowledgeable as Ivan.
Done. Second of all, cool. First of all, eat my ass. Second of all, don't ever assume my Game of Thrones knowledge.
Also, that kind of bugs me though, that you said that logic, because like I'm looking at my bookshelf, and I don't think I have a single book on here that doesn't have a movie. I have Interview with a Vampire, Bram Stoker's Dracula, Twilight, Wuthering Heights, Anna Karenina, Fahrenheit 451, Jane Eyre, Pride and Prejudice.
So you literally took the phrase, the movie's good, but the book is better,
I
seriously.
saw on TikTok, like,
Yeah.
not TikTok, Twitter, like, TikTok language is starting to make its way into books, right? Like, one of the people in one of the books, I saw, like, they took a snippet of the audiobook and posted on Twitter, and one of the characters was asking if the other character almost unalived, like, actually used the word unalived. I was like, oh, fuck.
We
I was just,
did it.
no, I'm turning off the audiobook at that point. Don't fucking bring TikTok language into my regular life. Get the fuck out of here.
Right.
Like,
But Witchy, have you read the book The Short Life of Bree Tanner?
Yes, ma'am, I have it on my shelf.
Love that.
I have everything down to the illustrated guide that is Twilight related. Are you serious? Are you? What? Midnight.
I like how we.
Life and
I
Death,
like how
Twilight,
we.
Bree Tanner,
I like-
Breaking Dawn.
unlocking
And
original
Deuce.
TikTok. Well,
I also have several copies of the movies.
I like how me and Witchy always find a way to bring up Twilight.
Twilight is life.
It is.
no.
Yes.
I will say though, I
Battery
like it for the
40%.
nostalgia of what it did to my teenage soul.
Mm-hmm.
I personally prefer Anne Rice vampire stories over them all.
It's very much just like a nostalgia thing for
It is.
me. It's like a comfort thing almost.
It's an aesthetic, okay? As
Mhm.
the local PNW gremlin, like the hoa vibes is like my life.
Right.
Trump Phil, thank you so much for the membership over on YouTube. By the way, I have a TikTok now. Give me a shout out. Trump failed, haha. What's up? Yeah, that's the username. Trump failed. Haha. A guest in your live has violated sexual exploitation and gender-based violence. What? Oh, is it because she
What?
said eat my... Oh,
Oh.
that's weird. Okay. But anyway, with that, I'm gonna restart. I'll be back in about 20 seconds, y'all. So when you see the live end, just count down from 20, and we'll be back. We just do that just so we can get the live out there, get some more debates for you guys. So I'll see you guys in about 20 seconds. Hit me up. Let's go. That's weird. They banned Void. Jedi with the membership. Let's go. Glad you're back. Thank you so much. Glad to be back. Avoid have hobbies. Counting to 20 is a lot to ask Trumpers. Oh, excuse me. I need cold water. All right. Let's go. Let's get back into it, y'all. Let's go. Where's my Star Wars lo-fi? Why is it not playing? There we go. Welcome back, Carbon. Hell yeah. Glad to be back. All right. Welcome. We just did a quick restart. How you doing, everybody? Howdy. Let's go. Carboner. That's a hard ER right there, okay. Cal, thank you for the $5 super chat. Did you see those Carbon edits while you were gone? They randomly showed up on my For You page. It knew we missed you. Yes, I saw them. I reposted a couple of them. They're pretty good. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Get the thing back on here. Oh shit, Bayou with the motherfucking fish and chips. Let's go. That's 2 out of 3. Phoebe with the what's up. Let's go. Fonzie with the go popular vote thing. Let's go. Appreciate y'all. That's a Ben chicken. I don't know what that is. All right, let's get some debates in here. Let's get some debates. Atheists are weak-minded people that can't let go of childhood trauma. Yeah, I like to debate you. Come on, get you up here. Oh, you don't have live access. Oh, well. Yeah. Let's get the next person up here.
Drink bleach.
It's crazy. Hey, what's up, man? How are you doing? How old are you?
Drink bleach, nigga.
Hello?
Drink bleach, nigga.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like an adult. Like, it seems like you're a little. You gotta get some testosterone. Go through puberty first, and then come back here, okay? All right. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome. Does that mean you vacation to Greenland? No. What? All right. Let's keep tapping that screen. Let's get some debates in here. Maybe I should have a more controversial one. Like, defend 1 Samuel 15:3 in the Bible. See if you can defend, or if you're gonna defend that or condemn it. Hit that up. All right, what's up, everybody? What's up? Pinky's up. What's up, King Vaughn? What's up, I Hate You Dinosaur? Ambeezy, Lyric. Let's see. Let's get some folks on in here. Aloha. Amy, thank you so much for the tiny dining. If you're a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. Come on.
Yeah, no, that edit account is weird. Who would do that?
That's crazy work, huh?
Absolutely crazy work.
Carbon, look up and read Proverbs 17:12. Oh God, sure got me looking up. Better to meet. Better. Wait, hold on, I gotta scroll back now. Better to meet a bear robbed of her cubs than a fool bent on folly. Do you believe in simulation theory? No. Let's get this motherfucker on in here. So what was the general reaction by your fellow guardsmen over Trump nationalizing the California Guard? Many of them had problems with it. I think most of them had problems with the whole military parade thing. That's what I heard most being talked about.
Did you see where somebody was unalived by one of those from the parade? One of the tanks? Somebody was unalived from one of the tanks in the parade.
Oh, for?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. I know there was also a pilot that died in preparation for the military parade too. Nobody cares. No, not a single Republican give a fuck. Yeah, that shit was fucking ass. That was a failure of a parade. I know he was sad. He's like, you know what? This is sad. I'm gonna bring us all into war now. Imagine we have to go to fucking war because Donald Trump didn't get a fucking large Hitler parade. It's crazy work.
Yeah, that was weird. It was really eerily nostalgic to nostalgia's not that familiar to those days, and it made me really mad. That was weird. Why did we have? That's just no.
So
Bro got the
I want to
Timu
point out
parade.
the Timu parade is crazy. The people who the soldiers marching in the parade, not a single one of them motherfuckers were in sync. Did you notice that?
Yeah, they probably had one day of preparation and that was it. Nobody know what the fuck was going on. Shit was horribly planned.
There were actually a few people, a few veterans who were like, "This seems like a protest."
Yeah, a lot of veterans were saying that the way you march is kind of ingrained in your mind. So to do it off beat or not in sync is purposeful.
Soldier marking on sync was that on purpose, yeah. I had elementary school Halloween parades better than that.
That's so true.
There wasn't even one soldier dressed as a transformer. This is bullshit.
What?
There's kids' Halloween parades when you see them dressed as transformers and then they turn into cars.
Yeah.
There wasn't even one soldier.
Can you tell me verses about slavery in the Bible? The most obvious one is Leviticus 25:44, where basically God is handing down a law saying that the Israelites were allowed to own other people's property as long as they were not other Israelites. For life, by the way.
Deuteronomy 15, Numbers 31, Exodus 21.
Let me see if this is a debate. Marcy, are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
All right. And did you want to tell us why we should be Christian?
I'm not trying to tell anybody what they should be, but I do think what I do believe, what I came here to say is that I am a strong believer in is that if you don't believe in nothing, you will fall for anything.
Well, atheists don't believe in nothing. They just don't believe that God exists, right? That's not nothing, right? Atheists
That's very sad.
Well, atheists believe...
Hold on, the phrase is literally the opposite.
Yeah, so atheists believe, I believe water bottles exist. I believe in relationships. I believe
You're gonna put
that
water
the sun...
bottles.
Wait, Marcy, do you mind if I finish?
I just said...
Marcy, did you mind if I finished? Okay. So when you said atheists believe in nothing, right? That's not true. They just don't believe in the one particular thing that you believe in. So, for example, you don't believe that other gods from other religions exist, right?
You
That
don't
doesn't
know
mean
what I
that.
believe.
Well, so
you're
you said you're a
assuming
Christian,
what I
so
believe.
presumably you don't believe that.
Excuse me, you are
So
assuming.
Marcy, can I finish? Okay. No need to get emotional. We're fine. It's just a debate. It's just a debate, not a therapy session. Okay. So Marcy, so you don't believe? Do you believe that Vishnu, the god Vishnu, exists? Yes or no?
Excuse me. Why are you
That was a
automatically
yes or no
assuming
question.
that I'm emotional? Is it because I'm a woman?
That's a question. Can you tell me? Do you believe that Vishnu exists? Yes or no?
Who the fuck is Vishnu?
Yeah. So so you don't believe that he exists. It's a different god from a different religion. Do you believe in nothing because you don't believe that God exists?
Listen, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I know
But
you.
what I do know is
clear,
that
I
you are
promise you.
standing here saying that
I'm
you are
sitting down, by the
believing
way.
in nothing. And I am
No, I
going to
didn't.
pray
I just
for
said
you.
I don't believe that your God exists. That's not nothing, right? Presumably, like a Buddhist could convince me that their religion is true, right? But I just wouldn't believe in your God, right? That doesn't mean nothing, right? To believe in nothing is to have no beliefs at all. But clearly, I have beliefs. So, for example, I believe you're not sober, right? That's not nothing.
There's no way.
You're muted, Marcy.
Here you go,
Not
Mima.
sober.
I'll put it back on for
Mima. Put the box of
That
wine
your
down.
only response to me is to try and say that I'm not sober. If that's all you got,
Oh, honey
then
pie,
I
the way
really,
your words
truly
are
feel
slurred,
very
I
bad
know
for
you're
you.
not sober.
Richie,
So
I just
can I
want
take
you to
that?
give me an argument for why Christianity is true.
I
That's all
don't
I'm
care
asking
to
for.
argue with you at all.
Okay, so why did you come
I
on a debate
just hope
panel?
that you're okay.
So why did you come on a debate panel? Why'd you do
You
that?
invited
It
me
says
up,
debate.
motherfucker.
No, I didn't.
No,
Okay.
You were in
really
You know
didn't
what?
bring
you were literally
Christianity
in the
in.
request. What are you talking about?
Oh, god damn it, I wanted to crash out.
Like, it's just too much. All right, JS, hello, are you a Christian?
Oh, my bad. I did not mean to request. I'm not
Oh,
a
no, you're
Christian.
good.
I'm
Take it
sorry.
easy.
I love when they do it. It's my favorite thing ever.
Bring Mima back. Bring Mima back.
Make sure you tap on the left side of the screen, guys. Sometimes when people tap on the right side, they'll accidentally click the button.
It's like my favorite thing that occurs in lives. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm a supporter. Okay, bye. I love it. Oh, it's so cute.
Oh my god. My Buddhist friend was stopped by a Christian. They asked if she would consider following the word of Jesus Christ. She replied, no thanks, but maybe next time around. Thank you, Grandmaster, for the 100 bits.
Love it. I wanted her to crash out and show her.
Don't tell me what side I tap.
I didn't even get a chance to like lose my shit, and it was coming.
Hey, Carvin.
Oh my god, I knew it. Mute it.
Don't send me. It's rude. I made a deal with Carvin, okay?
When was this deal made and when was the contract signed?
2 nights ago. 3 nights ago. I promised I would overly hype him up. And he was like, yes, mommy, please do.
Oh my god.
I don't think
That's
Carvin would ever say the word
insane.
mommy.
You'd be surprised.
I mean, Hector called me mommy, so...
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Kind of jealous.
When is TikTok
Crash out
ending?
was
Another
strong.
3 months from
We
now.
got a 90-day extension.
Of
They're
course.
just, I swear to you, they're never gonna sell. It's just gonna keep
No,
getting 90. This is why I'm not upset.
I think this is the last 90-day extension that he can have, if I'm not mistaken.
They said that about the last one.
Yeah, like, that's what
It
I
doesn't
called
matter.
it.
He can just commit crimes. He can just do illegal
Yeah,
things
like-
now. That's what the president's allowed
Like,
to do now.
imagine this is the one thing they fucking enforce. This is the last 90 days. The way I would be so mad. Like, y'all let this motherfucker do everything else, but I can't have TikTok.
Also, to Nico's comment, how dare you censor me 2.5 months after my birthday, man?
I'm going to block you.
You know, you can say that up until November, Witchy. Okay? Okay?
Don't. She will say it. She will continue to say it.
No, because November is my birth month. Okay?
Oh, you just want that
Yeah.
1 month.
Yeah.
Grandmaster, thank you for the
Yeah.
100 bits. Grandmaster says, I broke up with my girlfriend when she told me that she used to be Christian. I only knew her as Christina, and this was too much of a shock.
Oh my god.
That's so bad.
Read Exodus 21:16.
What?
That's what someone's asking you to read.
Talking about
Is that the kidnapping one? I'm pretty sure that's the kidnapping one. Let me see. What about it?
I think he's trying to find a way out of biblical slavery. However, Exodus 21:16 is specifically referring to Israelites, not referring to people.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because slaves were not considered people; they were property.
Yep. Yeah, because like if Leviticus 25:44 explicitly states that you're allowed to buy a person from another country and own them as property, then clearly they don't view that as kidnapping. So, all right, let's get our next guest up here. Jay, you are live. How old are you?
What is this about?
You are 7.
Shut the fuck up, nigger.
Oh, I'm gonna talk. All right. What we're gonna do is we're gonna find out where you are. We're gonna send that recording to your mother. Okay, Jay? That's what we're gonna do.
And your schools.
And your
schools
school,
in your area.
entire school.
Yep.
When you get back from school, and your mother and your father are gonna know what you just did. What's the name?
Mwah.
Jay is not
No
faded.
college.
1081. Let's go. All
You'll
right, that
never
shit
get a
sticks
job.
with you, buddy.
Mwah. No college. Kiss college goodbye, sweetheart.
I'm not
Imagine
gonna be smart enough to go to college.
No
just
more Roblox
imagine
for you.
a white kid calling a white woman the N-word.
Yeah. To be fair, I don't have my picture on here because I never planned to ever confess on this this account.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
that
backtraced
lasted long,
it
didn't
and
it?
I reported you to the cyber police. Nobody would get that reference unless they're a millennial. All right, if you want to debate, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We're
Stop,
waiting on
vegan
you.
police.
What?
Stop, vegan police.
No.
No one's ever seen that movie?
No.
It debunks the Leviticus. If you're just saying that the Bible is contradictory, I agree with you.
Also, King Von, it doesn't, because if you look deeper past the Bible and understand cultural ideas, you'll understand that this was a very classist society. They did not view slaves as people.
Mm-hmm. Say
Scott
Galileans
Pilgrim.
knows.
Yeah, Scott
Galileans
Pilgrim.
knows.
Also, yes, this is void.
Your mom's contradictory.
No, your logic, okay?
Oh, totally.
Yep.
I tried.
It's just logic with a voice changer.
To sound
Why
exactly
you
like.
that's why you keep seeing him mute, like just now.
Yeah.
The word slave. No, we're not talking about like what the semantics of what slave is. We're talking about the content of the word slave, which is that you're owned as property and have to do labor. Leviticus 25:44 explicitly states that you're owned as property and have to do labor as long as you're not an Israelite. We know this because you're allowed to rule over Israelites. You're allowed to rule over non-Israelites ruthlessly. So yeah, I mean.
Also,
pretty simple.
King Von kind of makes a point. The word used in that verse he is trying to use to disprove slavery does describe indentured servitude, talking about Israelites.
Yeah, also stealing
Okay.
the name of a famous
Difference.
Vine comedian. It's crazy.
King Von was a rapper.
That's
No.
King Bach.
No,
You-
King Von is also a comedian. King Bach is also another comedian on Vine.
Bro,
They
his
both come
picture is
from
literally
Vine.
of King Von the rapper.
Oh,
Your
well.
mom's King Von rapper.
You fucking
The
goober.
other comedian was first. His name was first. He was first. He's an OG.
You wrecked my fucking boat, you goon.
Speaking of goon, anyway.
All right. Anyway, if
Speaking
you're a
of
Christian,
goon,
go ahead and hop on the guest
Boy,
request.
Saturday
Wait, no,
night. No one heard me? Okay, cool.
no, I didn't.
I said, speaking of gooning, that's Void Saturday night.
Yeah. I'm actually offended you just say it's Saturday night and not every night, but okay.
Yeah, I feel like the other nights, that's when you're just trying to like get through the day, but Saturday night is when you really go in.
No. No. You'd be very much mistaken.
No, I go hard every night.
Exactly.
Hey, Carbon, you want to go hard Saturday night with me?
SpaceX rocket explodes in Starbase. Of course it does.
Hey, Carbon.
What happened here?
You want to explode?
You want to explode?
You stole it
Holy
from me. Jerk.
shit.
This is my thing. Wait, if we're stealing people's things again, I can do it. Look, watch. Run, baby, run.
Yeah, I bet I know what
Don't
happened
ever
here.
come back. What?
Yeah, I bet they couldn't. I bet the liquid oxygen couldn't cool off quick enough. I think that's why the explosion happened. That's usually how that shit fucking happens.
Was anybody hurt?
I don't know. That's quite the fucking explosion, though. Holy shit.
So, in all honesty, do we think Trump is going to press the big red button?
No.
He can't find it.
No.
He can't find it. He doesn't know how to find buttons. Obvious.
I feel like there's at least one person who's like, I'm not going to show him where this is.
He would need the secondary key. No one's given him the secondary key because they know.
Liquid oxygen scary as fuck. Yep. Should I have like a different like? I should do the school one, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
That'll
should do
probably get
something
me.
political.
Let me use the bathroom. I'll come back and then we'll restart the live. Hold on, I'll be right back.
He'd probably put a tariff on it, Braden. That's great.
I'm having this argument with somebody on this account on one of my videos. It's of Ian talking about how 9-year-olds can't consent, right? Can you tell me why this motherfucker's like, a 9-year-old can consent to a 9-year-old?
Oh.
Like, no, that's just... What is it called? Oh my god. I know what it's called, but I just can't remember it.
Hey, Void, will you go into the kitchen and get me some more Kool-Aid? My cup's empty.
Me?
Yes.
Girl, you're across the fucking country.
Well, hop to.
Hop 2 is crazy.
Which is a Republican confirmed?
What? How did you draw that conclusion?
Totally just putting in gender roles.
What?
Go in the kitchen and get me a drink. Hop to it.
I'm not a man, therefore no.
While you're at it, there's 2 pieces of bread with some cheese. Put them together.
That's a pathetic sandwich. I knew you were white. You're just further proving how white you are.
Taco Bell?
We Mexicans love Taco Bell, thank you.
As their favorite?
No, I haven't ever said it's my favorite.
It's your
I
fucking,
don't
stop
believe
it.
you.
Stop
It's
it.
my favorite fast
Stop it.
food restaurant.
Stop it.
No, no. If we're gonna have this conversation, it's my favorite fast food restaurant.
A baby. You birthed a baby while being supplied on Taco Bell.
Okay,
Wait,
that doesn't mean it's my
what was
favorite
your
food
what was
ever.
your last meal? Is crazy. What was the meal you had
What
right
are
after
y'all
you
talking
delivered?
about?
You're not in this conversation, Carl.
Which he's trying to lie.
No. Logic is trying to be a jackass about my white presenting and how I'm not Mexican enough because I like Taco Bell as
Yeah,
he
that
always
was
did.
actually his exact words, is that she wasn't Mexican enough.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
Clip.
I can't help it. I love my Baja.
I do. It's so good.
Baja is so good.
It's too soda E for me. Soda E. That's too much carbonation.
Like too bubbly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it has that. It has that. If they took away the tang from it, it'd be a lot better.
Mhm.
Like I like it, but I can't drink it that much. Like it has to be more juicy.
So you just want to take
Juicy.
away.
Speaking of juicy, Carmen.
That makes it Baja.
All
I got something juicy for you.
Y'all...
No.
Oh my God.
For the love of God.
All right,
Why
Q
are
Top.
you doing this?
You are live. How old are you?
Fucking douchebag.
P3DO.
Q Top. Q-Top, you're muted, my guy.
So, yeah, so is anybody willing to justify the not
Hit you up.
God
All right, so what's
world?
your argument that Christianity is true? And also, how old are you?
I'm over 18.
Roger
yeah,
that.
it's going
All
to
right, watch
it's
me be
going
Christian.
it's going to be because it's going to be because of the impossibility of the contrary. There's no other worldview that's actually going to be logically necessary.
Okay, what's the argument that Christianity is necessary?
Yeah, the impossibility of the contrary, unless you
You're just
start with
restating the
foundation.
claim. Can you say it?
No, I'm
Can you
not
give me the
restating.
argument?
I'm not. Okay. Do you know what a self-authenticating proposition
So
is, sir?
Q-Top, you said
Do
impossibility
you
of the
know what a
contrary. I mean, I don't know why you're over
self-authenticating
talking me.
proposition
I
is,
don't know why
sir?
you're over talking me right now. So you said that the impossibility of the contrary, that
You're a
means what that
coward.
means
You're
is that
muting
it's
my mic
necessary. I
because
don't
you're
know
a
why you're over
coward.
talking me.
You're a
I don't
You
know
know
why you're
what?
over talking me.
yeah. You're running
I
from.
don't know why you're over talking me.
Shut
You're
the
muting
fuck
my mic.
So
up.
I don't know why you're. Listen,
You're
you're
coward.
already crashing out, and this
Yeah,
is what
yeah,
every
yeah.
presuppositionalist does. When you ask them that
Have a
one
good
simple
day.
question, what is the argument that the
I'm bitch.
impossibility of the contrary is that it's actually impossible? They will crash out every single time. That is how you destroy a presuppositionalist. That one single question. What is the argument for that? And they will crash out every single time. I love that. Q bottom, bottles in the chat. Let's go. Oh.
Also, just saying, we shouldn't really platform kid touchers.
No.
Oh!
Probably shouldn't do that.
Uh-oh.
Fucking degenerate scumbag.
Yeah, Q-Top.
You didn't know that,
stay
Carbon?
From little kids, please.
What?
Yeah.
You
Q-Top
didn't know that, Carbon?
has said it's
No, what?
okay to touch little kids.
Multiple times and defended the
You
same.
didn't know this?
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal.
And his fucking fan club still defends him like he's the next fucking messiah.
Bye, you think
Eat my ass.
25.
See, now that's bullshit. Why don't I get banned for that, but he don't?
And your music's ass, by the way.
I probably will.
You say it all the time, though.
If you want to debate, if you actually want to debate, you actually have an argument, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Everybody else, keep tapping that motherfucking screen. Let's go. Yeah, that's the one way. So he's pretty bad at it. So he probably listened to Dark Dawkins 3 times, and he thought he knew how to he's not even good at presuppositionalist apologetics. But yeah, that's all you gotta do is just ask them that question, because they'll say the impossibility of the contrary, right? And then all you have to do is ask them, well, what's the argument for that? Because what impossibility of the contrary just means is that to negate it entails a contradiction, right? So all you got to do is ask them what the contradiction is, and they will crash out just like what he did. Love it. All right, who next?
I kept my mouth shut, but I really wanted to just lay into it the second he hopped up here. The
I
fact
like
that
having
people
fun with these guys. It's like eating lunch.
Gamey, greasy, gross lunch. What are you talking about?
Just made some orange French toast with strawberry butter syrup. Ooh, that sounds good. Holy shit.
That sounds like diabetes, is what that sounds like.
French toast.
I love it.
My blood's getting thicker, but my stomach's getting full.
That's
Been a question through
crazy.
my veins.
Speaking of a full stomach,
Oh my god.
Speaking of a full stomach, what's up, Carbon?
I know it reaches.
I can make so many jokes right now, Void, at your expense. I can make so many jokes.
Do it.
Like, are you sure your throat can expand that much?
Yes.
Grandmaster, thank you for the 100 bits. Grandmaster says, I thought about transitioning into a woman, but I'm not sure I can afford a pay cut at work. Grandmaster, I'm about to ban you.
That's so fucked up, but so true.
What are you drinking?
Pineapple, orange, guava.
That.
Mm.
I just know it tastes good.
I had that, I forget what the fuck brand it was, but it was pineapple juice, orange juice, and apple juice all into one. It's like a box. I forget what brand it is. It's in a box.
Wait, pineapple what? Pineapple juice, orange juice.
Pineapple, orange, and apple.
I feel like I know what you're talking about.
The only thing I really
XL containers.
Jumex, Tropicana.
Dole, that's what it was.
Oh yeah.
Dole.
Oh, that's popular. Yeah, I know what you
Looking good.
The only thing I ever drink is fucking sparkling soda water.
Without any syrup.
Well, it's grapefruit and citrus flavored. It's called Fresca. It's really fucking good.
Yeah, I know what Fresca is.
Yeah.
When you say soda water, that implies that it's just the carbonated water.
Well, it's flavored carbonated water.
Okay.
Carbonated. Let's go. Yeah, it's a good podcast, man.
I'm trying to get carbonated.
Hey,
Everybody here, bro.
thought you were
Cal,
trying to get
thank you for the
carbon-filled.
$12 on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Cal. On a kind of serious note, Carbon and the panel are amazing. I'm currently homeless, sleeping in my car. Listening to y'all makes me feel less lonely. Bro, like, let me... Hold on. How do I refund this? No, don't send me $12.
How do I refund this? First time Carbon's ever said that.
Bro, don't... Hold on. Thank you so much. I don't know what your situation is, but I appreciate you. You don't have to send me anything.
I was on a high carb diet.
A high carb diet.
Literally, you're just watching is all you need to do. I promise you. You don't need to send anything.
How do I refund this?
Here's an idea. Hold on, wait. If they have a Cash App or a PayPal or a Venmo,
So
post
Cal,
it so they can get
what I want you to do is don't say shit. Just drop your Cash App or Venmo. That's all you gotta do. Do it right now. We got you, bro. Christians, if you want to debate, hop on in that guest request. Come on.
people not named Q-Top.
Oh, is he still here? Oh,
Probably.
He's out.
They're muted.
Oh, excuse me.
I think Annie muted them.
I didn't know.
Oh my god, King Von, quit fucking saying verses for Carbon to read in the chat, and do you even have live access? Oh my god, you're so
Yeah, they
fucking
do.
annoying.
Are
They
not
do?
coming up?
I've invited them 3 times.
Oh, then shut the fuck up. Somebody mute this guy.
Okay.
Bro's fucking yapping in the comments when he has fucking live access, telling Carbon to go read 10,000 different fucking verses. Get a grip.
Yeah, you don't want to do that because I'll disprove you every fucking time and make you look like a tool.
Here we go.
And every time I do, I will get Taco Bell.
You're not even doing her voice right, bro.
I'm not trying to do her voice right.
Oh, so you're just misogynistic. Okay. Do all women sound like that to you?
No, you sound different.
Oh.
Carbon comes back to doing lives, and all the ladies on the panel sound like they're clapping wet sponges together. What?
Was that Grandmaster? Was that
Yeah.
Grandmaster?
What?
Oh my
I've never
fucking
heard.
God.
I've never heard that before.
Wet sponges.
I mean, he not wrong.
Oh my god. Scars, you are live. How old are you?
Maybe if you're alopecia jerk chicken finger sucking orangutan Pentagon built looking at.
That was funny.
Oh my god. Did they say something about the Pentagon? Am I tweaking?
Some shit. I don't know. I have resources, just not a lot of places near me. Me and my partner are getting reduced to move at the beginning of the year. Just holding on to them.
Thank you, Nico, for the $3 for the Taco Bell fund. Appreciate you.
I can't get that out of my head. I can't get clapping wet sponges together.
I think it was because I was on one of fucking
There's a
Logic's
2-year
live.
wait list into any apartments. What?
That's
Any apartments?
Carbon's like, hold up, I got an extra room.
What the fuck? I never heard of that.
Is it a 2-year wait list for like subsidized apartments?
Yeah,
that have
like
rent control?
Yeah, like rent control or just like general subsidized.
Do it. Do it. Ow.
Do it.
Knew it.
That's insane. I never heard that.
Reset.
Yeah, we'll reset. We'll come back with the new topic, just because it's not sending the live out. So I'll see you guys in about 20-30 seconds. So I'll come back in here, keep tapping that screen. We're gonna keep it going for you guys tonight. All right, see you guys then. All right, what I need to do is get my other background up here and pull it towards the front so I can find it when I'm streaming. Which is right. Where is it, bro? One. All right, let's get back to it. All right. Fix the light. It's where it needs to be. I got a multicolor LED. That's multicolor. The apartments I tried deny me due to rental history. Roommates screwed me over in the city low-income housing. I was for a 2-year waiting list. Oh, I see. All right, let's get back to it. Where's my charger?
Excuse you.
Battery
Where is my red
30%.
What?
Where is my red light?
You didn't redeem a red light. I don't have a
I
red
did.
light redeemed.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I'm gaslighting.
Mhm.
Okay, we do.
I literally did it.
I literally took it off.
I
because
literally-
it looks so bad. The red light looks really fucking bad.
Then tell me why I did
All right,
it.
that's crazy. Mother Bug Witch 2 minutes ago. Multicolor LED.
Yeah, and it's got a red color. Give me red.
Yeah, well,
Thank you, Dino Nuggy.
somebody just resubscribed. Did not tell me. Hold on. He doesn't. I mean, under the Christian worldview, he does. We got orange from August. Let's go. If I can do it. There we go. Good shit.
Wow.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome. My name is Bradley, also known as Carbon. We are live tonight. Doing a couple restarts. If you are a Christian or whatever, go ahead and hop on that guest request. We'd love to talk to you. If you can answer this motherfucking question, why does God allow these horrific events to happen? Let's go. Almost ready, yeah. Hop on in that guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Everybody else keep tapping away at that motherfucking screen. Let's go. Let's go. Appreciate y'all for the heart me's. Ali, thank you for the heart me. Shannon with the heart me, thank you. Who else? Jesse with the heart me, thank you. All right, where's the baits at? Why is nobody joining? Get on in here. Let me invite some people in here.
Fucking people live right now.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
Remy, you are live. How old are you? Oh, they're still loading it. Oh, there you go. How old are you?
41.
All right. Do you have an answer to the question?
Why does God allow this?
Yeah.
Well, I do think that everything has a purpose. In terms of waking up humanity to their own potential,
we have to go through suffering. Perhaps people are coming into this world sacrificing their own soul, living for a short amount of time just to teach humanity how to be humble, how to love God, how to be themselves, how to not give your soul away to a society, to a institution that will.
One simple question. Watch this. All right. Okay. So you're saying these things are kind of like necessary, right?
Of course.
Okay. So it's necessary for children's.
Everything happens for a reason.
Okay.
The
So
children
these children.
nowadays, the one that are sacrificing.
Can I ask the question real quick?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So these children who were unalived in the school shooting, it was their purpose to be unalived, correct?
Yes, they come for this purpose. They came. They knew when they signed the contract, when they came to this earth, they knew why they come on this earth. They agreed to sign a short contract on
Do
this
you think
earth.
a child can consent to contracts?
Yeah, because the
You think
soul.
their parents consented?
The soul. Let me finish. The
No.
soul
You think their parents
contract.
consented?
No,
you think
the
their parents no, stop.
Listen.
No. I'm sick of this fucking shit. Do you think their fucking parents consented in having their children taken away from them? Would you say this shit to their fucking parents?
From a soul perspective, humanity from the 3D physical connection.
That's not a fucking answer to my question.
You're a heartless bastard.
See, no, normally I would let Carmen go on this fucking spiel. Do not fucking unmute. But I am so sick of this shit, specifically from Christians who supposedly believe children are the fucking innocent ones. You're okay with saying that these children who died in a merciless fucking way, they consented to this.
I'm sorry to say this. I'm sorry. This is not my choice.
No.
Do you think the children deserve that? You can unmute now. Do you think the children deserve that? Yes or no?
Please, can you not put me on mute because
Okay.
I need
I
to
just
say
need you to
something.
answer that question. Do you think the children deserve this? Yes or no?
They don't deserve, Baba, but it's not from a physical point of view. These children are coming for a bigger perspective. They came to save humanity. That's why they came for a short time. You understand? From a 3D perspective, this is a genocide. I understand where you're coming
We're just
from.
talking. We're just talking about. Hold on. Wait. We're just talking about the massive amount of atrocities. Some of these children died, but some of them survived. And with massive amount of like injuries and casualties.
Yeah.
Right. There are also children who have been assaulted, raped by adults. Right. Do you think that those children who were raped by adults, do you think they came to Earth consenting to that?
They knew they come here to confess. They come here to confess.
This is why I'm fucking muting you. This right here is why. And I want you to hear me when I say this. If your God made this contract for these children to go through this, do not fucking unmute. If your God made this contract, quote unquote, for these children to go through this, your God is not worthy of fucking worship. And if you believe so, go fuck yourself. I hope no forgivement. There's no forgiving in this. Your God is a worthless, degenerate scumbag of a being who deserves no worship, and because you follow it, you are in the same fucking footsteps.
I'm trying to make sense.
May God have mercy on your fucking soul if you believe this shit is fucking true.
I'm trying to make sense as much as
You disgusting excuse for a human being.
Listen, this is not my knowledge.
Send 25. I don't know. Don't fucking gift me. Someone send 25 right now. Grandmaster, send 5 subs right fucking now.
You're literally
Don't put me on mute.
You're literally saying that children deserve.
Put me on mute.
You're literally saying that children deserve to be shot up, to be raped. Mr. Oakby, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate you, Mr. Oakby.
Is that enough?
Yeah. That's fucking
Thank you.
insane. That's
Marvin, I'm sorry, but the second I heard it,
the shit
I
that
felt
is
red.
just like that shit just warps your fucking delusional, bro.
Fuck this. I'm an anti-theist. Fuck religion. Burn every holy book. I'm so sick of this shit. If you can believe in something based on nothing, you can believe in anything. That's the fucking reason we shouldn't have these religions. Right there. Fuck them all. Burn them all.
All right, if you're a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. Love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Let's go. Come on.
That got me. Sorry I took over that conversation. That got me real bad.
That's Christian love for you guys. Let's go.
Fuck your God and fuck you too.
Fuck you and the God you claim.
King Von, get the fuck out.
What's he doing? He's
just
citing
saying
Bible
verses
verses.
over and over again. Just wouldn't shut the fuck up.
All right, where y'all at? Come on. Waiting on y'all. Ruby. Thank you so much for the 26 months. Thank you so much, Ruby, for the primary sub. LO loves. It's good to be home. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. In all seriousness, what the fuck was she on? Yep, that's how it be.
That was my one fresh out for the night. It won't happen again. I'm sorry.
You should be.
Are you sorry for crashing out on that motherfucker?
No. Just for being I kid.
Let's get some debates in here. See if this guy wants to debate. I'm send him a request.
God doesn't allow us to do shit because God's not real.
Yeah, why does a kidnapper allow his victim to live? Must be a good person then, right? Fucking turn this song off. I hate this shit. I hate that song so much. There we go.
What song was it?
It's the first time I ever heard Would You
It's
Say
on the
God's
Star
Not
Wars
Real.
Lo-Fi. It's like, oh, I'm dying for my brother. And he says it like 40 times in rapid succession. Like, it's just so annoying. I'm dying for the Republic. We have free will. That's why. Well, that doesn't answer the question. Brilliant with the 5 gifted subs over on YouTube. Thank you so much. Hold on real quick, Marianne. Virillion, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs for Satan to crash out more often. All right, Marianne, how old are you? I'm sorry, is it Marianne? Yeah, Marianne, how old are you?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm 35.
Okay. Yeah, that doesn't answer the question because it doesn't seem like, just to be clear, do you think that we should violate the free will of like a rapist, for example, and stop him from raping?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
why would
definitely
free
do.
will be a good reason?
We have free will, meaning that we have our own minds. We can think for ourselves. We can make our own actions, our own choices, and our own decisions. And because we can do that, we are responsible for that.
Yeah. Okay, so is it a good thing so do you agree that would be a good thing to stop like a school shooter, stop like a rapist and things like that? And so if that's a good thing, then why does God not do that?
Again, because he gives people free will. He gives that rapist free will whether to be a rapist or not. He gives that school pupil that school pupil made that choice.
Maybe I'm not understanding.
It has nothing to do with a higher power or not.
Wait,
and there
hold
are
on.
people.
If I'm sitting by, I see a rapist or a school shooter, and I give him this free will, meaning I don't intervene in his affairs. Did I do a good thing? If I could stop him?
You could stop him now.
No. Like let's say I'm very, very capable of stopping this person, and I choose to instead allow him to have the freedom to grape or shoot up a school. Right? Did I do a good thing?
No, you didn't. Well, if you had the ability,
If I had the ability to stop him, and I just sit by and watch because I value his freedom to grape.
I think you're confusing God valuing freedom to grape. I think that's a terrible assumption that you think that God is just sitting around like a little kid with a magnifying glass deciding who he's going to exterminate and who he's going to let.
No, I didn't say that. I said like when a child is like when these events that we're talking about are happening, God is watching, right?
Yeah, I have 2 disabled children. My son's a type 1 diabetic. He was diagnosed at 2. My daughter I had her at 24 weeks. She weighed 1 pound, 2 ounces. She's on a G-tube. So
that's a yes. So he does. I'm just saying, like,
I'm not done speaking, please.
Did I get a yes? So he is watching, and so if he is watching, and it's a bad thing to just watch and not intervene, then it seems like you're just saying God is doing a bad thing, right? Let me know.
Oh, shit.
And you run.
Oh, did she run? Oh, cool. Too easy.
Run, Christian, run. Go cry into a Bible.
Oh.
All right, let's get some debates. Can't yell at the children. God, Carbon.
You didn't let me finish. My kid has diabetes.
Like, that's not the question I asked. I didn't ask about like your personal situation. I'm asking about whether God sits there and watches these events unfold and chooses not to intervene. And that's either a good thing to do or a bad thing to do, or not a good thing to do, actually. All right, so.
This might be me. I might be dumb. Would diabetes be considered a disability?
Yes, if it's type 1.
Yeah.
It's type 1? Okay. I have 2 disabled children. One has diabetes. I'm like, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't roll off the tongue correctly.
All right, we got our next guest in here, prayer warrior. Oh, never mind. Okay, I accepted it, but it didn't let them come up. Okay, whatever.
You know they're evangelical just by that name, prayer warrior.
Yeah. Also, what does prayer do? Just curious. All right, let's get the next person in here. Milky Way, you are live. How old are you? Hello? Guess not.
Aww.
Where's the point in bringing that up? It's what Christians do. They preach instead of debate. I
guess a kid had free will to have type 1 diabetes. I don't know. I was
don't
confused by
understand.
her
Like,
argument.
yeah, like free will. Like, how does free will explain how hurricanes wipe people out? Like, what?
Because you had the free will to move there.
Throw me an invite to the guest box, Carbon, if you want an intelligent conversation debate. Dustin, you got to come on TikTok and send the request. I can't send it on YouTube. It's because God lets things happen for a reason. Maybe this guy wants to come up. Really, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Why do the Christians defend the assaulters but never the victims in the free will argument?
Because they don't care about the victims. They've never cared about the victims.
It literally, the argument only works if you're giving credence to the bad thing and not the good thing.
Sign the contract for diabetes is crazy.
Signed a fuck, was that
Olivia.
Grandmaster?
It's in my link in bio. My YouTube. It's more than half the time the assaulters, yeah. Free will doesn't make any sense if God knows what your decision is going to be. Like, it just doesn't, like, I don't even see, like, they just, like, it's like there's no thought being put, like, free will is not an like, you think, presumably you think it's fine to violate the free will of a rapist as he's, like, trying to grape. Like, I don't understand. What? Like, why do you think that that's, like, a good thing to, like, and then also, do you want the free will to be able to grape someone? Like, do you, like, if God gave you the option and came down and said, hey, you either, I can give you the will to grape someone, or every time you think about or try to act on graping someone, you'll never be able to do it. Which one would you do? Of course, you, like, or any reasonable person would be like, oh, I just never want to be able to do it. Like, the fuck? Some men do want that. Well, a reasonable person, yeah. I guess a lot of men would probably say yes, but... Link in bio, yeah. All right, if you want to debate, go ahead and hop on the net. Guess your question. Let's talk to you. Thanks so much. Appreciate you.
Appreciate ya.
Appreciate you. All right, let's get the next person in here. I don't think this Jeff person is a debate. I don't think so. Oh, hey, it's clipped. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Bog.
Let's go. Alright, do we have maybe this guy? No, he doesn't have live access. Jesus, man, it's slow tonight. I have been gone for 2 weeks, so it's not something.
Yeah, you came on Monday and then just disappeared. Like, what are we doing?
You would have come on me instead of Monday.
Bruh.
I see your face over on Twitch.
You say you can't hide from me.
Oh, no.
It's crazy work.
Alright, if you want to debate, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We're waiting on you. I will keep fucking restarting until TikTok sends me out. I haven't gotten over 200 tonight. It's weird. So I might have to change the topic up. Maybe the bathrooms?
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe do a bathroom topic, maybe. Here, let me the bathroom topic I have has the 25 to kick thing, so let me go to Canva and make a new one. And then I'll put it on the next, as we restart. Alright. I'll shoot at people next. That when they choose. Red pill talk to spend my time when Carbon was gone. Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Are you going to restart for this topic as well?
I don't know if I'm gonna get a lot of debates on this one right now. Like, I gotta build my
algorithm back
my
up.
viewership a little bit, yeah. Why should LGBTQ, there we go, why should trans people not use the bathroom they choose? Fuck. Why should trans people?
Clipped, you missed my crash out for the night.
Oh, no, I didn't. I was here. I was listening on that person who was like, they signed a contract.
Did you clip it?
No, I did not. I was taking out trash.
You fucked up.
I know I fucked up. My bad, dog.
Layer. Send backward. See what I mean? Wet sponges. Oh my god, Grandmaster.
It's fuck y'all.
I'm proud of it. I'm not ashamed.
And then we'll say request to debate. X. I'll just say if there's no higher power that ain't objectively wrong. That doesn't make any sense. You're gonna have to present an argument for that one. What the fuck does that mean? Let's see. Request. Fuck, microphone on my way.
I know these debates are important, but how can you guys listen to the bigotry? You build a callus to it, and then you call it out. Really all you can do.
Well, and I think you have to. You have to build that callus up to it because, you know, we have to be able to face it because it's not going to go away if we just plug our ears and don't hear it. We have to face it head on so that we can actually, like, take it down and take it apart and dismantle it.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna restart with the bathroom topic because it's not sending out on the For You page. So I'm gonna put this bathroom topic for my background. I'll be back in, like, it's probably gonna take like a minute, like 1 minute. So we're gonna restart. Excuse me. We're gonna restart with the bathroom topic. I'll be back in about a minute, y'all. Okay.
I'm heading to bed, but I'll talk to y'all later.
Bye.
See you, everybody.
Bye.
Download this. Canva. No, he's crashing. Download JPEG. Download JPEG. Download. Ew. Save. Phone is going slow. There we go. All right, let's get back to it. Gotta get my studies ready. All right. Let's go. Let's do it. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome. What's up? All right, let's see if this gets us some traction tonight.
Hopefully.
What's up, everybody? Welcome. See y'all loading on in here. Let's go. Love to see it. Shemo. Randy, thank you for the shares. Appreciate that. Let's go. What's up, everybody? What up? Tap that screen. Let's go. Come on. Waiting on you. All right. Nurse Joy, thank you for the heart me. All All right. And my Matthew McConaughey. Bog, thank you for the heart me. Nurse, thank you for the popular vote. Beat, thank you for the heart me. And the popular vote. All right. All right, welcome back, everybody. If you want to debate, if you think trans people should not use the bathroom that they choose, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. Like to hear your take. Come on. Because women don't want men in their bathroom. That's true, but they do want trans women in the bathroom. Yep. It's actually funny. This is a men's issue, right? Like, it's mainly men that oppose trans women going in the women's restroom. Surprisingly, it's because men are the ones to SA trans women, and trans women are safe in women's restrooms, and men don't want trans women to be safe. They want them in there. For some reason, they want to be in the restroom with a trans woman. So, yeah, that's why trans women go into women's restroom. Sorry.
Yeah. Trans women and cis women alike have really one oppressor, and it's men.
Yep. You can look at it, pretty much every poll, it's mainly men who are overwhelmingly, like the most recent one, I think Pew Research, is 55% of men oppose trans women using the women's restroom, right? Versus 44% of women, right? So actually majority of women want trans women, are fine with trans women using the women's restroom. It's a majority of men. It's really weird, huh?
It's almost like...
Yeah. Question is, why do you want to use the restroom with trans women so bad, men? Why? I want to know. So I don't want Megan Fox coming to my men's restroom. Okay. What you doing in here? I feel uncomfortable. Okay. I would feel uncomfortable with the trans woman in my men's restroom. Okay. Go to the women's restroom. I feel uncomfortable.
Somebody is asking for the source of that study with the
Pew Research. Pew Research did a poll on that. There's also a couple others. The other one, I think Gallup did one. I'm not sure. Here, let me find it. Which gender? Yeah, there's also this one. Which gender is more concerned about transgender women in female bathrooms? That's the name of that study, Springer Nature. That's actually a study. Looks like cisgender males about 1.5 times as likely as cisgender females to assert that transgender females directly cause their safety and privacy concerns. Cisgender females around 4 times as likely as cisgender males to assert that transgender women do not directly cause their safety and privacy concerns. So crazy. Actually, ask women. Do you have any debates? Not yet. Maybe that person. I can invite them. All right. Hello, how old are you?
Me?
Hello? Yeah, how old are you?
18.
All right, what's your take?
I don't really want to be in the stall with a woman though. Like,
you're a man?
Cause yeah.
Yeah, that's why they go to the women's restroom generally. You don't have to.
Oh.
Yeah.
Also, stalls are one person.
Yeah, like I don't know why they would be in the same stall as you.
Well, some people go in the stalls together. Like me and my friends do.
Oh my god, this guy's a troll. It's so misogynistic to suggest they should use women's restrooms. So women are misogynistic for wanting trans women to be in the restroom with them. Okay. Love to hear that one. Love to hear the argument that women are those misogynistic ones. And it's actually the men who are not misogynistic by suggesting that trans women should have to use the restroom with them. Yeah. It's crazy work. All right, next. I feel like I should just start doing live hopping, just going to guests. It's some odd friendship.
Also, don't abandon us. I will literally.
Nanners, are you a woman?
Yes,
Are you comfortable with trans women using a woman's restroom?
I prefer it.
Oh, you prefer it, like.
Yes,
No, just go even stronger. Only trans women should be using the women's restroom.
Right.
All right.
I'm not allowed. I will.
Cis women are not allowed to use the women's restroom. Only
I
trans
will
women.
pee in a bush like I should. Only trans women
All right,
deserve
cis women should be outside of the women's restroom, standing like this, saying you're not allowed unless you're a trans woman.
Yes,
Try
absolutely.
me. Thou shalt not pass. Okay.
I will gladly do the job for free.
Damn, probably didn't even ask if I was a woman. That's crazy.
No.
Bitch.
Void, are you a woman?
I am a woman.
How do you feel about trans women using the women's restroom?
Boy, just to fuck with
say
him.
no.
No.
Yeah, I think trans women should use women's restroom because they're safer in there.
There you go.
Yep. 1000%. I know that they're going to be safe in there with me. And also, they usually have really good makeup. So, like, share.
Yeah, but they're male. They're assigned male at birth.
I don't care. They probably have tampons too. Hand it over, girl. I didn't bring some because I'm a dumb mom and I only have diapers. So, I don't know about myself.
Listen, have you ever had to use a diaper as a pad?
Yes.
It's so uncomfortable.
It's so uncomfortable, but you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes.
Right.
Holy shit. Ruby Soho with the 10 gifted subs over on Twitch. Holy
W
shit. W Ruby with 2 eyes. Let's go, Ruby. Thank you. You are so generous. I love you. Thank you. Yeah, when I use my pads, usually when I usually like fold the.
Cancelled.
I can't do the sentence that long without a straight face. Jane, get up here. We're waiting on you. A lot of people hiding in the comment section. Grandmaster, thank you for the 100 bits. Let's be honest, trans people were never an issue until Republicans needed a new boogeyman to get the votes. Yep.
That's what I always tell.
You can get muted then.
I always tell people trans women and trans men have been using the bathrooms that they fucking want to forever. You've pissed next to a trans woman or a trans man and you didn't fucking know it because they weren't politicized.
All right, let's get the next person in here. Aloha, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
All right, how do you feel about trans people using women's restrooms? Or the restroom that they choose?
I don't think they should because,
Gotta be that, bud. Hey, Void, do you want to hear something really shitty I found out this week?
What?
My daughter's allergic to swim diapers, disposable swim diapers.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's fun.
Why not just get, like, one reusable cloth diaper and use that as a swim diaper?
That's my plan, but they're kind of expensive, and they typically...
They are.
Yeah, and one's not going to do it with the amount of times we go get in the pool over the summer. So
right.
We have to buy a few when I have the funds to do so. But yeah, I have never seen that type of diaper rash in my life.
Was it bad?
I cried. Things were swollen and welted. And you who have the same parts as me and my daughter. Imagine.
I could imagine.
I felt so bad for her. We sat in a baking soda bath for a while.
What's up, dude?
Mike, how old are you?
Pretty good, man. I am 38.
All right, what's your take on the background?
So I live in Austin, right? And they have, the unisex bathrooms, where the stalls are like separated, like there's a door and everything. You know what? I used that bathroom, and a meteor didn't crash into my town. It's crazy.
Right?
That is crazy. Like dinosaurs didn't come back, planes didn't fall out of the sky. I just used the bathroom. I flushed, and crazy stuff. Nothing bad happened.
Okay, so I have a problem with what you said, right? You prefaced that you flushed, but you didn't preface that you washed your hands.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh,
listen. When you use the bathroom with trans people, you're less inclined to wash your hands. Okay, that's the new argument. Okay, therefore trans people should not use the bathroom that they choose. Okay?
Oh man, you know what? Dang. I sanitized, but I didn't wash. Oh darn. Love what you do, man.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, friend.
Love you.
All right, if you want to debate, go ahead and hop on the guest request. If you think trans people should not use the bathroom that they choose, love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Come on, everybody else, keep tapping that screen. You guys are doing good with your fingers. Lesbians, go ahead, use them fingers for something good for once. I'm kidding. Let's get on up to
Carbon.
See, this is how I know. You know, when you say stuff like that, Carbon, it really.
What happened?
Oh.
Suppressing femme voices is crazy.
I don't know what you're talking about. All right. If you want to debate, go and hop on the guest request. During Pride Month, yeah.
During Pride Month?
It's called Men's Mental Health Awareness.
It's Men's
Okay.
Health Month, though. It's not mental health. It's
All right. There can only be one name for a month. Okay.
Okay, buddy.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's get some debates in here. King of MAGA, you are live. How old are you?
30.
All right, what is your argument today?
So I think trans people shouldn't use the bathroom that they choose because why do you get to just choose? Let's say there's a trans woman, but they decide to use the man's bathroom and not the woman's bathroom.
Yeah, you can choose.
Why do you just get to be? Yeah, why do you get to just be able to choose?
Anybody can choose.
Yeah, anybody can
choose.
choose.
Really, anybody.
Well, that's weird. Why would a grown man want to be in a woman's bathroom?
I don't know. Maybe it's cleaner. I don't fucking know. Maybe it's open.
I mean, it's a man in a woman's bathroom for a reason. That just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, tell us that reason, buddy.
I mean, I've been in a lot of public bathrooms.
That didn't sound like telling us the reason that there's a separate men's and women's bathroom.
I mean, because it just is.
Why?
I mean,
Do you want to know why?
I've convinced. It just is.
Yeah.
So King of MAGA, I'll tell you why. Because it was an oppression done towards women to keep women cloistered and hidden and put away in their place.
Spaces.
Out of male spaces.
Well, women's bathrooms are more cleaner than men's bathrooms.
That's false.
Absolutely not true.
I can tell you, I've been in a men's bathroom, and I've heard that women's bathrooms are clean, and I tell you, a men's bathroom is
There have
horrible.
been studies on this, right? Like women's bathrooms, like
I'm
are
telling you,
literal. Yes.
a man's bathroom is horrible, and the only reason that a woman's bathroom will probably be horrible like that is because of a tranny.
Okay.
Your man.
Bye bye.
No, you just did That's My Mom because you had no fucking argument, you absolute.
They can't help but the slur. They can't help themselves.
They only slur when they run their talking point, which his wasn't even fucking much.
No.
Like what? Bro gave us nothing. Yes, Queen, give us nothing.
Natalie, thank you for the heart me. All right, if you want to debate, go and hop on the guest request. Love to talk to you. Thanks so much. Appreciate you. Everybody else, keep tapping away at that screen. Let's go.
Tap, tap, tap-a-roo.
Tap, tap, tap a room.
I got something you can tap, tap,
Oh
tap.
my god.
I feel like one day he's really just gonna get fed up.
Oh no, he loves
Just
every minute
drop,
of it.
just drop
Wait,
it,
wait,
you
wait,
know?
wait. I'm very confused at this at because it says you're a white woman. Of course you agree. What is that supposed to mean? Because you understand transphobia disproportionately affects like black women, right?
And that like no LGBTQ person would have the rights without black trans women.
Yeah.
Yeah, the men's restroom is always empty, dude. I go into the men's restroom all the time.
I do too. I remember specifically one time this Mexican restaurant. It was fucking packed. The women's room was, and nobody was at the like men's, and all these women were just sitting. I was like, bro, just go over there.
Had a cat named
Hey.
Bradley.
Which you send this motherfucker guest request, literary educator.
Robbie, you are live. How old are you?
34.
All right. What's your argument?
I'm pro-trans.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm looking for opposition, but I appreciate you for coming up. Okay.
Hey.
All right. As a trans masked person who has been in both bathrooms, men's has always been worse in my experience. Hannah's the goat. All right. Do we have any debates or no? It is just slow.
They're
That's
scared.
what happens every time I take like my I have to do my fucking 2-week training. When I come back, it's usually like a week or two before my lives pick up again because TikTok suppresses me. If you don't go live consistently, they just stop sending you out. All right, let's see. Does this person want to debate? Nope, they don't have live access. God damn it. It's all good. Maybe make TikTok your full-time job, Carbon. I would. Gosh darn it. Dagnammit. Doug Dimmadome. RIP woman's fast food. What? Did I miss something?
Oh, so now you're being ableist in the comments. That's crazy.
What?
A literary educator. He asked if I was neurodivergent.
Are they anti-trans or something?
Yeah.
Oh, they don't have live access. No. Good Trouble got banned. I figured somebody got banned because I just got 50 extra viewers in like 10 seconds. Well, what's up, Good Trouble refugees? Welcome.
The refugees is crazy.
We're waiting for our next debate. It was GT, yeah. Why did GT? I mean, you never know. It's always some bullshit. Cause thank you for the heart me. I'm here from GT, yeah. Yeah, so you know how like you'll like order a taco, right? And then you'll have one tortilla on the plate to catch all the shit that falls off. Right? That's me.
Yes.
Right? I'm that tortilla.
You're the extra tortilla.
Yeah, all the all GTs, everything that, yeah, exactly.
Carbon being the extra fucking sad tortilla that only gets like halfway filled up. Speaking.
Not the Good Trouble sloppy seconds is crazy.
Hey, I can be the tortilla you fill up, Carbon.
Am I still blind? Is that Michael Dominguez guy? Yeah. Yeah, you're still on a year-long ban until you send me 250, buddy.
Oh, has it been a year?
It has not even been like 3 months. He just keeps asking like every live if I'm unbanned. Like, do you not know what a year is? VHS, thank you for the heart me. Sinful Fox, thank you so much for the 18 months over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome everybody. Carbon tortilla, yeah.
Yo.
Bro, where are these motherfuckers at? It is not sending me out tonight at all. It's like getting like a debate or two to catch up
Yo,
to 0.
Send this to your bigot friends, please.
Yeah, if you had problems with them on Thanksgiving, send them to this live, okay?
Right. Also, apparently Michael is now becoming a centrist.
Yeah, I bet he is.
He said, "You need me. We don't need you."
You have bigot friends. Bigot friends in 2025 couldn't be me, yeah.
Right.
Mr. Opie, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Appreciate you. For 50 cents a day, you can have a carbon tortilla.
Thank you, VHS. You know what that tapping sounds like? Get up, bitch. It's today. It's Pride.
You know what I hate? The one trend I fucking hate the most. You know the fucking, what's the song? Dun, 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 dun. And then people try to like use the words to match, and the fucking words don't even fucking match up with the beat.
Oh,
it's so fucking bad. Like,
it's
you're just putting any
like,
sentence in there. It doesn't work like that.
It's
Okay?
6 syllables. It has to be 6 syllables.
It'd be like 8, 9 syllable. Like, no, like stop. That's why you're not a musician. Okay.
Oh my god, what the fuck is that song called? Now you piss me off. It's a
Love it, Chris Brown.
Yeah,
Like that.
crazy. Yeah.
It's so
Only
crazy. Like,
you.
it's just so bad. Like, say it out loud before you know.
Yeah. New Flame. It's called New Flame.
Yeah, New
Thank
Flame.
you.
There you go. There you go.
But also fuck Chris Brown.
You said butt fuck Chris Brown.
Yeah.
Jude, how you doing? How old are you? Jude, hello. Jude, you're off the app, so we won't be able to hear you. By the way, teacup. Also, Nanners is also teacup. Hey, Jude. Hello. Okay, so Jude isn't here with us. All right, if you think that trans people should not use the bathroom that they choose, go and hop on the guest request. We'll talk to you. Thanks so much. Appreciate you. Shimon, let's go. Delish.
And did you get something else to drink?
I got pineapple orange guava. Right.
Mm-hmm. Is it empty?
Yep, that's empty. I got Monster Pipeline Punch. And I got Aloha White Water.
Speaking of a monster, Carbon.
Oh, that's crazy work. That's crazy work.
Yo.
Wait, did somebody pay Q-Top to kick? He's back in the request. Somebody paid to kick him, right?
Yeah.
Or did he run?
No, he ran.
Oh, he ran? Okay.
Back up.
All right, let's bring it back up.
Yeah,
Q-Top, why should
so-
trans people not use the
so-
bathroom that they choose? Hit me up. Let's
So,
go.
you're gonna.
Hello? Can you answer the question? Why should trans people not use the bathroom that they choose? Hit me up. Let's go.
So you're already starting with the muting.
I don't know why
it's
you're
it's
like. Can
it's
you answer the question? Let me give you the rules for muting. Sorry about that, Q-Top. I didn't give you the rules. That's my mistake. So there's 2 rules for muting. 1, over talking, get you muted. 2, don't answer question, get you muted. Okay. Now, question: why should trans people not use the bathroom that they choose? Hit me up. Let's go.
Okay, so are you done this like muting tactic?
I didn't answer the question. So remember rule number 2: if you don't answer the question, you get muted. Remember that? So I'm gonna ask the question again. Let's try this again. We're testing out the rules here, okay? Rule number 1: you overtalk, get muted. You haven't done that yet, so you're good.
Dude,
Rule
you
number
don't
2.
have-
Rule number 2. Well, now you violated
You're
rule number 1.
perfect.
Now you
You're-
violated rule number 1. See
You're
how this works?
perfect.
Okay. All right, cool. So rule number 2: Answer questions. Okay. Now, why should trans people not use the bathroom that they choose? Hit me up. Let's go.
Yeah, you're a power freak, dude.
That didn't answer my question. So now we're gonna mute you again, and we're gonna keep asking the question. So this is what happens, Q-Top. I don't allow people run from my questions. Okay. So you're not gonna run. Answer the question. Hit me up. Let's go.
He sounds so defeated and pathetic.
So the question is just simply going to be answered very simply. Okay, so it just seems like the presupposition within the question is just like subjective morality. So they shouldn't use the bathroom of someone that is not in their gender because this is a violation of the law of God. So you shouldn't. You ought not do things that violate the law of God.
Okay, so the law of God. So God came down. He said trans people should not use the bathroom that they choose. Correct? That's your position.
You say God came down. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, what verse is that?
Yeah, did he say that in the Bible or what?
Oh yeah, it's just going to be implied from the text.
Oh, it's just implied,
Where?
so it's your interpretation. Okay, so which text, which verse do we apply that from?
Sounds like you're leaning on your own understanding there.
What verse do we apply that?
Yeah, what verse do we apply?
I'll give you a verse.
Hit me up. Let's go.
Wait, so before I give you the verse, are you assuming the Bible to be true here?
No, I want to know like
why are you interested in a verse?
So do you know like so if you have like an argument, right? So right now what I'm doing is I'm establishing whether the premises are true before I establish whether the argument's valid, right? So you're making it. I don't know why you're over talking me. Remember rule number 1, right? So you did. You said if God came down and issued a law. I still don't know why you're over talking me. Right? So you're still over talking me. Stay muted, buddy. Pipe down. Okay, it's all right. Oh, he ran. Okay.
And there he goes.
Get her, Jade.
Too easy. I love that shit.
I'm
Okay.
so mad nobody
By the way,
understands this
thank
reference.
you so much, Grandmaster. Grandmaster with the 1 year long ban. Yo, Grandmaster was not having it tonight. Thank you
Hey,
so
how
much,
you doing?
Grandmaster. I appreciate you. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? How old are you?
Hey, doing good, man. I just want to say trans people have a mental illness.
Yeah, do you have an argument for that?
Yeah, 100%, man. If you're trans, you have a mental illness.
That's the claim again. Can you establish the justification for the claim?
And I just want to say that anybody who's trans is mentally retarded.
Ill? Gotcha. Okay, so now you want to use slurs. I gotcha.
On top of that,
so it doesn't look like you're going to be able to justify your claims. Sorry, buddy.
I want to
come back next time.
Get fucked.
Real quick before we go forward, I want to follow that up with: if you're trans, you are valid, you are wonderful, you are loved, you are important, and you are needed in this world. Do not listen to idiots like that who have no fucking idea what the real life is like and that have no basic empathy. Okay, love ya.
And if you're a transphobe, you're delusional. Bunny, how you doing? How old are you?
I'm good. I'm 19. I just wanted to hop in and say that it bewilders me that people are like, oh, trans people shouldn't use the bathroom they choose, but then they get mad when they see somebody going into the opposite bathroom. Like if somebody that passes as a man would walk into the woman's bathroom because that's the gender they were assigned at birth, they'd be like, oh my god. But then you get mad if they go into the men's bathroom. Like what? Like make up your mind.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, and I want to add to that, right? This type of like this idea, right? It really relies on masculine and how you present, right? So this could affect cis women, this could affect cis men if people don't deem you masculine or feminine enough. Because like the butch lesbians have already been attacked for going into the women's restroom because people thought that they were trans. Like transphobia doesn't hurt trans people, it hurts everyone because it sets a subjective standard for masculinity and femininity.
There you go. Danny, hello, how old are you?
You, I'm 21.
All right, man. You got an argument for us today?
Not necessarily. It's just kind of more an opinion than an argument, but
okay.
I don't know. I think it's just kind of weird. To, like when I think about it, like in practice, like I'm personally just not comfortable with like the idea of like a 40-year-old like trans woman or something being able to be in like the same bathrooms as like.
So if they're 36, then it'll be fine. I'm curious what the age.
No,
is
I mean I just mean the age doesn't matter. Just like an older person in general.
So an older person being in the women's restroom. So like cisgender women who are like old shouldn't use the women's restroom. I'm confused what the argument is.
No, they're good, but I think there's a difference between a trans woman and a cis woman.
Well, yeah, that's why there's the prefixes there. But what I'm asking is like, why do we why does it matter what the age is? Because you said 40 years old.
Yeah, I just think that people that were born biologically male as adults should not be in the same room as girls who were born biologically as a woman.
In the same room or the same bathroom?
Same bathroom.
Okay, can you give me an argument for that?
No, I said earlier I don't have like a full
No, so you just followed this for no reason.
You
What do
just
you mean? I said I was saying my opinion from the beginning.
I understand, but like, yeah, I mean, nobody would have any reason to hold that view though if you don't have justification for it. That's all I'm saying.
So what's your justification for?
Yeah, as long as they're not harming anyone, I don't understand what they're doing wrong. Like they're not like doing. That by the way, like women are more likely to approve of trans women using the women's restroom than men are. Men are mainly the ones who are opposing it, right? If you look at pretty much every study on this.
I mean, yeah, I feel like most men just that whole idea in general of a man becoming a woman and then being in like those same spaces.
It's not
like,
men
children,
becoming
like,
women,
weird.
right? Trans women are always women, right? They were just perceived to be men because of external genitalia that they were assigned at birth. They're always women. They're not men.
I mean, if you got a penis, I don't think you should be in the same room as little.
So you think if a trans woman got bottom surgery, then it's fine for them to go into women's restroom, right?
No.
Okay, so it has nothing to do
so
with
it
the
has
penis.
nothing to
Okay,
do with the
next
penis.
question.
I don't know why you brought the penis part up.
Also, what if a father, right, took his little girl to the women's restroom? Do you have a problem with that father being in the restroom?
No, because that's like a different circumstance, right? Like he has a.
But you
reason to
don't
be
know
in
that,
there.
right? His daughter is in the stall and he's just standing there and like kind of like around the sinks. And
I mean,
he's not even a trans woman. He's not presenting as a woman. He's just a cis man.
I mean, sure, that's a possibility, but like you're kind of like presupposing that, right? I think generally that's
What
not.
am I
the case.
presupposing?
That the like dad's a creep.
But you're
Yeah,
presupposing
that's what you're
that
doing with trans women.
trans women are a creep.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you
I'm just
are,
saying
because
that-
you
I'm
literally
just
said
saying that
trans
I
women.
just find it
No,
uncomfortable.
why? Wait, yeah. Why are you uncomfortable? Why?
Because, like I said, I don't think people that were born with men genitalia should be.
You
in the same
already
bathroom
said.
as
You
little
already
girls.
said
So
that
just to
if
be
trans
clear-
women had bottom surgery.
You think men know more than women when women are saying that they're fine with trans women using the women's restroom and men are saying they're not fine? You think men know more than women in this case? Women should have to listen to the man here, right?
Not necessarily need to listen, but I think men definitely have. We know like how fucked up men can be, and like just you
Yeah,
know.
so do women. I think women know probably more than men, right? But that's not true for trans women, and that's why trans women know how fucked up men could be. That's why they don't go into the men's restroom.
Yeah, you're presupposing that trans women, quote unquote, think like men, right? And that's just not the case. We can see there's several studies have been made that like a trans woman's brain is like closer to a female's brain than like a male's brain.
I mean, there's been like stories out there of like fucking creeps, like.
Yeah, those are
you guys
usually.
admit that like that stuff does.
Yeah, there's
exist.
stories
Also-
out there of like cisgender lesbians, assaulting people in women's restrooms. Should therefore lesbians not be allowed in women's restrooms? That's not going to be a good argument.
That was a question, Danny.
Wait, was it? Sorry.
Yeah, address.
Yeah, it's like if
Say it again.
there have been instances in which lesbians have attacked a woman in women's restroom. It doesn't follow from that lesbians shouldn't use the women's restroom, correct?
That's different though, right? Because they're both like born women.
Yeah,
Why
but
is
this is
that
a
any
particular
different?
woman who's like, yeah. So like, why would that be?
There's a trans woman who has like who's born in a male's body. Like
Why would
that's
the
different,
fact?
like, just
Why
a
would the
lesbian.
fact that the trans woman is male, or the fact that she's
They
male,
can do more harm to a cis woman.
they can do more. Oh, so what really matters is if you can do a significant amount of harm to somebody in the woman's restroom, then you shouldn't use the woman's restroom. That's the argument.
No, I'm just saying.
Okay,
that-
I don't know why you said that.
What the
Let's
fuck
throw
is
that
the
out.
I'm just
argument
simply
then, dude?
stating that trans women are more of a physical threat to cis women.
Okay,
than
so
other
is
cis women.
that what we're saying, that if you are more of a physical threat on average to a cis woman, then you shouldn't use the woman's restroom? Is that the claim?
No, I'm just saying.
So
that
don't
one
use the
aspect.
argument then if that's not the claim.
I never said that's my argument.
Okay, then why'd you bring it up?
You asked me.
Oh my god. What about you, Juan? What's your argument?
I think that trans people and LGBTQ
should have their own land and their own island. Gotcha. What's your argument with respect to the bathroom? I saw your comment earlier.
Well, that's a deep subject. Please make a fucking argument.
Man, shut up.
You came up here for why? To sit in silence?
All right, Danny, you're getting dropped because somebody paid 5 gifted. Thank you for Rillian for the 5 gifted subs. So Juan, did you have like an argument or what's up?
The silence is deafening.
You're muted. Hit that unmute button, the little microphone shit, if you can, if you know how to. Juan, are you with us today?
Juan got the MAGA bars.
There you go.
The MAGA bars.
MAGA bars is crazy.
Okay, I feel like this topic is a little bit.
Bro, you came up here, form a fucking argument.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
No, you're wasting everybody's time. Like, is this like what you do, bro?
Bro, how old are you, Juan? Oh my god, bro.
MAGA mobile put plus the mute is crazy.
Bro, he's one of the first rollouts of the Trump mogul. He's testing it out.
For real.
Love it.
I don't know why I keep getting muted.
Because you won't answer the fucking question, bozo.
Oh my god.
So what's your argument for why trans people should not use the restroom that they choose?
Actually, I just don't want them in the men's restroom. They can use the women's restroom.
Cool.
Wait, so
Awesome.
like, okay, yeah.
Why? Because you like can't handle yourself, or what? What's going on there?
Nah, I just wouldn't feel comfortable.
Okay.
So you would
They
want
don't feel
them to
comfortable.
do what they want. Got it.
Nah, there's cycles.
Yeah. Anyway. If you think
They don't
trans
wanna
people
be
should
in the
not be
bathroom
able to use the
either,
restroom that they choose, go ahead and hop on the guest request.
I think it's very important to like know that he's uncomfortable with trans women. Trans women would be uncomfortable with you.
Megan, are you opposition or no? Only opposition, thank you. Let me know in the comments if you're opposition. He's just way too attracted to them. Yeah.
I think he was an accidental ally, I think.
Yeah, a little
He was so bigoted that he became an ally.
Like, yeah, trans women go in the women's restroom. Hell yeah.
It's like when you see those people on Twitter talking about like somebody like oh my god, he's a singer, his name's Sasha. He's a trans man, and they're like, you'll never be a woman. Like, no shit.
It's like you go like Pac-Man, you go so far out, you come out the other side.
Right.
Wait, chat. Let me know. What does microwave non-binary mean? Because somebody just called me that in the
Hello?
comments. What does that mean?
Microwave what?
Mercury is not in the microwave right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mercury is in the microwave. Yes, it is.
Also, update, Ollie. The divorce papers have been filed. I am on my way.
Yeah, it's about damn time, honestly.
It's about damn time.
Oh my god. In a minute.
Can't hear that without
You know, had I known that you were just as in love with me as I am with you, this would have been so much easier. But like, I'm obsessed. I'm sorry.
Oh my god! Like the kids say, put the fries in the bag, Nanners. What's going on? Where we been?
You get that fucking picture off my phone now.
Hold on.
Is that Bush Biden? Is that Bush and Biden?
That's Bush Trump.
Oh
It
my
makes
god!
me so uncomfortable.
Yeah,
Let's see who we got up here. Yo, Jolly, what up? D, hello, how old are you?
Near.
Okay. Alright, thank you, buddy.
You're so funny. You got the whole squad
Hilarious.
laughing.
You are fucking
At least be kind of dedicated to it. Damn.
Cookies, how old are you? Oh, they're still loading in.
Ooh.
What's going on, Carbon?
What's up, Jolly? How you doing?
Pretty good. What was Q-Top on about? I think I saw him like.
So
last
we
week in here.
so he was trying to run precept and he failed miserably. It was
Yeah.
pretty funny. He used
Yeah,
the possibility of the contrary, like kind of talking point. I was like, oh, what's the argument for that? And he crashed out. It's just one
Did he-
question. It's like a single point of failure. It's just like hilarious.
Every single time I've ever heard him like, he left. Every single time I've heard him talk about that now, he always says like, we'll justify the possibility of the contrary. And I'm just like, bro, that's not a fucking argument, dog. That's not truth apps. It's just
And
a
then he
command.
came back to the bathroom one, right? And then he was like, yeah, it was just God's divine command that trans women shouldn't use the woman. I was like, wait, where is that in the Bible? I like to see
Yeah,
that.
so what verse is that, buddy? From the Bible, exactly.
I didn't even know they had bathrooms back then. Turbo, how old are you?
I'm 18.
All right, what's your argument?
So, can you put it into your own words to, for me, this argument?
Yeah, like why does God allow things like school shootings, rape, genocide?
We switch topics, okay?
So why does God allow evil?
Yeah.
Well, if you want to call that
Well,
evil,
I think-
I don't know, but yeah.
I mean, that's essentially what it is, the evil argument.
Well, I like as an internal critique, right? Like, of course, under our view, it's gonna be evil, but like under like theists, Christians, things like that, if you consider those to be evil, why would God allow it? But yeah, good.
Look, don't make me say the N word in the morning here. I mean, I just
Why would you want to say
look-
the N-word? That's very disturbing.
You okay?
sir.
look. Listen.
I thought you were trying to debate, or did you not?
I'm not here to debate. Are you kidding me? What the
Oh, okay. So you don't know what to like.
Oh, so
what's your
get the
problem?
fuck out, loser.
What the fuck?
Hi.
Hello.
What's up?
How old are you?
I'm 30.
Are you a Christian or something, or theist?
Well, I'm a skeptic. I'm just, is this just centered around Christianity or all religions? Islam, Judaism, Hinduism, Taoism?
Generally people who believe in the omniproperty God. That's usually who it's questioned.
Okay, so Abrahamic religions mainly.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, yeah.
The one God of those three, yes.
Or the three gods of those one. However you want to catch that.
No. It's one God for all three religions. It's
Yeah,
just the
one equals
Christian
three.
that made it into three.
Do you have a?
Never heard of that math before.
Do you have an answer to this?
Me?
The Codines. The Codend.
Oh, what's his name? I thought it was Coda. Oh, the cod and cat guy. Hey man, you're off the app. We won't be able to hear you if you're talking. Cod. Hello. Okay. What do you call a
That was a quick-
non-binary fascist? A Nazi?
God.
Grandmaster.
Yo, that's actually fire. I love
Nazi.
that.
Mine the other day was better. I said I must be trans because I'm not that guy. Okay, and mine was better. Okay, and I patented it too. I sent it up to the patent office. You can't take it.
Oh, of course. Grandmaster said something way better earlier, and you didn't call it out. He said, "Did you hear the one about the non-binary gold prospector? They dug a fortune out of them their hills."
Oh my god.
Them their heels.
I love how Grandmaster, while Carbon was away, just made a TikTok and was just like bonding with all of us while you were gone.
You're welcome, TikTok.
Yeah,
These
live on
toes
Twitch,
made that
where-
happen. Funded by
Not the toes.
Funded by Nanner's toes.
You're welcome, folks.
Also, chat, I need like 5 more followers till I get to 1K on my backup. Can you follow me, please?
Yo, follow Olive now.
You don't even follow me, Void. Hello?
This is a backup account. I got bananaed, okay?
Okay, what?
Listen.
Hello?
If you are a theist, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. I don't see anybody like in the comments just yet, freaking out. But yeah, if you're a theist, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. See if you can answer this. This very easy question, I promise you. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Get us up to like, I I don't know, 69,000. That's a good number.
Speaking
Keep
of 69
tapping,
carbon.
keep sharing, all that good stuff. We'd love to talk to you. And give the panel, give Jolly, give Olive, give Floyd, and give who's that at the bottom?
I swear to Jesus.
Nanners, yeah, that's right. Give Nanners. They do amazing work. Okay.
No.
Jolly is like Philbro, but not real Philbro. Like just
He's a good
enough
Philbro.
Philbro to where like it's not
He's smart.
annoying.
Yeah.
It's like actually he's an entertaining like Philbro, so
Yeah.
like, you know.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Entertaining film.
Carbon, if you could get twice the amount of views, but you'd have to like put on a foot cam, would you do it?
Twice?
I'll do it.
That's only 600 views. No, it'd have to be like
I'll do it.
3K maybe. I don't know.
3K, you do it?
3K.
Actually, I
Okay,
have
y'all
nice
heard it
feet.
here
I've
first.
been told I have nice feet.
By who exactly?
Make sure it didn't happen.
My past.
Your past.
is
Definitely have nice
crazy.
Beautiful, Carbon.
Wait, did Nanners just vouch for your feet?
No.
I mean,
I'd
we
like
all
to see
kind
some evidence.
Yeah. I'm gonna need a source.
I'm gonna need a source.
I
They're
can
very-
neither confirm nor
Citation
deny.
needed.
I can neither
I mean-
confirm nor deny.
He low-key posted his feet in his Discord when he almost like
Okay, not
lost his
really. Yeah,
hand.
when I
You can
had
see
like
his toes.
yeah, you could see it like
You can see
well,
his toes,
Really?
which is arguably the best part of the feet.
in 2 ways.
In 2 weeks.
If you if you have an answer to this question, I'd like to hear the answer to such a question. Right? I want to know why God allows these kinds of actions. It's because they're good. It's because he wants to preserve your free will. He wants the school pew-pewer to have the freedom to school pew-pew. Is that what he wants? Let me know. Let's see if this guy. Hello, how old are you? Oh wait. Hello, how old are you?
37.
All right. You have an answer to the question?
Why wouldn't God allow it to happen?
Yeah. Why does he allow it to happen?
No, I'm saying why wouldn't God allow it to happen?
What's
So
the
you don't
question?
want to answer the question?
No, that's the answer. Why would that not happen?
Well, I mean, listen. If you don't want to answer the question, that's fine. You're just avoiding the question. But I can answer. Like, listen. Like under an internal critique, if it's true that these things should not occur, right? Like school pew-pewings and things like that, right? Then presumably God is motivated to preventing them, right? So what explains why he wouldn't prevent them, given his omni properties? So do you have an answer to that question, since you didn't answer the first one?
Well, the question was the answer. The whole
Bro,
purpose
what?
of existence is to learn, to grow, to exist. So why wouldn't there be things like that happen?
So, okay. Oh, okay. So the answer to the question is God allows, school pew-pewings and grape, so people can learn from school pew-pewings and grape. Yeah.
So people can learn from him? Like, so if a baby, like, I'm sure we can come up with scenarios and think of scenarios where, like, babies have been unalived in natural disasters. Like, what exactly did they learn from that?
What did they learn from a natural disaster?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Maybe learn
Can
from
you
being
tell me what they
drowned by the
learned from that?
hurricane.
Yeah, can you tell me what they learned? What the babies learned?
No. What I was
Yeah,
going to say is
exactly.
I'm trying to think of this to say it in the least inflammatory way I can say it, or the least psychopathic sounding way. The world is like a garden.
You're allowed to be inflammatory.
Just don't use
entirety
slurs and stuff like
of
that.
the entirety of the Bible is inflammatory, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, if you sound like a psycho, then you're just like really matching your god.
What's your answer?
Well, the world is essentially a garden, and every once in a while it needs to be pruned.
Oof.
Everything dies eventually. That's not
You
wrong.
say it
It's
needs
just how life
so,
is.
okay, so,
Hold
so
up.
it needs to be okay. So these children that died in natural disasters, or these children that died from like genetic cancers and school, like school unalivings. These are necessary things to happen, correct?
Everything has to die eventually.
Was that a yes?
Yes, everything
They're
has to die
necessary.
eventually.
So your position is that these should happen, like the school pewings, they should happen.
Not people being murdered, but everything has to die eventually. I mean, the idea that there's already...
You keep saying everything has to die eventually. That's an ambiguous answer. I'm asking, is it true that the school shooting should occur?
That they should occur?
Yes.
The Bible very clearly calls out that murder is wrong.
So they should not occur.
Okay.
So they're not necessary.
Am I the only one getting like a weird buzzing sound?
I'm getting it too.
Yeah, me too.
It's hurting my fucking ear.
It's feedback. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's from him. Yeah. Are you like moving your camera or your phone around, Fiend, or something?
No, it's...
You have headphones in?
No, I have headphones in, yes.
Will you take them out, please?
Sure, hold on.
Yeah, it's just kind of hard to hear.
Is that better?
Oh, much better. Okay, so...
Yeah, very much, thank you.
So if you're saying that the school, the school shootings, right, should not occur, then they're not necessary, correct?
School shootings are not, but dying is. That's just part of life.
Well,
That was the Bible
already. This is the question that I asked. Because we're not talking about whether somebody just dies. We're talking about like these specific events, right? Like school shootings, natural disasters, things like that. So in a school shooting, you agree that they should not occur, correct?
Well, of course, murder shouldn't occur, but the question is exactly why does God allow this? That's just life. There's always terrible things that happen. The world is like basically like a self-sustaining garden. It's shitty. The Bible already tells you that murder is wrong. It also says that you have the right to defend yourself from murderers.
Oh my God. Okay.
So it's saying, well, why does God allow this? How would God make a perfect world for human beings to exist in? If you're looking at the Bible from the standpoint that what it says is true, or at least what the story says, human beings already had paradise, but human beings didn't want paradise. So it's like, why does God allow it? What should God do? Should God just mind control everyone? Should God lobotomize every human being? Of course, it shouldn't happen, but you have your right to defend yourself from people like that.
No, I mean,
the fact that most of the time, a lot of the times that this happens,
Can you let
those
me
people were.
respond?
Okay, yeah. So
I'm still
I've got a
finishing my
question.
answer, but whatever.
Do you think it's going to be a violation of my free will that like I can't snap my fingers and call somebody's name and they just explode? Is that a violation of my free will?
What?
Is it a violation of my free will that if I snap my fingers and call somebody's name, then they explode? Or they don't explode? Well, how that's impossible? I can't do it, right? Is that a violation of my free will? Here, let me help you. You're probably going to say, like, no, because it's physically impossible, right? At least, right?
No, because you're a physical being. You're not a spiritual creature.
Right, so then, well, when you say, like, you're not a physical being, so you're a spiritual creature. Well, I mean, God is the person who created, the one who created these physical laws, right? I don't know what me being a spiritual creature has anything to do with it. But what I'm getting at is that since it's physically impossible for me to do it, God can make things that are physically impossible to do and have it so that way it doesn't violate my free will. So it's physically impossible for me to actualize my desires. That's not a violation of my free will, right? Like just because I can't snap my fingers and cause somebody to explode, like how that's a limit of my corporeal being, it's not a violation of my free will, right?
You could with C4.
I can't
Carl,
snap
he's
my
not talking
fingers and
about
call your name and do it without C4.
You
Is
could
that a
if
violation?
they would do it for you.
It's irrelevant. We're not talking about that.
We're talking about the supernatural ability to just simply snap your fingers, say somebody's name, and then they just go poof. That's what
No,
we're talking
the
about. We're not
original
talking about the
question-
aiding of anything.
The original question was, why does God allow this? That was the point.
I got that. I'm talking about what Jolly is talking about.
Okay.
I'm saying like you said earlier, you made the point like, well, does God have to like lobotomize everybody, right? Which is, I mean, essentially just saying, well, does God have to like take away everybody's free will? Well, no. I mean, like if God makes an action physically impossible to do, then it's not a violation of your free will, because otherwise you would have to say that all of the physical limitations that are, within me right now, is a violation of my free will, right?
Right. Like he could have just made God
Listen,
could have just made
Jolly,
a
you
physical
wearing a
limitation.
bulletproof vest is a violation of my free will to shoot.
Yeah, true.
No, it's not. That's called Gish Gallop. You're trying to change the point. The original point.
Bro, do you know what a fucking joke is, bro?
These terms are okay. Oh my god.
No, it's just always the same with these kinds of debates. Is you
No,
don't like
you're
to
not
answer
engaged. You're not engaging
more
what Jolly is
ridiculous.
asking you.
Yeah.
Please engage what Jolly asked you. It's gonna say.
I just did. Dude.
How you
You have
doing?
C4. You can set
No,
it up.
that's
so
not-
Let me
that's
change the
not-
hypothetical to make it easier. Okay, so let's say God made a world where bullets just bounce off, right? Like they don't affect anybody, right? Would that be a violation of our free will if he did that?
W.
Would it or would it not be a
Freedom.
violation of free will?
You can still shoot people.
Yeah, but like God could have actualized a world where they just bounce off your skin, right? Would that be a violation of our free will if he did that?
But it then also require that plenty of other laws of physics not work properly for that to occur.
Yeah, like he could change some of them. Yeah. When you say not work properly, again, that's like a normative claim. So I mean, I don't really know what you mean by there, but okay.
We should also probably tread lightly with the language just for TikTok purposes. I am traumatized from being bananaed twice this month, so just like mind what you say.
Yeah, instead of like the M word, you use like unalive.
Mhm.
Mostly towards the dude up top.
Yeah. So like, yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna keep asking the same question. If God made it like impossible, or just you made it so that like bullets bounce off, right? Or I can say another word like smullets bounce off or whatever. Like, would that be a violation of our free will?
Freedom seeds.
Freedom seeds.
Would that violate your free will, Find?
If they bounced off, you'd still be able to shoot people, so I don't see how that's violating your will.
Oh, okay, so it's not going to be
And more
necessary
importantly-
that God made the laws of physics in such a way where, like, freedom seeds unalive people, right? So the question is, like, why did he allow unnecessary harm or more evil? Because presumably, like, even by the first commandment, right, it's like more evil is going to be actualized in this world over a world where freedom seeds don't actually unalive people. So why does God prefer a state of affairs where there's more evil?
Wait, say that last part again.
Why does God prefer a state of affairs where more evil is actualized?
Well, isn't the path of spiritual growth seeing evil and rejecting it?
Okay, I'm done. You guys can.
Okay.
No,
so like,
that's the point. It's
No,
just like
you're just not engaged.
So okay,
No,
does
I'm engaging. That's the
does
point.
God undergo this spiritual growth?
Does God undergo the
Yeah.
spiritual
Did
growth?
did he undergo this spiritual growth?
It depends on how you look at it. If you look at how the Old Testament and the New Testament, it does seem like that's something that occurred.
Okay, so he was actually less perfect at one point, and he became more perfect.
I'm not somebody that believes that like God literally is infallible in the sense that like the Catholic Church would teach.
So you think
The Lord
he
is
does
a
have
spiritual
flaws and
being.
failures?
Well, it says in the Bible that mankind is a reflection of the Lord, and that's not talking about a physical presence. That's talking about a spiritual, mental, and emotional being.
Okay, so
God
he
gets
does
angry.
he does
God
make
gets
mistakes
angry.
sometimes.
God gets vengeful.
Wait, so he does make mistakes sometimes?
I would say possibly, yes.
Oh, well, that explains why he allows some of this.
Okay, then like if that's your view, then like that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's just not a typical Christian view.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think typical people view.
Yeah, well, when
the world would work if it was some
I was
pleasure
telling you, like, when you came in, I
I
told you like a specific kind of God that this argument's targeting, right? It's the kind of God that doesn't make mistakes, right? He's perfectly good.
Well, the
He's all knowing.
omniproperties.
He's all powerful, perfectly rational, all that good stuff, right? If you just want to reject, like, if he's like if he's sometimes good, yeah, that explains why he allows like.
No, I think God is good all the time.
But okay, then
Is
you
he
just said he
always
makes mistakes.
okay? But he's not.
But somebody
he's
making a
not
mistake
perfectly
or doing
rational
something
though.
that they think. No, I would say God is still perfectly rational.
Okay, wait, let's go through them. Okay, he's perfectly good. He's perfectly rational.
Yeah.
Is he all powerful?
Absolutely.
Is he like omnipotent?
Yes.
Okay. Is he all knowing?
Of course.
Okay. Is he omnipresent?
Yep.
Okay, so this argument does fucking apply to you. Okay, so Jesus Christ. When you said
You
he
just
made
said he
mistakes,
wasn't perfect, bro.
when you said he makes mistakes, what did you mean? If he's perfectly rational, how can you make a mistake?
Something that makes a mistake, you can make a mistake because you made a decision that later you thought, well, maybe it was good at the time.
Yeah, that's a mistake in reasoning, but
Yeah.
he's perfectly
There can be
rational.
mistakes
Hold on, wait.
in
Like,
perfection.
can you be perfectly rational and make a mistake in your reasoning?
Yeah.
So you're just goofy. Okay.
No.
Yes, you can't be
No.
perfect and simultaneously make mistakes. Perfection literally entails without mistake, without flaw. And a mistake is a flaw.
And
can you also change your mind if you physically can't change at all because you're non-spatiotemporal?
Say that again.
If you're outside of time, if like change doesn't apply to you at all, right? Like, how can you change your mind?
If you're outside of time, how can you change your mind?
Yeah, because time is a measurement of change, right?
Perception of measurement of change.
Perception of measurement? I don't really know what
Girl,
that
what?
Jolly, I don't think he's tracking literally a single word you've said this entire time.
I think you
What he's
just.
saying, but I just think it's a matter of moving the goalpost to try and get an answer that you want.
You're the one moving the
you got me,
goalpost.
dude.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, you got me.
No. I mean, it's like it's you sit there and you set something into motion. God set something into motion, and God thought it was good, liked it, and then eventually said, you know what? I think maybe this would be better if I did it this way. The idea of my idea of perfection is not a thing that it's just literally somebody farts and it doesn't stink. It's always looking for improvement. It's always seeking
Wait,
to.
if
to
something is
recognize-
perfect, there is no need for improvement because it is perfect. That is the definition of perfection, bro. It's without flaw.
Perfection's not a thing that exists anywhere.
Wait,
You just said he was perfect.
You said he's perfectly rational.
Yeah, compared to human beings. Somebody who's
Perfect-
6 foot tall is somebody
Perfect
who's
isn't
6
a
foot.
relative to. Oh my god.
Yeah, perfect isn't
Yeah.
relative. What?
All right, I'm done
Somebody
with
who's
this guy.
6 foot.
I'm sorry, Vladimir. Were you a Christian or something or whatever?
Fucking nonsensical.
You're muted, my guy.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Hello?
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what's your answer to the question?
I want to say, don't you believe that to distinguish what is good, you would need to have evil?
What?
He said
To
for there to be
distinguish-
good, there has to be evil.
Basically.
Well, how's that an answer to the question?
Because you're essentially saying that evil is bad, and that is bad. What you're bringing up in your eyes, that is bad.
Well, like I'm saying, wait, are you a Christian?
No, he's Dracula.
Are you a Christian?
But
Blah blah blah. No,
I don't
no,
say
yes,
blah.
I am.
Not a Christian? What do you believe?
I'm an Orthodox Christian.
Okay, so you believe that school shootings and things like school pupilings are wrong and they're evil, correct?
They are. Whoever does this shooting is committing a sin.
Right, they're doing something they ought not do, correct?
Yes, they're
Okay, do
doing
you have an
something.
answer that establishes why God would allow that?
God is not allowing it. What is happening here basically is God. He creates us and then he gives us this kind of
Free will doesn't exist. Free will does not exist. Free will doesn't exist. Free will does not fucking exist. You can't be all knowing
We can
with
argue that,
predetermination.
but we can argue that, but you would need to.
It doesn't exist.
Wait, so
Sorry.
Vladimir,
Yeah, I can prove it.
Wait, hold on. So when I say allow, I just mean he has the ability to stop it and chooses not to stop it. You agree that he has the ability to stop it and chooses not to stop it, correct?
Again, and this
I'm sorry, that's just a yes or no.
but I never finished my point.
Okay, so just to be clear, when I say why does God allow this, what I'm asking you
Can I make
why,
a straight point, please?
Okay,
Please, can I make my straight point? And then you can pinpoint.
Because you
what
said he
think
doesn't
is
allow
right.
it, so I'm not gonna you're going off on we're making sure that we're understanding our terms, right? So when I say why does God allow this, what I mean is why does God, given that he knows he can stop, he knows how to stop it, he can stop it, and chooses not to stop it, right? That's what I mean. Why does he do that? Can you answer that question?
Yes, I will answer
Go ahead.
this question. And now, deep down, we know that the main things that are evil, we have it. It is a natural disposition. We know what is evil, what is not evil between the humans. So we know that killing and raping and stealing, they're all innately wrong. Obviously, we don't know every detail of life and morality, but we know the main things. We have it deep down within us. So this is a moral compass that our Creator has put within us. So if I go and I do evil, I know deep down that it is evil. You cannot deny it. So basically, the Creator is testing us with His life. He sends us a revelation which has all the aspects of morality, and not just things that are within you. The Creator is testing you whether you will choose to do that which is good, and you will choose to do that which is.
Is he testing it for his own knowledge?
Huh?
Is he testing it for his own knowledge?
Why would he test it for his own knowledge?
What is he testing it for? For presumably, if we're gonna do an analogy, when a teacher runs down a test, they're testing it so that way they know whether you know the material, right? But if they already know that you know the material, there's no point. If they know that you would get an 80%, right, and you know that you would get an 80%, I don't understand. What is he testing for?
So you're saying God is all knowing.
Yeah.
And he knows what.
So what is he? What's the purpose of the test if he already knows the results?
There's an answer to this. Let's say God gives you 6 doors in front of you. He knows the outcome of every single door that you pick. For example, this door will lead you there, this door will lead you there, that door will lead you there, and so on. But he's giving you the option to pick every single door. He's saying basically, it is up to you to pick any one of these doors, but I know the outcome of every single one of them.
Don't I already know what door you're gonna pick though?
I'm trying to figure out how so you're saying that when God is looking at a man who is pew-pewing a school or torturing somebody or raping somebody or whatever, he's just looking there, he knows what you're going to do before you do it, and then as you're doing it, right, you're saying he doesn't stop it because
he knows how it's going to end, but you still had the option to not shoot.
Wait, yeah, he has the option to not pew-pew, right? But then after he pew-pews, why does he allow it to occur? What purpose? Be more specific. What purpose would God have for not deflecting the bullet, for example? Because the person's already made the choice. There's no more information that God needs out of this individual. So what purpose would he have for not protecting the child?
Yes, I will tell you. So we established that it is in your own hands to decide what is good and what is bad. But there's this concept that a lot of people don't take into consideration, like you guys, which is the idea of the afterlife, in which everybody is accountable for their deeds. So if I do evil, that doesn't mean that somebody is going to get away with it right now.
What about unnecessary suffering? Do you think that all suffering is necessary?
Hold on. In the afterlife, if you do evil, you'll be accountable, and people will be compensated for the bad that happened to them, and evil people will be punished.
You can ask your question.
Yeah, like, so let's say the school pew-pewer, right, fires off, and then God deflects the freedom seeds, right? So let's say that's what happened, and no children got hurt. Is the school pew-pewer, is he still morally accountable?
I would think so.
How old are you, Parker Waggy, whatever? How old are you?
14.
Right.
Get out, fetus.
Sorry, man. 18 over. Vladimir, so, like, would he still be morally accountable?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so let's say he goes into the school, intends to unalive, and then fires off, and now the freedom seed, it goes out of the barrel, and so now he's already made his choice, but God decides to deflect it and protect the children. Is he still morally accountable for that action? The school?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not necessary for the bullet to strike the child now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, God sees it as He wants. You know, if the bullet was deflected for whatever reason, something that He has planned in the future. As you know, nothing is a coincidence. So, if, let's say the gun was pointed to some person, and the bullet was, let's say, magically deflected, that person might have a very, very important role in the near future, and you never know.
Oh, so you're saying that the kid didn't like hold any value in the future. That's why it was okay to unalive them.
No, I'm not saying that. You're saying
I'm sorry. What? Like, can I get it clear out? Like, what explains why God, after the freedom seed is out of the barrel, and the individual has already made his choice and therefore is morally accountable and can be judged, what explains why God would allow the bullet to continue on its trajectory?
I think this just goes back to what I just said. If the kid dies, if the kid dies, if anything, he is now saved from this life. Because, like I said, this is a test.
Me?
Yes. This life is a test. What you're telling me, you're happy that you're alive, you're enjoying your life.
Like, I thought the test was a good thing, right? But now it's good to be saved from the test. I don't understand. Like,
the test is the test is basically seeing how you're going to do with it. Now the test could be either good, bad, doesn't matter.
Yeah, so like we already know how the freedom seed is already out of the barrel, so we already know what the test. We know what the results of the test are, right? So what's the purpose that 556 has to
look in order for there to be a test?
What's the purpose that the 556 strikes the child?
In order for there to be a test, the creator has to stipulate what you can and cannot do. So one of the things that the creator stipulated was don't kill, don't grape, and don't steal. So, like, you know, you have... What?
Sorry, the chicken in the background kind of threw me off.
I was in Transylvania. All right, so like, well, first of all, I don't think in the Bible God condemns grape, but like that, putting that aside, I'm trying to figure out, like, because you said what explains why God allows these actions is that He's testing us, right? But the test is, we already know the results of the test after this individual is, you know, pulled on, you know, the mechanism, right? We already know the results, so there's no further need for a test. So the the freedom seed is on its way to the child, and now it's just the laws of physics that are determining what happens there. There's no moral accountability for anything else left there, right? We've already given the moral accountability to the pew-pewer, right? So what explains why God wouldn't just, like, you know, make make it disappear or deflect it, or, you know, make the child impenetrable?
Okay, I'm sorry. Can I ask, where do you get your morality from?
Oh boy.
Why would that be relevant?
Because you said it goes against morality, or maybe I heard it
Yeah,
wrong.
this is an internal critique. My morality is not relevant. We can get into that later.
It is very
I'm trying to
relevant
deflect.
in order to see
Yeah,
Why are
you're
you
deflecting.
deflecting?
Yeah, you're
I'm
deflecting.
not deflecting.
Unlike the freedom
Yeah.
seeds, you are deflecting.
Yeah, let's
Look,
just say,
look.
let's say I was a Christian asking this question. What would be your response?
Well, you wouldn't ask this question if you were.
Yeah, there's a lot of Christians who ask this question.
There's a
Like a whole
Christians question this stuff every day.
philosophical field of Christians asking these questions.
Okay,
Listen,
but you're not a Christian, are you?
and why would that be relevant? Listen. I'm the Joker. I have the worst morality in the world.
You're a Christian. I would deal with
All
you.
things that you think are good, I think are bad. All things that you think are bad, I think are good. Okay, I have Joker moral system. Okay, now that you know my moral system, now give me the answer to the question. What explains why God wouldn't deflect the bullet?
I want to know where you take your morality from.
I just told you, Joker.
It's irrelevant.
If the Joker would do it, then I would do it. There you go. Now, answer my question.
So you're saying you're taking this morality from society.
No,
Yes,
Joker.
okay.
Joker's not society.
But in your society, morality changes every couple of years.
Nope, Joker never changes his morality.
No.
It's always the same. It's always chaos.
Yeah, it's indexed to Joker's preferences. Yeah.
Again, so why should I adopt this morality that comes?
You shouldn't.
from
It's
human
bad.
beings?
Now,
Yeah,
answer my
well,
question.
It is bad. So why are you arguing my morality?
It's an internal critique.
Yeah, I
And
want you to. I want you to improve my morality by telling me what explains why God wouldn't deflect the bullet. Make my morality better, Vladimir.
Okay, if I fail to improve your morality, you're going to stick with this?
Yeah, absolutely. Because you didn't give me any
So
good reason.
you're saying you're going to stick to a deficient morality?
Yeah, actually, I might
Let's-
change it.
You know,
I'm actually in between moral systems right now.
Yeah.
Between the Joker and cheese.
200
Right. So like,
years
hold on,
ago.
real quick. I'm still talking. So the other moral system that I'm thinking about adopting, right, is that of cheese. Right. Anything that promotes the production of cheese is, good. If it doesn't promote the production of cheese, it's bad. Right. Like, that'll be another moral system that I might adopt. Right? Because it's relevant what my moral system is in the internal critique. Right.
Again, 200 years ago, people were being hanged. This is your
Please
morality.
don't
They were-
use those words on TikTok. No,
Yeah, I
nothing
would say
against
that.
you.
I would say that that's bad because it doesn't promote the production of cheese.
Yes, and now you guys suddenly changed, but this is still happening. With one bad leader, everything goes back to shambles.
Okay. Now,
This is your
can you answer the
society.
question? What explains why God would not deflect the bullet, the freedom seed?
Boy, why would he?
Yeah. Why does he choose when he looks at it? It's frozen in space and time, and he has a decision: deflect it or don't deflect it. Why does he choose don't deflect it?
Okay, wait, give me a second.
And no, I will not invite you in, Vladimir.
I need him to say one.
I got you, Miss Rugby. You're muted, my guy.
Yes, give me a second.
Okay.
He's
ChatGPT, hit me up.
No, I actually have written all of this. It's
That's
been a
fine.
while.
Take your time. I really want an answer to this question. In the meantime, thank you guys for tapping the screen. Thank you guys for the Cash App Venmos. Appreciate y'all for supporting the stream. Also, don't forget to support the panel. I do not like my panel having anything less than 1,000 coins. So gift away if you have it. If you don't, tap the screen. Let's go. Hit me up. Yeah, let's hit it up. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's get it in, Carbon.
It's good.
Thank you, Runes.
Hello.
Yeah, don't get Vlad. Like he's not a friend.
Hey, Carbon.
Only get friendlies.
Hey, excuse you, Void. I am trying to
My bad.
Excuse you. Anyways.
I'm not a friendly either.
Hey, Carbon. I got something you can get.
Did
Oh,
you
okay.
just mute Witchy? She's gonna figure out how to kick you from your own stream now. I'm so sorry.
Whoever that was, I appreciate it.
I love how this whole time that fucking Dracula's been yapping. Me and Nanners have just had the most like sentimental conversation the whole time.
What's that heart icon under your avatar on Twitch?
Yes,
What?
we have. Anyways, I gotta finish my
know.
reply to that.
I don't know what that is. Ruby, thank you for
Thinking
the
of
100
finishing.
bits. Thank you so much. Mr. Oakley, thank you for the 30 bits. I got you on the 5 gifted too. Grandmaster, thank you for the 100 bits. What's one state Dracula doesn't like? Alabama, because they all taste the same. Oh, there it is. There's Grandmaster.
Grandmaster.
Do you think Vlad runs the ontological argument?
I don't even think he knows what the ontological.
You don't know what that is. Anyway, I just gotta say hi to Grandmaster, my favorite toe fiend.
Jude, were you Christian or something?
Mm-hmm.
How old are you?
Why does that matter?
Because
For TikTok terms, you're a child. Just don't even bother. That's a kid.
Because you need to be 16 or older to be on live. How old are you?
14.
Yeah. I
Oh,
thought so.
shit.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
He said shit.
That's gonna be my new trick. You need to be 16 or older, and then they tell me that they're 17, and then kick them because they actually have to be 18 or older.
Yes, Dracula, are you back?
All right. So, do you have an answer to the question?
Yes,
How was
I do.
Wallachia?
I'm also very well informed on the ontological argument, but
You should really try to voice a vampire.
I want to
one of
ask
these days.
you
we'll get
if
to that. Okay,
God,
that's fine.
if God stepped in let's say in every evil act by overriding human choice, then I think this free will thing would like be meaningless.
Sure. So, presumably, you don't believe that free will, like preserving free will, in most cases, is like a good thing, right? You don't want to preserve the free will of a grapist to grape, right? You would violate his free will if you were given that option, correct? You think that would be a good thing to do?
I would hold them accountable in the next life.
No,
You wouldn't stop him?
just to be clear, you're standing there, you know that you're sufficiently capable of stopping the rapist who's raping the child, right? Would you stop him?
Oh, yes,
Would you
I
violate
would,
his free
I would.
Okay, so you would violate his free will, right?
That's because it's you know,
It's a good thing to
we
do,
have to
right?
something.
Yeah. And God only does good things, right?
Right.
Yeah. So what do we get from that? What's the
So what do you
conclusion
want
to that argument?
What do you want to get from that?
Yeah, so it's a good thing to stop a rapist from raping, right? God only does good things.
Okay.
Okay, what do we get from those two premises? Let's be more formal. Okay. It would be a good thing for a sufficiently capable agent to stop a rapist, right? God is a sufficiently capable agent, therefore.
I think you're looking at this wrong.
Bro, engage. I beg.
The
quick,
conclusion
really-
the conclusion is that it would be good for the God to stop, right? So like saying that free will, you would violate your free will, and somehow it's bad to violate the free will. Well, no, that's just false, because it's a good thing to violate the free will of that person.
Well, yes. I mean, just as it is good for you to stop a rapist, I think it's also good that God gave humans the ability to choose between good and evil.
Okay, so when you say good, what do you mean?
If God forcibly prevented,
No,
let's
like
say,
when you say it's a good thing to allow this person to do this act, what do you mean by good?
what we think, what we believe is morally good. Or
What does good mean,
What, we find. What do you mean? What good means?
You say it is a good thing to do X. What do you mean by good? Under your worldview, what does the word good mean?
Prevent that from happening.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, we could just run with that to prevent bad thing from happening, right?
Yes.
But and if God is good, then he would prevent bad things from happening, right?
Look, but again, it just goes back.
Question, please.
This goes
Why
back.
are you
This,
allergic to engaging with the fucking argument? Like, what is going
hey,
on?
I'm sorry.
Hey,
Can
Jaden,
voice
thank
stay
you for the
silent?
raid.
No, I cannot actually, because listening to you speak is excruciating, right? You're not engaging.
The only thing you've got going for you is your awesome
Is that
accent.
accent?
That's the only thing that's going for you, dude.
I'll shut up if you say one.
W.
Oh,
Jaden,
two.
thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. Hope you guys had a great, fantabulous live. Thank you so much. Thank you for the raid.
God, listen, brother. God allows evil to happen in a temporary world. You are seeing this world as if it's going to last forever. You're seeing it as if once he stops this bullet, everything is, going to be forever lasting. No. Even if that bullet goes, it's temporary. All this.
Do you remember the question that I asked you
absolute-
like 1 minute ago? You remember that
Yes.
question?
Yes.
What was the question that I
Yes.
asked you?
But the good.
I'm going to check King straight on this guy. Okay, listen. It just follows, right? It follows, right? It follows that if it's a good thing, right, to stop a bad thing from happening, given that you're sufficiently capable of doing it, right? And God is in that situation and would only do the action that is good, then it follows that he would stop the bad thing from happening. Correct? Do we agree that that follows?
Yes.
Okay, so if it follows from that, which premise do you reject? Since the argument's valid.
Brother, if God prevented every evil act,
That doesn't sound like a rejection to either of the premises.
But look, if God does this, he would not have. We would not have free will.
Yeah, but you think violating free will. Do you want the free will to grape someone? Is that what you want? You want the free will to grape someone, right?
No,
you want to
I
have
want
that ability?
whoever is graping to not grape, but it is within his power.
But you think that a person who is sufficiently capable of stopping that rapist should stop him, correct?
Yes, we should stop them.
All right. So if we should stop them,
That's
if it's a
what
good
I
thing to
said. I don't
stop
know why
them,
you're asking
I don't
again.
understand
Yeah.
where the problem. Where am I going crazy here, Jolly? Where is the failure in the argument? Is there a missing premise? Are you saying it's invalid? Are you saying the premises are wrong? I don't understand.
No, I mean, I don't know. I honestly have no idea. But also, Vlad, like, if something is physically impossible for me to do, it's not a violation of my free will, right?
I think that please don't interrupt me here.
Nobody's
I think
interrupting you.
that
Okay.
I was asking a question.
Yes, but don't let me finish. Don't just.
You were
stick to one-
silent.
Put the fries in the
Yes.
bag, bro.
Don't stick to one of my. Okay, Void, please. You're bothering my eardrums.
Do not disrespect.
I know you ain't talking with that fucking accent. That's insane.
Also, that was
You
me
count
that
to
just
10, by the way?
bitched. That wasn't even Void. That was me that was bitching.
Answer the question.
You would stop a rapist because you are limited to reacting to the moment.
Is that what I asked? Nope.
God, yes, that's basically what you. But you're not.
No, it
letting me
wasn't.
finish.
So I'll ask the question
You're not
again.
letting me finish.
I was gonna.
You're not letting
Well,
me
you're not. You
No,
didn't even
sorry.
answer the proper question.
Yeah, just- I want to spare you. I want to spare you.
Clarifying most things that you guys were pointing at me.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, clarify, and then I'll just ask the question again. Go ahead.
God oversees all of time and justice.
That's crazy.
If he intervened in every evil act, the world would lose its purpose as a test.
That's amazing.
You're
So
forgetting that
I'm.
he guarantees ultimate justice where no wrong is ignored.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's crazy. So is it a violation of my free will for me to be unable to do something because it's physically impossible?
No.
Oh, awesome. Right. So if it's physically impossible for me to phase my hand through somebody's chest and rip their heart out, right? That's not a violation of my free will that I can't do that, right? Because it's physically impossible for me to do so. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree.
Awesome. So then by extension, if God made it physically impossible for freedom seeds to pierce people's flesh, right? Well, then it's just by extension, it's not going to be a violation of anybody's free will.
Did you say freedom seeds?
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
You know what that? Okay, pew pews. You know what that means? Like pew pews, right?
Okay.
Okay. You agree?
We can't use inflammatory language. I don't know why you're bitching about a word.
No, I didn't. No, I just did not know what it meant.
That's okay. That's okay. Pew pews, right? Like if God made it physically impossible for pew pews to pierce people's skin, well, then by your principle that you stated that you agreed to, it's not going to be a violation of our free will if God made it impossible for that to happen, right? That's a yes. So then God prefers a world where there's more evil actualized because more people are unalived.
I think why don't we do more to prevent all of this?
Yeah, we could just stop talking about that. Yeah,
just change the entire.
Like,
hey, Johnny, what's the? Let's talk about the color of the sky.
Yeah.
Can I ask one question to this guy real quick? It's okay. So do you not find it to be incredibly selfish of this perfect God to put humans through a test for his own self-serving purpose, seemingly to enter the pearly gates? Like, why does there have to be a test? Is that not selfish to you?
I know it's not selfish to me.
What is the purpose?
Would it be selfish?
Because he
like
has
if you,
the choice.
Yeah, if you had like a parent and they had like a household and they had a couple of siblings and they want to test whether one sibling is like gonna stab the other sibling, right?
Okay.
like presumably that's like a bad parent.
Okay.
Right?
Yes. Yes. Imagine a teacher. Does he give you exams for amusement, or does he give you exams to prepare you for greater things?
Depends on the teacher, honestly.
Also, those exams to that's not analogous. That's not analogous.
Why are you not acknowledging what Carbon just said? You're just coming in here with your own analogy. Please address Carbon's.
Similarly, he's giving us life trials. He's preparing us for eternal justice.
Girl, what?
That's but he doesn't. But he doesn't have to.
I'm sorry.
Right?
Did you not want to?
He doesn't have to, though.
Did you not
That's
want to
the
be?
thing.
Did you not want to be creative? Well, I did.
He literally doesn't have to. He has the choice to make a utopian state, right? Like, he doesn't have to do this. It could be all good.
Yeah.
But he's putting not only
no
adults. Hello, hi, I'm still speaking. Thank you.
Hello.
He's putting not only adults but children through mortal suffering for his own weird, selfish kink. Like, it's very, very strange.
Hey, at least don't be disrespectful.
Bro.
I'm gonna say exactly what I said with my full chest, so you can cope and see.
We're so sorry.
He was not disrespectful.
Again, you're saying God is selfish for creating.
God is selfish.
You're saying
May I
God
ask you one question?
Look, wait a minute.
I have one
Let
question.
me answer her question.
Excuse me. Let me ask you a question first. I have only a few minutes before I pass out. Let me ask you.
Before he has to go to his
Have
coffee.
you heard of Euthyphro's dilemma? I take that as a no. Let me ask you, does God love good action because it is good? Or is good action good because God says so?
Yeah, answer that question, Vladimir. Hey, yo, Grandmaster, what the fuck is that? Yo, with the sage. Sage is coin bot. Let's go.
That was pretty fucking cool.
On your forehead.
Oh,
I clipped that.
are we get in line for this? Me next.
You're gonna answer that question, Vladimir?
Sorry, maybe don't mute me next time.
Well, engage with the fucking conversation.
So you're saying if something is good, is something good because God commands it? Is that what you're asking?
Is it good because God commands it to be good, or is it good because it's good?
I think both options are. They seem to undermine God's sovereignty or goodness.
Oh, there's a third option. I want to hear this one.
I think.
Yeah, let's hear that.
That God is the
Give me the
all-wise.
third option.
Yes, I think God is the all-wise, the most merciful, and he commands flow from his perfect, unchanging attributes.
Oh, that's a
Okay, so something is good because God says it's good, then, yes?
If God forbids murder, not because he randomly decided to, but because his nature is just and merciful.
That didn't answer my question.
Yes, it did. What do you want to know?
It didn't.
Yes, it
But
did.
where does God get his morality from?
Why does God have to have
Because he is the arbiter. One cannot set a standard that they themselves are willing to break, right?
God's commands are neither arbitrary nor bound by an external law, brother.
Then that inherently is a contradiction, is it not?
No, because they flow
that one
from
can
his
be both
perfect
logical
wisdom
and
nature.
illogical at the same time? Then let me ask you, do you believe God's power is all-powerful?
Yes.
Could God create a stone that was too big for him to lift?
You know, if I've
in
been
Reddit territory now.
Well?
I want to hear this ontological.
Well?
What? I gotta know where you're from. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's been bugging me all night. I gotta know.
Are you Croatian?
No, I'm Southeastern European.
Okay. Well, okay.
Okay, that doesn't really help me though.
Country, bro.
I'm from the Balkans.
Pennsylvania!
I'm not going to give my country, but I am Southeastern European.
Everybody's gonna find you from the fucking country you live in.
But can I answer, Jake?
Yeah, go
Can I answer?
Can you answer my question? Yes.
Montana. Somebody said Montana. Help.
If I say yes and if I say no, then in both cases, God is not all.
Answer the question.
Okay. Can God make 2 + 2 = 5?
Did you answer my question?
Yes, I will.
Yes.
Can you answer it first?
But wait. No.
I'm not
because-
waiting. And
Yes, I am. I'm answering. Can God make 2 + I'm not asking you. I'm just.
Well, I don't believe in God. I can't answer that
I'm not
question.
asking you.
According to you.
I'm
Well,
raising
answer
a
mine
question.
first before you ask the
No,
rest of
answer
them.
I'm
Jaden's
not
question
asking
first.
anybody a question.
the fuck
I'm
Answer
answering a
Jaden's
question.
question. God damn.
Can God create a stone that was too big for him to lift?
The silence is deafening.
I think you stumped him. Real bad, Jaden.
Real bad.
At least I didn't stone him.
Oh.
Jaden.
Okay.
God.
And he dropped.
Yeah.
Fucking loser.
What the fuck? Damn it, I brought out Count Dracula for this.
Okay, it's confirmed because I said Wallachia in the comments. He's absolutely Dracula.
Sorry.
It's Wallachia, isn't it?
My Wi-Fi.
All right.
Okay.
Are you ready to answer
again,
now?
Yes, I was answering, but like I said, can God make this? Somebody asked me this question before.
Did you answer it?
Yes. Can God make 2 + 2 = 5? No, because
Can you
it's
answer my
possible.
question?
Yes, I am. Just listen.
So
for
wait,
me.
so there's something God can't do.
Yeah, no, but let me answer. If you let me answer,
Yes or no?
No, because it's logically incoherent, not a limit on
Isn't
power.
God outside?
No, it's not.
Isn't God outside of
Similarly,
logic?
listen, can you please let me speak for a minute, and then you can take my key points, and then we can talk about it. Similarly,
Yeah,
I think this question that was raised, a stone too heavy for an all-powerful being, is a nonsense concept. Let's say, by the way, this paradox misdefines omnipotence. If omnipotence means that God can do anything that is possible, it's not a contradiction. If you look at classical scholars,
why it is.
if you've looked at classical scholars, they argue that power only applies to what is logically coherent.
But you yourself said that God does not abide by the laws of logic. So now suddenly he does?
Vladimir, like the
If,
reason why this question is being asked of you.
There's this scholar
Vladimir,
that
The reason why the question is being asked of you. Listen, many people agree that that's what omnipotent means, right? That you can do anything that's logically possible. But it seems like you want to say that God is outside of that, you know, instantiates the laws of logic, right? Which is why this question is being asked.
you're asking, it's like asking, can an unstoppable force meet an immovable object?
Yes. Based on your parameters, you said that God is not bound by earthly logic. So why would something like, I don't know, making a stone that he couldn't lift be a challenge? Other than the fact that it would be a check on his powers.
I'm saying it's not a challenge.
That's something that God, but it's something God can't do. Which would mean that there is a limit to what he can create.
God constantly uses a rational proof.
Oh shit, I forgot about you.
So he is both rational, but exercises it by irrational means?
Shit, I forgot.
Okay, think about it like this.
I can
Humans
now if
think
you want me
a
to,
thing
or I can
can't
save it. I can
be
pay it forward
in two
tomorrow if you
places at once.
Yes.
But God is beyond space and time.
Then why couldn't you answer my question?
If he's if he's beyond space and time, he would also be beyond the like laws of logic.
Let me put that in my notes.
Logic mentioned.
I'm sorry, every time Void speaks, I just forget my trait of thought. Just go.
I know.
I know she's really hot and distracting, but like
Yeah,
stay on track.
My bad.
Jaden, can you ask me what you wanted to say?
So, based on your parameters, God is not bound by law, by logic, by consistency. All right?
Yes.
And if that is the case, then it shouldn't be difficult to answer whether or not he can create something that he can't lift, because logic does not extend to him.
Can you repeat what I answered, just so we know?
That God is both logical and illogical.
Before that.
Which part? You said no, he couldn't, right?
I said it is illogically incoherent.
But you said he doesn't restrict himself to logic.
Yes, and then I said God isn't bound by logic.
So then he would be able to create the rock, right?
Just to be clear, when you say God is not bound by logic, it means God can do things that are logically impossible, correct? That's what you mean?
Yes.
Okay. So
And why
God
wouldn't he be
could,
able to make that rock?
yeah, he can make a square circle, right? He can make a rock that's so heavy that it can't lift. So the answer is yes, right?
But God, okay, here's the thing. God is not, again, God is not bound by human limitations.
So God can make it to where
Now
God
that is out of the way.
Just to be clear, God can make it to where God both exists and does not exist. So atheist would also be true.
Like I said, there's a scholar. I know. He said this.
You know him?
He said that God's actions are wise and purposeful, not arbitrary. So he does not do meaningless things.
Well, that's kind of why my first question was, is morality good because God says it's good, or is it good because it's good?
Well, God is all
right, and God dictates what's moral, right?
Yes.
Then wouldn't that be an arbitrary standard? Because God himself is not bound by rules of consistency or rationale. Therefore, anything he decides is moral or immoral would be impermissible.
Yeah. No.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, but you're forgetting something.
If the foundation of something is not rooted in logic,
the thing is,
this isn't classic. Do you know
I
what
got the answer to the
is?
question. God can violate people's free will without violating their free will. Like
W.
There you go. Boom. Thumbs up.
Well, in Christianity,
Can contradictions in logic exist?
In reject a false choice. Why don't you do that?
So is God logical or is he not? reject the false choice.
What's the false choice here?
God forbids a murder because his nature is just, not because he arbitrarily decided it.
That was my point. You see that, what you just said there? He arbitrarily decided it. Then why should anyone be bound by his rules if they're arbitrary and not rooted in any kind of reason?
So what you're saying is you're just not okay with it.
Bruh.
Can you answer what I just said? I mean, you shouldn't be okay with somebody making up a rule without any kind of clear-cut explanation as to why it should be followed or why they're allowed to break it.
But God defines reality, including morality.
The morality is arbitrary.
Yeah, but he's not asked about what he does.
That's a problem, because
How
now
is that a
his
problem?
stances are arbitrary, as you've just conceded. And if something is arbitrary, it is not foundationally rooted in any kind of principle. It's just what I feel.
I will say I didn't strike Dracula as a Christian. It's not crazy.
Anyways, I think I've sucked the life out of this conversation. You may continue, or I'm going to go the fuck to bed.
Well,
Good night, Jaden.
Good
night,
Jaden.
Good night, Jaden.
I like your stuff, man. Just letting you know.
Jaden, I love your nose. Goodbye.
Really quick before we move forward, I just want to I get triggered something for me there, Void. If you didn't know, Count Dracula was actually a Christian. That's how he
I did not know
became
that.
Count Dracula, because he was part of the Order of the Dragul. He was one of the dragon. He was fighting to push orthodoxy throughout.
They used to burn witches. Did you know that in your society?
Yeah, that's called mass hysteria. Virillion, thank you for the $5 super chat.
Christians did that.
All praise the illogical
Not
God
Christians.
who really knows what happens after death. God doesn't, because he's illogical. So Vladimir, what's the ontological argument?
I was gonna ask.
Okay. Ontological argument. I'm sorry. Before we move on, can I answer? Can we keep this? Can we keep this very respectful? This is my third time ever making a debate, so I'm still,
Hey, as long
Yeah,
as
you
you
can
use
just
slurs,
respectful.
respectful.
It's like
What was said that was disrespectful from any of us, besides us not agreeing with your God or his positions?
Bullshittery.
And if anything, you've been nothing but disrespectful to Void all night long.
because Void
you've been a
keeps
complete,
making
like,
fun
asshole,
of how
bro.
I sound like.
Void
would you
literally
want me to
said
be
nothing.
nice?
Wait, hold the
He
fuck
keeps-
up. Wait, no. Hold the fuck up. Everyone in here is making fun of your accent. I don't know why the fuck you're targeting me. It's
okay.
fucking
You're
crazy.
supposed to be the better person here.
I don't know why the fuck
Who
you
said
put that
any
on
of
me.
us
I
were
never said that.
bad
I'm a bitch. Anyway.
Okay, well that explains a lot. Sure. Now we.
So
All right, anyway, ontological argument. Thank you.
Yeah, let's hear it.
you don't have
What you want me the definition? What do you want?
Yeah.
You want me to
what's
make
your
it for you?
argument? Yeah.
Okay, yes. Okay, so God is that than which nothing greater can be conceived.
Oh, we're doing this version. Okay.
Okay. Keep going.
What do you want? I mean,
Well, that's just a
simpler
claim.
terms.
Like,
What's
what's
the
the
answer?
argument?
What do you want?
If God is okay in my religion adaptations, Christian philosophers refine this argument using a necessity versus
make
contingency.
debates if you don't.
Oh, modal. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so everything that exists is either contingent, depends on something else for existence, like humans or planets.
Wait, what?
Dude, this is the contingency argument.
It's not. You know what the ontological argument is, right?
Yes,
the modal
yes, it is.
ontological argument.
Yes,
Yeah. God
basically.
maximally great, possibly.
No, this is the Anselm's version.
Okay, just
Okay,
just
you're
go.
just giving-
Maybe I'm missing something. Go.
Yeah. Okay.
So what? Look.
Just give the
look,
argument. Go ahead.
But wait.
So let me clarify, because maybe you might think maybe this your brain cannot comprehend the ontological argument. What I'm saying is a philosophical proof for God's existence based on the very concept of God.
You're talking about the argument. Can you just give the argument?
Yes, I'm telling you, this is what I'm talking about now. So I think then there's this necessity exists by its own nature and cannot exist.
Okay, so there exists an entity.
Not exist. Sorry.
There's exist an entity that is necessary existence, right? It can't not exist.
Hey, Chad is requesting that you say bounce on it crazy style.
So serious.
That's crazy.
But make sure you roll your R's like excessively.
Okay, so
this is not starting out like the little ontological argument, but go ahead.
Yeah,
maybe it's a brilliant way to state it. I don't know.
So there exists. Wait, hold on. There exists an entity that can't not exist. So it has necessary existence. So that's premise one.
Sure.
Okay, that's premise two.
Sure. Okay.
I also think that existence is not a predicate.
Existence is not a predicate. Okay. Is that premise two, or are you just saying that?
No, I'm just saying this. This is an objection.
Delete. Okay. What's premise two?
What basically I'm claiming is that God exists. Saying God exists doesn't add to the concept of God, like saying a triangle has three sides.
Bro, you're not giving. Okay, so premise one, there exists a necessary entity. Premise two, go.
Look, the first premise was it is greater to exist in reality than merely in the mind.
Okay,
That's,
all right. Let me delete. All right, so it is better.
I haven't.
It is greater, or it's better, whatever, same thing, I guess. It is better to exist than to, you said not exist?
It's better to exist in the reality than merely in the mind. Yes, this is what I said.
It is better to exist in reality than in the mind?
Yes.
Yeah, so existing in reality is a property of greatness, okay? You could say like existing in all possible worlds, maybe. What's next, Vlad?
Okay.
I think that this is my second objection. You cannot define God into existence.
That we were asking for the second premise of the argument.
What the fuck are we doing, dude? Why?
Do we just help you out?
Oh, just ChatGPT that. Go ahead, Jolly. Just give the argument for him.
Sure. So you could say something like existing in all possible worlds is a property of being greatness. Oh, sorry, a property of greatness. It's possible that a maximally great being exists, therefore, like God exists, or something like that. Is that what you want to say, Vlad?
We don't even know what you want to say.
Yes.
Modal, right? Okay. So that's what he wants to say.
There we go. Okay, right. So it's possible for a being of maximal greatness to exist. Why should I accept? Like, why can't I say something like it's possible that a maximally graded being, like, doesn't exist? Like, how do you introduce, or how do you, like, number one, there's a couple issues, right? Like, what do we mean by possible? Because I could just say, like, well, you're switching modalities, right? You could say, like, an epistem, when I say it's possible that this exists, it could be like an epistemological modality, and then also could be referring to a metaphysical modality when I'm talking about necessity, or it could be talking about like logically possible, right?
Yeah, we got the kick pull.
Because it's a broader modal scope. Broader modal scope, sorry.
Y'all use big words.
So, I mean, like, there's multiple problems. I mean, I could also just say, well, it's possible that a maximally great being, like, doesn't exist, too. Which would then just mean that, like, God doesn't exist. Mm-hmm. Or I could be agnostic about whether or not it's possible God exists or doesn't exist. So, there you go.
I'm sorry. Can you distinguish between essence and existence?
Sorry, can I distinguish between essence?
Yes. And existence.
like what is something's ontology versus what, like if something.
I'm saying.
I mean, I could bring up. I mean, like I can bring up like some hypothetical being with some ontology, but that doesn't mean that those predicates aren't instantiated in
Okay.
reality.
Let's say a unicorn.
Yeah.
It has an essence, but it may not exist.
Exactly. Those predicates are not instantiated in reality,
Yes.
right? In the actual world. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is,
how do you define essence? Like, what is your understanding of essence?
well, for God, this is for God. I think existence is inherent. He is existence itself.
This I don't know what that means.
All right, Dustin, thank you for the 25. And
God, that
Verilion,
was fucking
Gretchen,
unbearable.
thank you for the kick bull. Dustin sent 20, Verilion sent 10, and Gretchen sent $3.11 for the kick bull. I'd rather run my teeth over sharp rocks than listen to this person mess up his own argument. Kick bull. Yeah, it wasn't going anywhere. Thank you guys for the kick. Appreciate you. Again, if you have an answer to this question behind us, go ahead and hop on the gush. But that was so bad. Let's get this It's Raptor guy in here because he keeps saying what he keeps like saying like the laws of logic are necessary, like they need God.
Oh, how do you account for laws?
Yeah,
Dude, I think we have a tiger.
He's like not accepting my request though.
Wait, Raptor, once you get in here, I want you to if you run tag, just come in here and justify the first premise right away. I'd love to.
Immediately.
The contrary is impossible. Boom.
Got me.
Can't you just answer the question? No, this is a debate live. I'm not debating the comment sections. All right, get up here.
Yeah, come on here. Come on up.
Otherwise, I'm
If
muting
you
you
can,
the comments.
yeah. If you have live access, you don't get the privilege to bark from the benches.
Right.
I would love to talk about my account of the laws of logic after you justify the first premise attack, if you run it.
How can you have objective beauty without God?
Who fucking cares about beauty? Who the fuck cares?
What's that guy's name? Cliff, whatever his name is. Yeah.
Shantical, whatever. I don't fucking know his name.
Raptor, okay, I'm giving you 20 seconds to get in the guest request, otherwise we're muting you out the comment sections. Hey, there we go, let's go.
The way they get scared every time they get put on this big screen.
Sorry.
Are you wearing pants this time?
I needed that.
Alright, let's mute Raptor since Raptor doesn't want to come up.
Wait,
if you do want to come up, go and hop on in the guest request. Come on.
I need a closer view of that, Ollie. Discord? Oh,
that's crazy. The teacup is crazier.
Oh my god, they're both teacupping. It's crazy. Alright, it's Clitoris the big red dog. Oh my god.
That's insane.
Wild. Alright, if you have an answer to this question, we'd love to talk to you. Thank you, go. Thank you.
We'd love to.
We
Love in the pejorative sense?
In the pejorative sense, yeah.
Carbon, would you trade dads for me for a day?
Dads?
Yeah. We just swap
Why?
dads. I don't know. Would you do it?
Mine is Christian, so it's up to you.
Oh.
Christian
Dude, hell
conservative.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. I love that.
Wait, are you serious?
okay. I am a single woman now. The ring is off.
God.
I am ready. Let's go.
Let's see what this is. Alexandria, you are live. How old are you?
Nigger. The fucking the clearing of throat. Speaking of throats, Carbon.
Oh my god.
Heyo.
All right, if you have an answer to such a question, we'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I could change it to the Christian background. Yeah, why is school? Yeah, I just want somebody to come up. Why is school pew-pewing's wrong, atheist? Let's see, who else is watching?
My son offered his boxer ride.
You had hot breath, I could tell. Oh no.
Oh,
Fox a
Brittany.
dad.
What's a dad?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still
When
waiting
you
for
say the
mine.
word dad, how do you
He went to
how
go
do you
get
define dad?
he went to go get milk.
Mine went to go make shine, and I'm not making that up.
Mine went to get H, and yeah.
I actually have a great relationship with my father, and
Well,
I fear.
Good for you, Olive.
Oh, good for you.
No, but the other day I actually just saw him in Maryland, like last week, and we got into a very heated debate because he used to be one of the smartest men that I knew at the time, and now his talking points are incredibly MAGA, and all of my faith in him has left my body. So yeah, like he's still my bestie, but I'm also like, hey, you're kind of a dumbass and you're not smart anymore. So
That fucking sucks.
yeah.
I don't
Everybody
get
have
along
that,
with.
like that relative that's always your entire life been extremely nice and sweet. And you find out that they're a Trump supporter. Like, how? I don't
Yeah, my
understand.
brother.
I
My
don't get it
brother.
either, dude.
My brother was like that, and then he also ended up being a flat earther.
My dad's pronouns are were.
Same. Same.
That's fucking good, dude. I'm gonna steal that.
Jesus.
I'm gonna steal that.
Orphan Club.
You know how I remember talking to this guy, and he was just like, dude, everybody's like so afraid of Trump. That's why, we didn't have any wars under Donald Trump. It's just, but like, look at what's happening now.
Right, it's
Still, Israel-Palestine still going on. Ukraine-Russia still going on. And now we've got this like situation in Iran. Like, oh really? Yeah, no,
and
everybody's
like,
so scared of that guy.
Yeah, they're just fucking supporting it now. Yeah, mass deployment.
Yeah, now they're pro war.
Yeah. They're
Yeah,
the pushers.
that's not
Stop
Please,
it right
stop
now. Get that.
You know
That's
what, Annie?
wonderful.
Annie, next time he puts that up, put the fucking AI pick up. You know which one I'm talking about. I'm not playing.
That's enough carbon.
Y'all want to know where Carbon really was last week?
Oh my god.
Out here, tear gassing protesters and taking away our civil rights.
How could you,
Notice how like right after he just
Listen,
did right, all this shit popped off.
I'm telling you, those blue hair protesters, they know how to get down. All right, they were the worst.
Yeah,
ones.
we do.
They were the worst ones.
It's badass.
All right.
I live close to that, by the way. I'm in California, and I go to school in LA. Like it's fucking right right there.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I think they issued 2,000. Was it 2,000 more guardsmen? And then they don't have like.
Yep. Oh my god.
They're like low on MRE. Like, how are you low on MRE? Like, it's just bad.
Wait, Annie, did you make that image?
No,
or did...
Nico made those both and sent them to me to send to Carbon.
The ones who bitched about Kamala not taking enough initiative. Like, it's like literally straight. Like, who was that group of people? I forgot what it was. I think it was Ditch Kamala, but like they said they issued out like a letter where they in the letter they said we believed you, Trump, when you said you were going to end the war in Gaza. I'm sorry. First of all, when did he say that? Second, when did he? Why would you believe him when he's
like straight goobers?
What?
Like, this is my thing. Like, people.
Also... Sorry.
What did he say he was gonna?
Annie, but no, people who are like, I really thought it was gonna be better for Gaza, or like Gaza wouldn't have been as like it wouldn't be as bad under his administration. Why the fuck do you think he cares about Middle Eastern people?
He stood on stage and said, "Turn it into like he was like turn them into a parking lot, finish the job or whatever." Like, what?
Yeah, like.
What do you?
And anybody who's gonna sit there and call it a war in general when it's obviously a shmenicide is absolutely asinine. So
And then
I'm
like
sorry,
people
they
who
don't
are
even
like,
have a
especially like
militia.
centrists, saying like, oh, you shouldn't criticize people. Maybe they didn't know. So at some point, like you got to be held accountable for your act. Like we have higher standards for teenagers who do wrong things. Like you should have known.
Right.
Like you had the information available to you. You knew what the right action is. Like no, I'm holding you accountable. You knew what you were voting for, and you voted for that. All right, you voted for war. Okay.
Yeah, damn, Nanner's kind of.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. With the two new piercings, you kind of look like the lead person of Disturbed. That's what it's giving.
I go into like Christian lies and like I don't even be talking like they'll be debating abortion. It'll be like Christians debating abortion. I don't even care to debate the abortion part. I just be like, well, why is abortion wrong if God is all powerful? I just run the problem of evil against them. Like, I don't even care about the abortion argument. Just like don't even have to do it.
My favorite thing to say to like, pro-life Christians is like, do innocent souls go to heaven? Yes. Are fetuses innocent? Yes. Therefore, more abortions means more souls in heaven. You should want them.
What was the argument that I wrote last night? I was trying to, because I was going to do the genocide in 1 Samuel 15:3. Oh yeah, premise 1, it is morally wrong to unalive someone as punishment unless that person deserves the punishment, right? Premise 2, infants do not deserve to be unalived as punishment for wrongdoing committed by others. Premise 3, in 1 Samuel 15:3, God commanded that Amalekite infants be unalived as punishment for the wrongdoing of others. Conclusion, therefore, God committed an action that's morally wrong. Yeah, I gotta do that topic. 1 Samuel 15 as well, yeah. Like, just like, I don't even do the slavery one anymore, because, like, it doesn't tug, like, the genocide one.
They don't care enough.
It's just, they don't care enough. They'll be like, oh, it was just a different time. But they won't say that for, like, unaliving children. They'll be like, oh, like, it's just so much more potent and so much more, like, direct, too.
Mm-hmm.
Does original sin apply to fetuses, or is original sin only applicable after you come out of the womb?
Are we talking like what they think, or like theologically speaking?
Theologically speaking,
it's once you're born, because I mean, theologically speaking, life begins at first breath. So.
Oh, fantastic, amazing. So yeah, let's send them all, every last one of them, up to heaven, right where they belong.
Yeah, you can't argue with that.
Sorry, that came out a lot more dark than I intended it to, but yeah.
I tried to use that argument like one time. I was like, did the Amalekite children deserve unaliving, right? And then what did he say? He was like, no, but sometimes it can be justified to unalive a child and they not deserve it. It's like, wait, what? Okay, I'm like, okay.
What?
So okay, this is how he tried to justify it. And at first it sounded reasonable. Then I was like, wait, this doesn't apply to Amalekite, because he was like, well, let's say what was the hypothetical? He was like, let's say you had a child that was gonna die in 30 minutes, and in that 30 minutes, it's excruciating, incomprehensible pain, but you can give them morphine now and unalive them. And he's like, in that case, it's justified to unalive them. Also, it's true that they don't deserve to be unalived, like there or something like that, right? I'm like, okay, so in this situation, your position is that in the Amalekite situation, they did not deserve to be unalived. Then why is their unaliving specifically tied to punishment? Because this isn't like meant to like stave off some like greater harm. It's meant for punishment. So you can't use that argument. He explicitly says, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did. So unalive them. And why the donkeys? I don't understand.
Yeah, what the donkeys do?
What the donkey do? And the sheep. So it's very clearly a genocide, right? Is this fiend guy up here before? We didn't kick him, right? Like,
No.
well, we didn't like pay to kick him. He was not tracking the conversation.
Was it the dude with like the eye photo?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just dipped.
I mean, Dracula didn't track either, hardly at all, especially when Jolly would speak.
It seemed like
So
he
Fiend,
really wanted
let's
to
defend
focus on
1 Samuel
himself.
15:3. Hello?
I'm having hearing problems right now because I'm sick, so say that again.
Defend
Oh,
1
yeah,
Samuel
second.
15:3. Can you do it? Or would you?
Hold on. No, please repeat that again.
Are you a person who would defend 1 Samuel 15:3, God's actions to slaughter the Amalekites?
To destroy the entire population?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, so you do defend the unaliving of the children and the infants, correct?
Well, there's plenty of that going on in society today, and people
That's
don't
not
have
the
it.
question that I asked. You think that's the
That's
question
not,
that I
brother.
asked? I asked, do you defend the unaliving of the children and the infants? I didn't ask if it also happened elsewhere. I asked if you defend it, if it's justified.
Also, that's a two quote fallacy.
So
Yeah,
can you
I do.
answer that question? So you do defend?
I said yes.
Okay, so it is good to unalive children and infants in this circumstance.
Well, how many children and infants do you think died when they were bombing Germany during World War II?
That's a pivot.
Wait, was that a good thing?
That's not a pivot. That's
Wait, was that a good thing?
exactly what it is.
When God
What's that?
commanded, if God commanded the unaliving of like children in like World War II, and God commanded, for example, here in 1 Samuel 15:3, he commanded the unaliving of the Amalekites and their children and their infants. Just to be clear, that is a good thing, correct?
Were they standing against righteous, godly people? Then yeah.
The infants were standing against what?
Well, it's the same thing. It's the same thing with Germany
They
in World War
have to
II.
be a specific Semitic group that was existing. That's it. Like if you read the Bible, they weren't doing anything other than being in the Holy Land that they deserved.
Yeah, just
And that was the holy land for the people who are faithful to God.
Yeah, just like if somebody's sitting on your land, just don't. Do you
That-
think
that's-
it's
That
justified?
doesn't- wait.
If somebody's sitting on land that you want, do you think it's justified to unalive their children? Yes or no?
In the modern world, not really. The globe's been
Okay,
circumnavigated.
so it's not justified to unalive
Today
somebody's
it's not.
children. So it's not justified to unalive people's children, because they're sitting on land that you want. Correct?
Not today.
Oh,
Wait, I
okay.
have a
So it
question.
was justified to unalive children and infants, but somehow something changed and it became wrong all of a sudden.
Yes, technology. That's what
I
changed.
have a question. You say that it's okay to unalive these children because of like you said because they didn't believe in God or whatever, they weren't following God, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, so how can a freshly born like baby follow God? They don't even have the capacity to think.
It's not about them specifically. It's about the adults that ran the
Okay, so punish the adults, whatever. Why did the children have to be punished whenever they weren't even like moral agents? Like they had no ability to fucking think.
because it was about their whole population. It was mostly about the adults. That's exactly what it was.
Okay, if it was mostly about the adults, why not just unalive the adults?
And what do you do with the children who are going to grow up?
Did the children deserve the punishment? Yes or no?
Adopt them. Adoption's always an option.
Yeah. Did the children deserve the punishment? Yes or no?
There are more people looking to adopt children
I'm
than
gonna
there
ask
are
the question
children
again.
being
Did the
adopted.
children deserve the punishment? Yes or no?
Their population did. It's not about.
Did the
just
children
specific
deserve the
groups of children.
punishment? Yes or no?
Their whole population did.
I
Yes.
didn't. So the entire population, including the children, show that it's true that children deserve the punishment. Correct?
Yes. When you're talking about the survival of one group over
Right.
another.
Now, what did the children do to deserve the punishment?
They were in direct competition for resources and land with the
The children were in competition.
do they need resources and whatnot to survive?
Yeah, I think babies need resources. Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so they were justified in unaliving these little babies. You're very pro-choice, aren't you?
Yep. No, not at all. That's
no, you're pro-life.
Fucking insane. Interesting.
I
Unless
was having a hard time hearing, so I didn't hear what you said exactly. But
You only care about it when it's inside a womb, just not outside. Fuck them kids, right?
no, I care about.
By the
building-
way, bro, God gave you this illness, and it's justified that you're sick right now, and I'm very happy that you are because it's God's will.
Yeah, that's how the world works. So
not how the world fucking works. You're delusional.
you don't think viruses and bacteria are things that work in the world? That's how it is.
God's will.
made it that
Hey
way.
yo, hey yo.
Who created those
bro,
viruses?
listen,
I'm really curious.
It's God's fucking will.
It's
If
God's
you
will.
drop unalive, then sorry, gotta go, gotta blast.
Wait, yeah. So I'm just curious. Like, who created those viruses?
I'm gonna say technology.
Yeah, who created the viruses?
Well, I. No, it's not that. It's just my explanation is going to be a long one because I don't really believe the same kind of things. That I don't believe that the Earth is
Either
just
okay, let's exclude this guy. Either God created the viruses or did not. Which one do you pick?
No, I believe that He created them, but I don't believe it in the
It's not a
sense
long
that
answer, so God did. Okay, cool.
it is a long answer. You're asking somebody's opinion on something. It's going to be a long
It's
answer.
true that God created the viruses, correct? That's a true statement.
Yeah, but not just arbitrarily.
There's one sentence. That's it.
There's influenza.
Not just arbitrarily. Like, so there's a reason.
Yeah, to control the population of living species on Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, so why do you need to do that? Why can't you just like have made it so that way the Earth is a lot bigger, right?
Also,
or maybe
this is grade A
or maybe
brain
it's
rot.
infinitely large.
This is
Also,
the epitome
really
of brain rot.
Also, if you actually had read the Bible, you would know the land of Canaan would have provided for all the Semitic groups, including the Hebrews and the Canaanites and the Amalekites and all of the other Semitic groups. It says that. It talks about how bountiful and wonderful the land of Canaan was. But notice how I say it's called the land of Canaan and not anything else? This land belonged to someone else. What you're talking about is called genocide and colonization.
That's how human beings have survived.
No.
Regardless of whatever you believe in.
I've never committed either of those atrocities
Yeah.
personally.
Committed them because your society is built by a long line of people who defeated other human groups
There's several societies that survived without either thing.
that were isolated in the middle of nowhere in a fucking jungle who never had contact with other human beings to compete
The North Sentinelese are doing just fine for themselves.
on an island with no other people.
Yep, and it's illegal to go within 3 miles of said island because they've made it like a thing that you're not allowed to come to the island.
So they kill people. Yeah, because they kill people when they go to their island to protect their island, their land from other people.
That doesn't mean that they're out there colonizing.
I would argue that's actually I would argue that that's the exact opposite, right? Because people go there, right, to like, if I'm not mistaken, it's like where people like to go on missions, like missionary trips. Yeah,
to try and convert them to Christianity.
Right. That is a retaliation against colonization.
defense. It's called defending themselves.
Yeah.
That's not colonization or genocide. So try again.
It's the antithesis of it.
Careful with using the G word.
Sorry, G-side.
Yeah.
Speaking of missionary carbon.
Oh?
I had to. I didn't even catch that one.
Oh yeah, Raptor. What's the argument for premise one of tag?
Oh, he's here. Yeah, give the argument for P1. Go ahead.
You muted my guy. Just here. Let me send you unmute request. There you go. Hit that accept button. Still not. Okay. Anyway, we'll wait until Raptor figures out how to unmute his mic. So wait, what happened while I was gone?
Ollie, come back.
They were talking to him.
Yeah. So like, you don't need to do these things. It was just because they were gross human beings trying to take what didn't belong to them.
You have that opinion because you didn't live in a society like that, in a world like that, that was basically just barely out of the Stone Age.
Can't say that there's any situation that would ever convince me to commit
So
either.
you
of
would,
those
just to be clear, would you rape and pillage and unalive children in that time? You?
If I was in that time and I grew up in that world, I probably would, just like everybody else.
So you would rape children and you would unalive them if you were in that time. Interesting. So what you would do to a child is dependent on which time period you're in. Gotcha.
That's what everybody would do. You're not special because you have the morals of the time that you live in. You would have the same morals that everybody else in that world
Hold
did.
up, Fiend. A lot of people at that time said that that's icky, that's a no-no. This isn't a new concept. People have always known it's wrong. The fuck? Are you just like unintelligent? Do you not educate yourself on world history?
I mean, he just said he would grape a child, so yeah, probably.
No, I didn't say I would rape a child. I said that I would have the same morals that everybody else in the world did at the time.
Please use appropriate language and say grape.
Whatever.
Not whatever.
Not whatever.
But that's the thing. You're making a presentist argument. You're arguing from your morality from a world that doesn't have to do.
No, I'm arguing
over
from a
resources,
historical
doesn't have to kill people for land.
People in biblical times absolutely knew it was wrong, because if I'm not wrong, there's cultures that predate Judaism and when the creation of the Bible happened that held very pacifist belief systems, like Hinduism.
You think that Hindus have never been to war or fought other people?
I said that. I said that these values existed. People, prior to the Bible existing, prior to biblical times, held pacifist views.
Pacifist views only
These
last as long
values
as
aren't
morality lets
new.
them.
They're not present. These have always existed. There are shitty people throughout time who have tried to convince societies that this is the way it should be, and why it's continued still to this day. But good human beings have always existed, regardless of the times.
And good human beings are only good until they get forced in situations where they can't be.
Wrong.
No, not wrong. That's exactly why people became like that. Do you think it's easier to just be happy in the forest, eating fucking fruit off a tree, than it is to sit there and engage in violence with other human beings for land and resources? Do you think that, like...
No decent human being would go to those extents or lengths, no matter how much they're suffering. Sorry.
It also doesn't matter, because, like, I'm not really convinced that, like, smorture and stuff like that is going to be necessary for, like, human growth and development mentally, at least. And who made that the case to begin with? Like, why don't we just grow by, just only through good experiences? Why is that the case? Is it necessary? Is there just no explanation for it? Well, because if it's not, right, then God just made us like that, right? So it's just ridiculous.
No, again, though, Fiend, I say that based on the people who did live in those times, who held these views. So take the L and leave.
You know what I really want to hear right now? I really, really want to hear Tag and the first premise.
Yeah, Raptors, I sent you a microphone unmute request. I don't know why you joined and you don't even want to like debate. Just come back up when you're ready, okay?
He's just repeating he's writing down the premise.
Now you do it right when I bring you up.
Yeah, because he knew. Sounds like a little bit of a cowardice happening.
I'll try you again. Just hit that accept button. We'll figure it out.
It's okay, we'll be nice.
Or is he not gonna accept?
Where in the Bible, whether it be Old Testament or New, does it say that God's morality changes?
Or doesn't change?
Or doesn't change? Yeah. What is the scripture for that? Somebody let me know in chat, please. I would love to know.
I don't think it explicitly says that God...
You can always interpret whatever you want.
Moral views.
Guys, it's the context. You have to look at the context.
The magical context. Yeah. I've never heard any verse talk about how God is non-spatiotemporal before, Or he just doesn't change? I never heard that before.
Yeah, because those people like that who wrote the Bible, they viewed him more like corporeal, right? It was more of a corporeal like form than it was, the philosopher's God, where he's just like this metaphysical goo that just kind of exists out there. We don't know what the fuck it is. Like,
Speaking of goo, don't play.
oh my god.
Oh my god.
All right, let me try to send this guy an invite again because he's having some troubles.
Hi, Debbie.
Oh, good, Raptor.
Come on.
Also, would I be wrong to say that any human interpretation of any text coming from God's mouth is going to be flawed because humans are flawed under that worldview? So how are we ever 100% sure and accurate in depicting God's words when we are the flawed ones and He is the perfection? We can never be trusted.
Interpret because the Tower of Babel, right? He's the reason why we can't communicate and translate that well. Like he's the reason. Like he's literally the author of confusion. And I saw this video. It was like this cartoon where the people who try to the people who try to come into the Northern America to try to colonize or whatever, and then like the Native Americans who were here, they said, hey, they landed off the ships, hey, we've come to spread the good word of our Lord, and then like the Native Americans said, Jesus Christ, right? It's like, yeah, how'd you know? Like he revealed it to all of us. What, do you think he only would reveal it to some small population group in the Middle East somewhere? Like, no. What, did you come here to tell me that the grass is green too? It's just so funny. It's like it just talking about like the idiot, like how stupid it is, like evangelical, like missionary, like why would he need you, a flawed human, to spread his message? It's like
it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. It's just intuitively, it's just so ridiculous.
Like, is the sky blue too? You want to tell me about that too? Like,
oh, Meep.
Is that a friendly?
He left. Oh. Yeah, this guy named Meep joined and left.
Oh.
It made me very sad.
I don't know why that keeps
just like how Carbon said he doesn't really want to.
There we go. Raptor, how you doing? How old are you?
Oh.
You're unmuted, by the way, so if you say something right now, we will be able to hear you, Raptor.
Hello.
There you are. How old are you?
Hey, man.
It has a voice.
Sorry, when I joined, I didn't realize I joined. My bad.
You're good.
Okay. Did you have an argument for this one?
For which one?
You said God is necessary for the intelligibility of logic and all that stuff.
No, I asked how you would account for them.
Yeah, so do you have an argument for that?
No, I just like an answer to the question.
Oh, you don't have an argument?
No, I just like you to answer my question.
Well, I asked you a question.
No,
the question was that God, like, because apparently
you're asking a question to respond to my question.
I'm asking you a question to establish
what? No, that's not how this works.
So you don't have an argument.
I'm doing an internal critique of your worldview.
Okay, so just to be clear, you don't have an argument that God established.
That's why I'm asking the question. Correct? I'm asking the question.
So I'm asking you a question. Why are you answering the question?
No, I asked it first, dude. Come on.
Oh, I brought you up here. The first thing I said was, what's the premise? What's the argument for premise one?
Yeah, and then I come up here asking the question.
Just to be clear, you don't have an answer to that question, correct?
Yeah, we asked you first.
I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
Okay, so cool. So answer the question. Go ahead. I'll mute. I'll wait.
No, you just answer my question first, bro.
Yeah. See, they can never give an argument. Love
it. I'm asking you a question, dude.
I asked you a question. I literally brought you up. I brought you up. I invited you to ask you a very simple question. The question was, what is the? I don't know why you're over talking me. The question was very simple. The question was, what is the? I don't know why you're over talking me. So the question was, it was very simple, and I need you to answer it. All right. The question was, what is the? I don't know why you're over talking me.
Hold on. So why do
I still don't know why you're over talking. Okay. So the question was, what is the argument that you need God to ground the laws of logic? Now I will mute. Answer that question. Go.
Yes, but before I answer that, I need you to.
I didn't answer my question.
Wait. So your argument for why God is necessary to ground the laws of logic is and then you ask your question.
Wait,
Do you think questions are truth act?
Wait, hold on. So who am I talking to?
We're talking to everybody.
Wait, who am I talking to?
Oh, so
Is that your argument for premise one tag?
Premise one. The argument for premise one is who am I talking to?
Oh,
yeah.
No,
So I'm going to ask the question again, Raptor. So the question on the table is, what is the argument that you need God to ground the laws of logic? Go.
First, who am I talking to?
That's
who am
not
I talking to? Wait, you gave it again.
panel,
Man,
bro.
that's a really interesting.
I didn't know
really
questions were
interesting
propositions.
argument there.
1v5.
Yeah, let's hear it again. Let's go ahead.
It's 1v5, so how is this fair?
It's not 1v5. I just want you
Well,
to
it's
answer the
1v5.
question.
How is this fair? That's an interesting argument for premise one.
Yeah, but because I
full of
think
interesting
Come on,
arguments.
come on.
Let's have you give another one. Go ahead.
So you think we're gonna drop this? We're gonna keep asking the question over and over until you answer.
No,
The question
yeah, I'll
was,
answer it. I'll
What
just
is
leave it.
okay?
No,
Oh,
I'll
you are
answer
gonna
it.
answer. Okay, cool. So
Perfect.
Now that you're gonna answer it,
I'll answer
what
it,
is
but I
the
just need to
argument
figure
that
out
God
who
is
exactly I'm
necessary?
talking to.
What is the argument that God is necessary for the laws of logic? Go.
Who am I talking to first?
Is that your argument?
You're talking to the panel now.
It's a question,
what
so
is
it's
the
not
answer?
Answer.
So I'm talking to everyone?
Yep. Now
Yeah,
give the argument. Go.
no, everybody is very curious as to what you're about to say.
Yeah, but like, there's 5 of you here. And It's not really.
Yeah, I'm
but
glad
there's
you
probably
can count.
Interesting
Okay.
argument for premise one.
Well,
All right, let's
I'll
have you try again.
I'll
Go ahead.
mute if it makes you feel better.
Come on,
I'd rather just
Run away or what?
I'd rather just do 1v1. Just to be fair.
Okay, that's cool.
You'd
Now,
rather just
what
do
is the
1v1.
argument?
That's an interesting
What
argument.
is the
Go ahead.
argument
Why do you
that
keep
God
muting
is
me?
necessary for the laws of logic? Go ahead.
Why do you keep muting me?
That's not
Boring.
an That's a question.
So
Okay,
you
let me
guys
give you
go-
the listen. Let me just give you the rules for muting, and then after I give you the rules of muting, I'm gonna ask you the question again, and then after
do you
I
want
ask you
about
the
it? I just
question,
wanna
I don't
give
know why
you
you're
a
over
question.
talking me. So I'm gonna give you the rules for muting. After I give you the rules for muting, I'm gonna ask the question. After I ask the question, you're gonna answer. The rules for muting: rule number 1, over talking gets you muted. Rule number 2, not answering questions gets you muted. Okay. Now that you know that, now I'm going to ask the question again. What is the argument
okay,
that
so
God is?
now I see.
Yeah, that's rule number 1. Okay, so you see how
Why
it
don't
works.
you answer mine?
So now the question is, what is the argument that God is necessary
Don't be bad.
on the laws of logic? Go ahead.
Don't be bad faith, bro. Stop.
We're waiting.
What are you waiting for?
The
argument.
argument.
The argument that God is necessary for the laws of logic. Go ahead.
What can you say, please?
Please. Give me that argument. Go ahead.
Here you go. We don't have to do this bad faith. We can do a good faith.
Wait, hold on. Interesting. We can do this bad faith? Wait, Carbon, does that speak to you?
So wait,
I
so
think
so
that's
premise
a
1,
Christian.
we can do this bad faith. We can do this good faith.
So we don't
Therefore,
have to do
God
this
is necessary for the laws of logic. I don't even understand
Makes
how
sense
that's.
to me.
That doesn't sound like a valid argument. I don't even know.
Oh, you didn't answer mine, so why should I answer yours?
Wait, so like you don't want to answer the question, correct?
You said you were going to answer it. You understand
I
that,
thought
right?
you
You said,
said
yeah,
it was-
I'm gonna
yeah,
answer
I
it.
heard
I'm going to
that,
answer
right.
it. So you're not going to answer it.
Wait a minute, still. Cool.
Raptor,
So you're not going to answer it, Raptor? Or are you going to
I
answer
feel like a
it?
child right
So why should I
now.
answer
I got you,
yours if you don't?
Grandmaster.
Oh, okay. Why
Because
should
the
you
question
answer
was
it?
asked of
Okay,
you first.
interesting.
That's
No, I
why.
asked-
Before you even came up onto this panel, they already said this was the first thing that they were going to ask you, and you were going to have to provide it.
But I asked the
That
question
is why.
first.
That's the only reason we brought you up is to give you so you can
I
get the
think-
argument. That's why I invited you.
I
Now,
think there was
if you don't want to give the
Okay,
argument
okay.
right now, so it's either the case that after I ask the question, you're going to answer the question, or it's not the case. Now, which do you choose? Are you going to answer the question, or are you not going to answer the question immediately after I ask it? That's a no.
I really don't.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Well, thank you so much,
Okay.
Grandmaster. I
Yeah,
appreciate
you-
you for the $25.
Get
Let
fucked.
me know. Come back up when you do want to give an argument for premise 1 tag. I like to hear it. They never have an argument about it, by the way, so I don't put it past you.
Yeah, it's impossible.
That's 2 pre-suppers that I got up here who couldn't give an argument for premise 1 tag. Q-Top and that guy. And he's not even really a Q-Top's just like, he's not even serious. Grandmaster, thank you for the 25. Appreciate you.
It's a Peace Radio.
Yeah.
Carbon, I would really love for you to debate James. I don't know if you know who he is. He's primarily he's a pro-life guy. He's got a lot of followers. And for some reason we're mutuals. He messages me all the time and it's like, hey, I would love to DM privately about the LGBTQIA+. I'm like, oh, this is fucking weird. But he's got decent debates. Obviously he always loses, but like I would love to summons him so you could debate him because He is absolutely insufferable. Oh my god.
You haven't seen me debate. Yeah, I went on a live with a preceptor, and the preceptor got kind of like flustered, so he brought up Darth Dawkins while I was on the live. And out of nowhere, I'm just like, yeah, what's the argument for that? And then out of nowhere, I hear, well, I gotta do the voice. Because I can't do his voice. The impossibility of the contrary. I looked at him like, is that Darth Dawkins? I'm like, oh yeah. I'm like, okay, what's the argument for that? And then he said, yeah, God has revealed himself, yada, yada, yada. And then I'm like, oh, what do you mean by revealed? Right? Because, like, do you mean revelation as such that you're looking at, like, for example, we use the example of the moon, right? You look at the moon and you make a sequence of reasonable inferences that lead to God, right? Or do you mean that it just there's just like non-inferential justification or something like that when it comes to revelation? Now, he didn't answer that question. He just said, well, I already told you what revelation meant, right? It just means that God has revealed himself to, like, that. He just used the word and then like I'm like okay, so what I'm trying to get clarification on, when you say revelation, and then he cut me off. I don't allow people to cut me off, so I screamed. I was like, whoa, why did you just cut me off? And then they dropped me. And then so I come, and then he blocks me.
So funny.
And then I come back on my backup. They didn't know my backup. I'm like, hey, Darth, why are you running from me? Why don't you just answer to me, like, what revelation means? He's like, you know what? This is what these atheists do. And then he dropped me and blocked me again.
Yep. That's what these atheists do. Let's just shut down every single time.
You want the trick to shut Darth Dawkins down real fast, like instantaneously? Ask him how his ex-wife is doing.
Oh yeah, he's allergic to clarification too. Like, preceptors, they hate what do you mean by this? You don't know what, and they would use like some philosophical no, I don't know what you mean by it. You don't know what knowledge means? Well, what do you mean by knowledge? Well, God's knowledge is not the same as ours. What's the common property? There is no commonality. Then why are you calling it knowledge? Like, they just
yeah. It's non-propositional knowledge. That makes a lot of sense.
Crazy. It's just equivocation after equivocation.
But yeah, to if that guy's still in there, Raptor. I mean, I don't really take a strong view on logic. I think that there are a lot of different possibilities on how you could account for logic as an atheist. I don't really like take a specific one, but yeah, I think a lot of them are possible. You can view them as like like one would be like Platonic abstract objects. The other one could be like conventions, something like that. I mean, there is this weird view that I was like flirting with for a long time, which is like on a moderate realist sense, where you'd say something like, I don't know, the law of identity is, this was before I knew a lot of philosophy, but it was like the law of identity is just expressing that the amount of like predicates that are like instantiated in an object is equal to that number of predicates or something like that, right? Like there's like a bunch of weird stuff you could do come up with to account for them, and I think each one of those is possible.
Yeah, I think I lean more towards like
convention,
nominalism, like just like language that we use to, like, I don't know.
That's what I if put my toes to the fire, that's the view I would take, right? Is like just to say that they're conventions to help us like interface with reality some kind of way.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I've been laughing for the past like 5 minutes over somebody saying I'm craving charcuterie meat. I don't know why that's so funny.
God,
I don't know why that's so funny to me. Oh my god, help. It's chat, listen, it's 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, so let me live.
I feel like that's a line that fuckboy manners would say.
It was Meep, and thank you so much. I haven't laughed that hard in a very long time. Thank you.
Laughing at charcuterie meats is so weird. Like, what do you mean?
That's pretty cool. Carmen, what do you think the most egregious thing Trump has done?
exist.
As president, or just like in general?
Just in general, like, what do you think the most egregious thing
Yeah,
Trump
probably
is?
the grape of Eugene Carroll. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
That
As
or
president,
saying he would date a
probably.
10 girl in 10 years.
Probably the whole trying to steal the election, and I think he's a lot more authoritarian this time around than he was his first term. I think he realized a lot of the people that he hired last time, he kind of realized that there was a lot of resistance there, so he just decided to get like mainly just loyalists now. And with those loyalists, they're willing to do his bidding, and so now he doesn't really have he has like a Supreme Court decision that says, oh, you can just commit crimes while in office, all these different things. So I think he's a lot more brazen now. I mean, you look at like federalization of like the National Guard, to like squash like protests. Like it's just, but I think like trying to steal the 2020 election is probably the worst thing he's done as president.
As president, I would agree. Yeah. No
Also,
contest.
Yes, we absolutely acknowledge the Eugene Carroll case, but let's also keep in mind that there were 27 other women that we know of, and the number is probably way higher than that as well. So like, just those women's testimonies are enough for me to acknowledge that he is a serial rapist.
And that doesn't include the children.
Yeah.
So harmed. So
he's very entitled to women's bodies and femme bodies.
I am still patiently waiting for Elon to get messy as fuck and send all the receipts to the public about everything involving Epstein and everything that he tweeted about. Like, I want more context, and I want Elon to be the one to do it. Honestly.
See, the thing is, right? Elon literally kind of backtracked those. He was like, "I'm sorry, what I tweeted about the president was out of line." So I don't think we're gonna get it anytime soon.
Elon can't. He's a narcissist as well. He can't handle pressure, right? Like, so, like when you build your entire platform with like MAGA, and then you attack MAGA, then I mean you're forcing like Trump supporters to choose Trump over you or you over Trump. And they're just gonna choose Trump over you, and he realized that like very quickly, so that's why he backed off.
Didn't Ye like make a tweet like, "Stop fighting, guys"? Like a child of divorce.
Yeah, and it's not like the left would come back and accept him. So it's like if he does something like this, like he has nobody,
Yep.
So like
I think he realized that very early on, because I feel like Trump kind of screwed him over with the Big Beautiful Bill, because they're like. A clause about like electric vehicles, and he just
stop fighting, daddies.
I mean, if you think about it, war is really embarrassing because it's men not being able to handle their emotions. Honestly,
very much that.
Yeah, it's super embarrassing. You have too much estrogen, I guess.
Evan, thank you so much for the 29 months resub over on Twitch. Carby Patties, we are back. Huh?
That's cool. Carby, would you adopt me?
Yeah, I would adopt you. I got you. File my taxes too. Give me a nice little.
That's wonderful.
Yeah,
I'd make you proud. Just letting you know. We would throw a baseball.
Carby Barbies.
Jolly, are you a Carby Barbie?
Absolutely.
W.
No question.
Yeah.
You know what scares
W
me?
Women.
Sorry.
You could just stop him in his
tracks. It's gonna take a
tracks.
second after that one.
The 2028 election. The reason why is, well, I mean, artificial intelligence right now with Google's like VO3, like it is extremely, like there was the first time, I think last week, the first time I actually got fooled by an AI video. First time ever. It was, well, at first I kind of looked at it, and because it was just unreasonable to believe that it was true, so I kind of looked at it and I was like, oh, this is AI. But at first it took me, because it was a lion, it was in a store eating meat, or something like that off of the meat, out of the meat section, and like the thing was like, oh, South Africa, a lion sneaks into the grocery store and like eats the meat. I was like, holy shit. So I was just like watching it. I was like, and then I noticed the meat was like a little weird, like it was rolling by itself. It's like his, I'm like, oh, this is AI. I'm like, holy shit, this shit is fucking realistic.
Olive.
You saw
It's
that?
crazy.
Like, it was really fucking realistic, and that's just what the model that they're releasing. Like, can you imagine, like, if you put in that exact same prompt from something 2 years ago, like the models 2 years ago, you would have got like this, like really fucking
Terrible.
bad, terrible fucking like
Choppy.
line. Its fucking leg is through its ear. Like it's just you would have got something like really
choppy.
bad, right? So imagine 4 years from now, in the future.
It's going to
It's going to
take
be
a
indistinguishable,
lot.
so it's going to be in the election cycle. I mean, I think we are probably going to have, I think we already do have like AI systems that are probably smarter than the average person. Probably, like that's a strong probably. Like the best models I think are smarter than the average person, like the O3 model and stuff like that. 4 years from now, they're definitely going to be, they're going to be able to like do any intellectual tasks. So we're probably gonna have unemployment rates kind of starting to spike within the next year or two. So that's gonna be happening, and the backdrop of the 2028 election, have misinformation, videos, pictures. You're gonna have bots, incredibly smart, influential bots, like spreading all over the internet, just spreading, like talking to you. You don't even know if you're talking to a person anymore. Like it's just, that shit is scary.
And another scary thing that comes from that is the backtracking, right? Not only the progression of AI, but the backtracking. For example, like the one video that Dean and Parker and Chris Mowry and etc. talk about most commonly is the video of Trump saying, talking to the 10-year-old girl, saying he would date her in 10 years. People are now claiming, specifically MAGA is claiming that that's AI. So now we're in a position where actual, real, factual context
Can be
is being
dismissed.
You have to have
exactly.
it like, the video has to be on YouTube before a certain time, and like here's the timestamp of when it was uploaded. You can't change what you've already uploaded, so you have to have that. But even then, they're MAGA, so they don't care about that.
They're irrational.
Yeah, dude, it's so sad that we're in this like transition period, right? Like this is gonna inform so much about the future, and we're leaving this transition to this administration. We're like at the crux of the entire face of the planet changing, and we're allowing these dipshits to lead us into
that was
it.
one thing I was thinking about like last year is like I knew, I'm like, yeah, AI is gonna be like pretty much everything within the next few years. So like, and I mean everything. And I'm like, who do I want to look? Donald Trump and his administration, if they win, they have no idea what the fuck is happening, right? They don't know what the fuck to do. They're not going to be able to look at the science. They're not going to look at the economic situation. If there has to be some sort of universal basic income, they're not going to do it. Republicans aren't going to do it. Like, you do not trust, like, fucking, like, these are not the people that you want to handle that, right? Like, there's definitely clear cases where you might be like, okay, well, maybe Democrats wouldn't do too well, but definitely Republicans won't do well, right? So it's just,
yeah.
Every day that I wake up, I wait for the headline.
Yeah, and it sucks definitely for me because I'm a 3D artist. Like that's my thing. I'm a tech artist, so it's like it sucks. But I mean, I'm going into video games, because that's way safer than VFX now. I can give reasons for all of those, and I think it's probably even safer than a lot of non-creative jobs out there for reasons I can get into. But yeah, that's actually my number one most knowledgeable subject, I think, is 3D art, and it's just it sucks because now it's well, I mean, gotta change gears a bit,
I just don't see any there's gonna be things that are harder for AI to do, so those are gonna be the ones that are gonna be the last to be taken. But I literally cannot imagine any job that cannot be done by an artificial intelligence system, eventually. Like even me doing this streaming, like that, I give that 7 years, maybe 6 years.
Do you think a
Wait,
therapist
wait
could be
a
replaced
second.
by AI?
I was gonna say
Oh,
I'm both
actually,
a
yeah, there are studies
bartender
on that.
and a
Yeah,
nurse. I'm
yeah.
a bartender and a nurse.
A
Could
bartender,
I
I
be
think.
replaced?
Yes.
So okay, so there's like
Fuck.
okay, so there are intellectual tasks. I think probably within maybe. I mean, we're getting pretty close. It's just the reliability aspect. It's just like fine tuning, hallucination. I think within 2 years, yeah, most intellectual tasks for most jobs probably. For the harder stuff like science, I give that about 3 to 4 years when it can start like producing maybe like novel information. And then there's like the physical world, like bartending, nursing, and things like that. Um, there's this company called Figure. They're doing like crazy things with their robotics. Right now it's just doing packaging, but because of this new architecture called transformer architecture, they learn very fucking quickly. So, this year it's doing, I mean, just like this year it's doing this like very slowly, and then next year it's flipping and it's doing all that. Like that's what like I think that's obvious that that's gonna happen. Um, um, nursing, like, and then like therapy and stuff like that. So there have been a couple of studies where you do like blind tests of people who need like therapy, and they actually prefer the responses of the artificial intelligence over the responses of the
Oh,
human
ew.
therapist.
No,
Wait.
Because
That's
they didn't know that it was an artificial intelligence. They thought it was an actual human, but they preferred the artificial intelligence. It helped their mental states better.
Wait, okay, so I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I kind of want to bring something up, right? So if all of these jobs, right, are like replaced by AI, that means people, right, will not have funds. The consumers will not have funds. So these corporations, I feel, wouldn't make a profit. So I don't think it's in their best interest to replace all these jobs with AI.
Boyd, I think that's exactly right. If nobody has any jobs, who fucking cares if you're a company that makes AI stuff? Right. You have a consumer base, right? So I think what is probably going to happen is, I mean, just think about it. Like, what is more productive? Like one person with all these AI tools, or 500 people with all these AI tools?
Right.
Like,
They're going to make extreme cuts, that's for sure. But even then, extreme cuts, because again, a majority of like Americans, I'm just going to use America because that's what I'm most familiar with, live paycheck to paycheck, right? And if those people are cut out of a job, they don't have luxury money. So even then, these corporations are going to really feel it in their pockets.
But yes, and I think what's probably going to happen is you're just going to have one person being like 50 times more productive than they were.
Yeah, that's what's happening in like the software engineering right now. If you try to get a software engineering job right now, it's very fucking difficult because I think the first place where you're gonna see it, like you're already seeing it. Sorry, it's not a future thing. It's happening currently, like today. People are not hiring junior software engineers as much anymore. They're keeping on their junior software engineers who are 10xing their productivity and all that shit. They're just getting more code pumped out and stuff like that, and then senior software engineers and things like that. So it's already harder to get a job. Yeah, it's already harder.
I was a back end full stack developer in my early years of life. I code in 6 languages. I worked for the VA. Node.js, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and mumps, which is outdated. But I went to the 50th annual mumps conference in San Francisco. Like I built FileMan GUI for the VA. Like I was part of that. And everything that I did at the time, it was 2014. Everything that I did at the time for that company is completely replaced. Like all of the work and effort that I put in. By the way, I got like a 1% cut of the $1.5 million deal that we made because I was a 19-year-old female. And yeah, we're non-existent anymore. I don't even participate in coding at this point because
I tested it, and it's like really
yeah.
good code that it outputs. Well, I mean, you have to pay for the like if you get the O3 model, like I tested it and like just try to see if it can build like a certain type of website. 2 minutes, it was done, and I looked through the code. It was like it's pretty good. Yeah, so like I just like people who are
Angular
currently
is so hard.
so people who are
to
currently
learn.
going into school right now this coming fall semester for computer science, by the time they're like graduating, there's nothing, very few things that are going to be available to them, and I think that's sad.
Yeah. If you really wanted to be safe, like, taking, going to medical school would be great. It's like a great safe bet. I mean, like if maybe trades probably still going to be safe for a long time. But I mean, once plumbers are out of work, I mean, then at that point, then there's no place for anybody anywhere, right? You're just going to be either managing massive, like overseeing, various different AI agents, and bring their hallucination rates down or something, or you're just sitting at home with UBI or whatever. Right? Like it's just who cares at that point, right?
Yeah, I think the biggest wake up will be because the humanoid robotics, they have gotten significantly better over the past 2 years. So
yeah,
I think a lot of people who are living in cities, about maybe 2 to 3 years, you're gonna see your first like humanoid robotic just kind of like walking around, helping like a grandma out, and that's gonna freak you the fuck out. It's gonna freak you the fuck out, and it's gonna be like that is going to be the moment where you're like, we're in the future. You're like, that's it, we're cooked.
We're cooked.
That's gonna be about maybe 3 years from now, probably before the 2028 election.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's very much possible, but I don't think it's likely or even beneficial for that to happen.
Why don't you think it's likely? They can already, but
I mean, I'm saying it's not likely because it's not beneficial.
You'd be surprised at what these like Amazon is like frothing at the mouth for like robots to like, they're already contracted with Figure, to get some of the like, just go to Figure's like Twitter. They have like a 60-minute video of, or is it 60 hour? I think it's 60-minute. It's a 60-minute video, just continuous video of this robot, this brand new robot that they have, like, and it's just doing what the Amazon worker would do. And it's just doing it's just doing it. It's walking around, it's flipping the packages, it's figuring out where's on the package, flips it, puts the barcode down, it goes around, it's like looking around, it's like trying to figure stuff, it's reasoning about the world that it's in. I'm like, holy fuck. I look at it, I'm like, this thing, there's no way this is not teleoperated. But it's not. It's like, it's the fuck, it's a computer.
I mean,
I'm
I
like,
understand that, but
yeah,
I don't know.
you just have to see
because of the way I understand, like, I'm not doubting that. It's just the way that capitalism works, right? If the people don't have money, the billionaires don't exist.
Oh yeah,
I think they may try to implement
on a large scale, it's probably not going to work. But like these individual companies are doing it, right? Like Amazon's going to do it, BMW is going to do it. Your mom and pop shop in your town is not going to do it because they can't afford that.
Right.
They're operating at the margins.
But like, okay,
so it's going to be like a friction where like these large companies are adopting these, and then like smaller to mid-sized businesses are not, and there's like it's never like clean cut one size fits all. It's like just a slow
I
process,
get that,
yeah.
but like take Amazon for example. Like if people don't have the money to spend there, they're not gonna exist anymore. I think they'll try to implement it, and then it's gonna bite them in the ass, and then they're gonna have to undo it. Because once the people don't have money to spend on your company, you're out.
Yeah.
I think what's going to happen is like you're probably going to see a lot of the manual labor jobs be replaced. Anything tedious is going to be replaced. But yeah, Void, that's it is correct that if nobody is like working and everybody's like starving, like you're not gonna there's no point.
There's not a society, yeah.
So then what I think is probably gonna happen is you're gonna have a bunch of robots like walking around delivering things, and a bunch of people, right, like overseeing swaths of AI. So people could still have jobs. It's just we're just all we're doing is just like
Yeah, but
managing.
I don't like you said like labor jobs, like contractors and roofers and things like that, right? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, things like that. Yeah,
Okay,
or
yeah.
you
So
know, people making code or whatever.
right. So I'm going to speak specifically about like the laborers, right? Those people make a lot of money. It's not like millions, but it's definitely in the lower six figures every year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like if you replace their jobs, it's going to be more detrimental than like if you were to replace like a McDonald's worker, because I know you're saving funds, but those people no longer have the luxury money to spend. Like the more money you make, the more luxury money you have. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I think what might happen is instead of like they might be working the same salary, but instead of them actually going to some place to do it, it would be they send like 5 different agents out to do it, and then they like monitor them basically. I mean,
Well, even then,
this is
that
like way
cuts
far in the future. It's like it's like
that
almost
cuts
like
the that cuts the work pool though, right? So say they cut out 50 of the like humans and they replace them with AI, like the workers, right? That still is a large majority of people who will no longer have that luxury money.
Yeah, or it's
Like,
or it's like
it doesn't seem practical to me. Like I under like in like
Yeah,
concept,
like
it's scary and
in
like
like on
outlandish, but
paper,
I don't
yeah,
think it's
but like in real
practical.
life, a lot of what's gonna happen is it's gonna well, first of all, like it's gonna take a long time for like most people to be out of work.
Yeah.
Like we're talking about like 10% unemployment, 14% unemployment, 20% unemployment. Most people are gonna like, and there's still gonna be rich people who are gonna be able to afford these things. There's still gonna be middle class people for the next 10, 15, 20 years who are going to be able to afford these things. They're going to have their jobs. They might have their own AI, personalized AI agents that have businesses, and that's how they make their money. And then the other person, like
Yeah.
maybe everybody owns a business because they have the AI to run a business for them or make money
Yeah.
for them. Like, like there's like so many different scenarios or whatever. But like, I think until then, until this time where most people don't have money, if that ever comes to be, when most people don't have money and they're not able to make money, until then, you're gonna see businesses pretty much try to suck most of it like that dry. I'm like,
Speaking of,
I think
they're gonna
here's the
try
thing,
to,
right? Like
yeah,
like as it stands, right? Business will say, well, yeah, people still need jobs to work, so that they'll buy the consumer, so that they'll, they have a consumer basis to sell to. But I think at the same time, like no company individually, wants to be the one to hire people, right? It's like
yeah,
there's like diffusion of responsibility, right? Where it's just like, okay, yeah, people still need to work jobs and people still need to do these things, but I don't want to be the company that like hires people because it's like too expensive, right? Like, and
yeah,
this is what's going on right now, and there's going to be a period of disruption, and so maybe new jobs are created or something that we just don't have a conception of right now, or there's some UBI, who fucking knows, or but unless it's this
yeah.
administration, because I think that's
The
socialism.
UBI
Just
could
let people
also
starve.
like take the form of like like these very cheap but nonetheless competent like robots providing services. Like, so for example, instead of a UBI like having like sending you a paycheck every month, well, you're going to use that paycheck usually for money. I'm sorry, for usually for food,
yep,
and
that's how that
resources
works.
and things like that, right? But if you have just robots who just like very cheaply and probably free just make food for you, which is a utopia, but it is possible, like a government program where there's just robots that just give you food and you just get food for free because the labor is basically free. So like, why would you need to pay for it? That could be a
Maybe we
form
can
of
convince
UBI.
people, especially the topic is, can we just convince them that having robots make people food for free is some sort of socialism? Please.
Yeah.
Can I also just say real quick, I'm sorry, this was like 5-10 minutes ago, but believe it or not, you can be a female and look like this. I look fucking wild right now. I'm exhausted. I look like a fucking bum.
No, you
I
don't. Don't ever say that
I
about yourself again.
I can look like this and be a female and still be more intelligent than you, Chad. I'm so sorry.
Is somebody
Yes,
questioning your intelligence?
Yes, I can work in both healthcare, IT, and the service industry at the same time. My entire life. Like
That's what we call versatility.
I poured my entire heart and soul into every single thing that I have specialized in, and I consider myself incredibly intelligent. And if you don't agree with that or you don't like that, you can go fuck yourself. If you're in the chat and you know my dead name, you can Google me and look at all of the research that I poured into the FileMan GUI. Please go ahead. If you know my name, go ahead, look it up. Thank you. Thank you.
They say that they knew your name?
No, but I know exactly who this person is.
Oh.
Yeah, the only thing I'm excited for AI, literally the only use for, is like its medical applications.
Yeah,
and
super cool.
News, like science and stuff, like space, I don't know, rockets and shit. Like that'd be cool. They could just like engineer new products and stuff like that'd be cool. That's the only thing I'm excited. Everything else is just like, fuck, man. It's kind of fucking like a bleak look on society.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, like, in the future, if we got some UVI, I would not mind just like making like video games all day or like making art. Like that sounds like a good time, but yeah, but it's at the same time it is it is very nerve-wracking to think that at least something, you know, like that could just have full control over all of our water pipelines and the X, Y, Z, and you know, it could hallucinate something like in his big beautiful bill or whatever, like Donald Trump, it was like 10 years no AI regulation or something crazy.
That's why Marjorie Taylor Greene ended up was like, yeah, I didn't read it.
Yeah, but like
it's your job. Read the fucking shit.
Like, could you imagine if we just sort of, you know, with these current hallucination rates, right, or similar hallucination rates, we just allowed these things to just, you know, take over every single like waft of our life. Like, that would just end in complete and utter disaster. It's just that part is really scary.
What happened to my 401k? I'm sorry, I can't answer that question for you.
Yeah.
What I'm more scared of with AI, right, is we all know what a deep fake is, right? Yeah, that shit.
No, I've never heard of that before in my life.
Oh my god,
listen,
have
I'm
you seen what's
autistic.
been happening on Twitter with that shit?
Oh, I love how I get cut off. That's beautiful. No, go ahead, Carbon. I'm sure what you're about to say is so fucking important, Carbon. Go ahead.
The fucking deepfake shit.
Yeah. Have you guys ever heard of these things called deepfakes? I'm starting a new conversation, by the way. Sorry.
Also, I hope both y'all stub your fucking toe and it bleeds.
Sorry, go ahead.
You leave
Nah,
our
fuck y'all.
Okay,
alone. You let him be in his ADHD.
Hey, yo,
W.
AG.
WAG.
AG
we
with
love
the
AG.
racing debut. Holy shit, AG.
I love
Thank
AG.
you so much. I appreciate you.
So
Thank you. Love you. Amir, how you doing? How old are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 23.
Okay, so yeah, what's your answer?
Yeah, so I answered in chat. I assume that's why you invited me up. But why does God allow this? You're talking about the unaliving of children.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so obviously it's unfortunate, it's tragic, but everything happens for a reason.
Ooh.
And God can allow it for many reasons.
Do you know the reason, or you don't know the reason?
Well, there can be plenty of reasons. According to my paradigm, I don't believe that this life is the end, so I don't see it as a negative thing. Okay. But somebody who has an atheistic point of view, I can see why that's depressing.
So you said like, when you said God, you said there is a reason, but you don't know it? Because you said there's a lot of different possible reasons, but you don't know which one it is.
Yeah, God gives us a few examples of a couple of reasons.
Okay.
For
Are these
example,
good
God tells
reasons?
us he tests us with the loss of life. Yeah, I'm about to tell you according to my paradigm. So God tells us that you can experience a loss of life and a loss of wealth and a loss of children.
Mm-hmm.
But then God tells us give glad tidings to the patient. See, according to my paradigm, I don't believe that death is the end. So I don't see death inherently as evil,
because death can be a test. For example, it can be a test for a community, it can be a test for a parent, it can be a test for the siblings of the child. And in my paradigm, when a child passes away, they're showered in mercy by the Creator.
Okay.
You know, it's not like their story.
So you believe that
take a shot. Take a shot
So you
for
believe
every
that's
time he
a
says
good-
paradigm. Okay.
By the way, No Daddy Chill, thank you so much for the 30 months Prime sub. Appreciate that. Okay, so you think it's a good thing that this happens?
I mean, I don't think it's a good or a bad thing. I think it's the reality.
So you think it's
it's neutral?
amoral that... I know that's the reality. That's what we're debating. We're debating the evaluation that God has on the... or your worldview or your paradigm has on the actions themselves. It doesn't have to necessarily just be the school pew-pewings. We're talking about like all these things that, you know, would fit. Usually, presumably, like, you know, torture, rape, and things like that, right? Because that's not going to involve death usually, sometimes. So does God have good reasons for... you're saying God has a reason to allow that. The reason is that it's going to bring about these other goods, these great goods or something like that, right?
So yeah, again, like I said, operate in a system where I believe that you know, God can test us through certain things. It doesn't have to be good or bad. Obviously, when I believe that God allows us, God has given us free will, and with our free will, we can choose what we wish. And a human choosing to unalive another human being is evil. But you can't.
Can you direct us?
Evil, do you mean it
Can
should
you
not
please?
occur?
I'm sorry?
When you say evil, you mean it should not occur?
No, what's evil is a human being taking the life of another human being.
No, like when you say evil, you mean it should not occur, right?
What should not occur?
Like when you say an agent is doing an evil act, you mean that agent should not do that, right?
I'm saying unaliving children is evil, yes.
Okay, so and you should not do that, right? That's what that entails?
Yes, human beings should.
Okay. Should we intervene to stop those things?
To stop the death of, or the unaliving of children, yes.
Yeah, so that's a good thing, right?
A good thing of what? To intervene in the death of children?
Yeah.
Yes, but again, if you're going to try to make the argument that God is the active agent in this, he's not.
I didn't say he was an
Just
active
because God-
agent. I said, so like when it comes to, okay, so it's a good thing to intervene on these cases of school pew-pewing, rape, and things like that. And God only does good things, right?
Yeah, God only acts good.
Okay, so I mean, so
Oh,
what explains
So
why
again,
he
yeah,
wouldn't do
so-
the
so
thing
that's
that
a
is
false
good to do?
equivocation. That's a false equivocation. What you're
No,
doing
I'm keeping
you're-
the definition
you're
of good,
equivocating what's
saying
moral for us. Yeah, okay. You're equivocating what's moral for us to do as human beings and an effect that we can make to what our Creator can do.
Wait, okay, so that's
If
that
we
means
operate-
you're
if we
the one
operate
doing the
under
equivocation, right? What does good mean?
Okay, thank you. If we operate under the premise that, you know, God is all good and he has and he's willed all this to happen. Like I said, it's not inherently evil because God isn't the one who's doing the action of
I didn't ask that.
unjust
Okay, so what does the word good mean to
It
you?
doesn't matter if you didn't ask it.
What does the word
What does
good
the word
mean to
good
you?
mean?
To make sure we're not equivocating here, what does good mean?
Yeah, so good is anything that's objectively moral. I believe in objective morality because I believe in God. So good
Okay,
is
so
anything
what-
that God has allowed.
Good is anything that what? God what?
Good is anything that God has not explicitly stated not to do, anything that God has allowed, encouraged, and joined. For example, prayer, fasting,
Okay.
Giving the alms tax.
Yeah, those are examples of good. But what good means is anything that God has not explicitly forbidden.
Yeah.
So like me picking this marker up is good because God hasn't
Well, it's not
forbidden me to.
bad.
Well,
That's your
is it
definition.
good?
It's not
Is
bad.
the question.
Under your
By
definition.
good, you mean you'll be rewarded for it? No.
Okay, so
No,
it's
we're asking
okay,
your
so-
definition of good, Amir. You
Okay,
said
so
anything that God has not explicitly like forbidden, right? Did God forbid carbon to pick up that marker? Yes or no?
No.
Therefore,
Okay,
so it's a
by
good
your
thing for me to
definition,
pick
by
up the
your
marker.
account,
Yeah,
it's good.
It's not a bad thing to do it. It's a good thing.
I didn't
no.
ask if it's not a
Okay,
bad
so it
thing.
is
I
a
asked
good
if it's a good thing.
Yes, it's a good thing.
Okay,
So it's a good thing. So under your worldview, it's a good thing that carbon picked up the marker.
Yeah, I believe anything that's not immoral according to God is good.
Okay.
So is there an argument? Or?
Yeah. So if it's a good thing to intervene in typical cases of, pew-pewings and grape and things like that, right? And you said God hasn't explicitly forbid that, right?
Right.
Okay. So if God has not explicitly forbid that, then it follows from that it would be good for God to do it because God has not explicitly
Wait, God
forbid
hasn't
that, correct?
explicitly forbidden what?
Intervening in cases of like pew-pews and grape. He hasn't explicitly forbid that, correct?
He hasn't explicitly forbid people intervening in evil.
Yeah.
No, he hasn't.
Okay. So that means it's good, which means it would be good for him to do it and intervene, correct?
Well, yeah, again, like I said, that doesn't add up because when it comes to people intervening, we do what we can in this world because, like I said, we're limited, we're human beings. But when you take God out of the equation, you completely forget that. I believe in the day of judgment. Okay, you can't take one part of my belief and leave the other part. I believe at the end of the day, God will judge everybody for what they've done. This includes
has
those
nothing to do with what I'm asking.
Those innocent people. I'm answering your question. God is the active agent. He will deal justice.
Okay, so I'm not asking about justice after the fact. I'm talking about prevention, right? So it is a good thing to prevent these
I don't believe
actions.
prevented. I don't believe prevention is always good.
Okay, so in this case, it's good though, right?
In what case?
In the case of grape and torture and school pew-pewings, that's a good thing, correct?
If we're speaking about people helping each other out, yes.
Yeah,
If we're speaking
that's a
about
good
our
thing,
Creator,
right? And good thing, it just means, for some reason, what you mean by good is just something that God has not forbidden. Now, it's not the case that God forbid intervention in cases of school pew-pewings and grape and torture. Therefore, it follows that it would be good for God to intervene on cases of,
no,
school pew-pewings, grape and
that's where
torture.
your misunderstanding is. Your misunderstanding
I'm
is
sorry,
right
he
there.
did forbid it?
No, your misunderstanding is that you believe God can be held to the same standard of good and evil. God is inherently good. Whatever he does is good. If God allows people to die, to people to be unalived, like I told you earlier.
Wait, there's only one standard of good, is there not?
Can I finish?
Wait, you
Yeah,
because
it
you're
can be a test for
equivocating
the parents. It can be a test for the community. And God tells us, be patient and give glad tidings to the patient.
Wait,
See,
I'm
it's not
sorry.
like we
So
believe
is
God's
there
just
only
gonna allow
one
these
standard
people
of
to
good, or
die
are there
and
multiple
justice won't
different
be
standards
taken.
of good?
God is the standard. You can't compare God to his standard.
So God is the standard of
Because
good.
he doesn't meet his own
right?
standard.
So we're only looking at one standard of good. So that means, what that means, if there's only one standard of good, that means when faced with a situation, right, and an agent was sufficiently capable of operating and navigating that situation, there is only one standard of what it means to what a good action would be in that situation. Now, in the cases, typical cases of grape and torture and school pew-pewings, there is a singular standard of what it means as an agent that's kind of like on looking. There's a single standard of what it means to do good, and in this case, it's to intervene to protect the children, right? But we don't
Carvin,
see
what I
God
say
intervening to
was my
protect the
standard
student.
for good.
You just said it
What
was
I
God.
say was my standard for good.
You just said it
Yeah,
was
it's what
God.
God decrees, right? It's what
Okay,
God
so if
decrees,
God
right?
is the standard
So
of
if God
good,
decrees for
wait,
sin, okay,
I'm responding.
Go ahead.
If God
Go
is
ahead,
the
go ahead.
standard for good, and what it means to do the good thing in this situation, the good thing to do would be to intervene, but God does not intervene, then he can't be the fucking standard of good, my guy.
Are you ready? Because God is the standard of good, whatever he decrees to do and chooses to do is inherently good. So whether God chooses to intervene and not allow this person to be unalived for whatever wisdom he has, that is inherently good. Whether God decides not to intervene and allow this person to be unalived due to whatever wisdom he has, whether it's to test for a person or it's a mercy for the child, this is also due to his wisdom. So you're holding God to a standard that doesn't
That
work.
he can't
Now I'm
meet
going
his
him to
own
one singular standard. So if you want to go down that route, that's fine. We can say if God holds that it would not be a good thing for him to intervene because of his divine wisdom, then why are we justified in intervening then, if it's not a good thing to do?
Yeah, of course. Because, well, again, there's a false equivocation when it comes to us as human beings who are created, who have free will, who will be held accountable for our actions, who have this concept of good and evil. Yes, it's good for us to intervene because this is something that's morally good. If I see a child that's being abused,
Can I ask
last
really
thing,
quick?
last thing,
I'm
last
so
thing.
sorry.
Olive, I would really appreciate that. Yeah, if I see a child being hurt in front of me and I have the capacity to help that child without harming myself, I'll do it. But you can't hold God to the same standard because
Okay,
God
so
decrees that.
so it's good for a human being to intervene, and it's schmud for God to not intervene. I don't know what shmud is. Can you tell me what shmud is?
What is shmud?
I don't know. You apparently it's not good.
You just said that word. What do you mean?
Yeah,
I didn't
it's
ask
some
you what
other
it is.
word
What
other
up?
than good. It's a good thing for God, for us as humans to intervene in cases of
Okay,
like.
I'll
Hold
dumb
on,
it down for you. Don't worry.
wait. Hold on. It's a good thing. What it means to be good, right? We've defined what that word is. But God doesn't do that thing. Whatever that thing is that we are calling good, God doesn't want to do it, right? He does some other thing. In
Again,
fact,
that's
he
not
does
what
the
I said.
exact opposite, right? He chooses not to intervene. So I'm just gonna call that shmud, right? Shmud is the opposite of
Again,
good.
it was a good try, but I'll dumb it down for you because
Go ahead.
so you can
That's
understand.
crazy.
So basically, like I said it again. Whatever God decrees is moral. We both agreed that that was my definition, right? So according to my paradigm, what God decrees is moral. If God decrees for this person to be unalived, then that is moral. If God decrees this person won't be unalived, and by some miracle on his part, or he uses some rational agent like a human being like me to go in and intervene so that person isn't unalived, that's his will. Whatever God decrees to happen is morally good.
Yeah, you're just
Because God
equivocating.
is inherently good. But however, when tragedy happens, see, this is such a low tier argument because evil exists.
But you
God
can't get
does.
around it.
Evil
You're just
exists
the
as a
only
test.
way to try to get around it is just equivocate on what good means. That's what you're just.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's just called a non
The thing is,
sequitur.
I'm not a
Olive, you
Christian.
wanted to
I'm
say
not a Christian,
something, and
so
then
you're not really used to arguing against my
You're
paradigm.
wait a minute. Olive wants to.
I just
Olive wants to speak.
I just had a quick question. I'll make it as quick as possible. Can you point to me, considering hopefully you're familiar with your Bible, correct?
Yeah, I don't believe in the Bible. Well, I'm not a Christian. I'll say that. I'm a Muslim.
Oh, okay. Okay, never mind.
Were you
I
gonna
was
point to
gonna
1
ask.
Samuel
That's the
15?
same argument. Like,
No,
I believe in the
I
omni
was
properties.
actually not. I was actually not going to point to 1 Samuel 15.
Where were you gonna go?
I was going to go to Moses 3, verse 17, specifically.
What does that verse say?
Basically saying, I was going to ask you if you interpreted, because this has been a topic of conversation this evening, is interpretation and context of the biblical text, right? In regards to how you know for a fact that God is speaking about certain things. So in Moses 3, verse 17, it can be inferred that he was speaking about free will. However, it's up for interpretation. So I just wanted to know your take on that, but you are Muslim, so I digress.
Right.
I've got a question. I'm just
I
curious.
can answer you my paradigm if you want, Olive. I can tell you what like free will is for me.
Hold on, I got to take a shot first because, you know.
Alright, you do you. Yeah, but if you want to listen while you do, would you like me to just explain while you do whatever you're doing? So yeah, basically, I'm not a Christian. I'm a Muslim, and in the Quran, God says that He's the one who created life and death as a test for each of you to see which of you are best in action. So I believe that the purpose behind life is that we were created to worship our Creator alone, and God is testing us to see which of us will recognize our Creator and not only take up worship of Him, but also obey His commands and laws. So as a Muslim,
Are you
I don't
also
worship Jesus or a man.
Does God know who will choose him and who won't?
Does God know what?
Like who will choose him and who won't?
Yes, God has knowledge over all things.
Okay, so like when you say
Battery
test, like, what do you
20%.
mean?
Yeah, so just because God has knowledge over something doesn't mean that He didn't give us the ability to choose what's right and wrong. For example, God knows what I will choose to do and whether I'll die upon Islam or not. You know, I hope God will allow me to die upon Islam, but
I
don't know.
personally prefer.
But test just mean let it play out.
I personally prefer Islam over Christianity, simply because historical context and the supremacy that Christianity and Catholicism have over mankind. So I will be devil's advocate here for a moment in regards to Islam. However, would you say that you would vouch for the entirety of Abrahamic religions or no?
Yeah, I would make the very bold claim, and maybe some people might take this as abrasive, but I believe there's only one Abrahamic religion, and it's Islam. I don't believe that Abraham was worshiping a trinity or a man god.
Well, yeah, I'm just curious. I'll ask some questions. So, do you believe that God's nature is going to be necessary?
What do you mean God's nature is going to be necessary?
Like, take his, like God is omnibenevolent, right? And like God presumably makes decisions, right? Like has desires, you know, because his
He has
nature
active
is
potency.
what?
Yes, he has active potency.
Right. Okay. So I mean, in that sense, then like, so that he makes decisions based off of his desires, and his, you know, desires are there because of his nature, and you would say his like nature is going to be necessary, right?
No, are you going to make the argument that, you know, since his natures are eternal and he depends on them, God is dependent?
No.
So can you make the argument?
Well, no, I'm just wondering if you're a necessitarian.
What, again, I'm not familiar with are you using philosophical terms?
Yes.
Can you qualify them?
Yeah, so something that's necessary is something that obtains in all possible worlds.
Yeah, so God is necessary.
Right, but I'm asking you, like, is his nature going to be?
What do you mean? God is identical to his nature? God is his essence. What do you mean? Is his nature
So then, I mean, well, then that just means that, like, every single desire that God has and every single decision God's ever made is going to be necessary.
Yeah, so God is an essence, and God's attributes subsist in his essence. I don't believe that God is separate or his attributes manifest in a separate thing. I also believe God is atemporal. He exists in time. God is temporal. He exists in time.
Oh, okay. God is temporal, so he exists when
Yes,
time.
it makes no sense. God cannot be temporal. I mean, God cannot be atemporal. It's impossible.
Oh, cool. That's actually refreshing. But no, I was just because if it is the case that, you know, God is identical to his essence, and, you know, he has desires, and he has these desires because he's all good, they stem from his essence, right? Well, then it's just going to be the case that every single decision he's ever made is going to be necessary. Right, which means that the actual world is the only possible world that could ever exist, which means that you're a necessitarian. And that also means that you can't choose any differently either.
Well, whenever God wills to create something, that doesn't necessarily mean that creation is necessary. The only thing that's necessary is God.
Okay, so then what about God is contingent then?
Nothing about God is contingent. That's why
If nothing about God is contingent, well, that means he has to create the natural world. Because like your desires are going to be a part of you.
God doesn't have to create anything.
So is there a world
that is what necessity means.
I don't believe God's attributes are eternal.
Wait,
that has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
Like God created the natural world for a reason, correct?
Yeah.
And the reason that when he considered those reasons of creating the natural world, he established that those reasons that would justify creating the natural world counted against and over the reasons for not creating the natural world, correct?
Whether he did or didn't, God created the world. That's an undeniable fact.
That's not the question.
We exist in it. Yeah, I'm saying I don't know the answer. I can't.
Well, it's like that just follow. Can God fail in his reasoning?
What do you mean fail in his reasoning? What does that even mean?
Can he make a mistake in reasoning?
No, because we believe God is all-wise.
Okay, so it's always the most reasonable action to create a natural world, correct?
Every one of God's actions are the most reasonable.
Right. So necessarily, he created the natural world. That's what Jolly's trying to tell you.
Yeah, in this world necessarily he creates. But
there's no other world. There's no other world in which it's every possible world.
God's attribute of creation. God's attribute of creation.
Like possibility is going to be a modal claim, right?
All right, guys, can I speak? God's attribute of creation subsists in his essence, so it's necessary to him. But God doesn't necessarily have to create. For example, before creation was God, and God did not create. However, he had the attribute of creation in his essence. It subsisted in his essence, but he did not act on that attribute. That's why I believe God's attributes are necessary, but they're not eternal. It's very simple. That's also why God is temporal, because God acts in periods of time. For example, I believe God created the heavens and the earth in 6 days. Christians believe the same thing. So we believe God acts.
Is there a possible world in which God would not have created the world?
Wait, repeat that one more time.
Is there a possible world in which God would not have created the natural world?
The natural world we know now? Yeah, it's possible, because that's not necessary. The only thing that's necessary is God.
So it is possible that there are reasons that would be count against God creating the natural world as we see it. There were reasons that would count against that.
Again, I can't choose to speak on behalf of the wisdom of my creator. I can't.
Okay. Can you point me? Wait, hold on. Question. I'm so sorry. Can you point me to the surah or the hadith that speaks about free will? Can you point me to that?
I believe it's in Surah Mulk, which is Mulk. And if you scroll in there, you'll see a verse where it says, the one who created life and death to test you. Just look that up. It's in there.
Again, that's contextual. I thought you were going to.
I mean, I don't have my computer in front of me. I'd have to go off screen to pull it up for you.
What about like Al-Kaif 18 verse 29?
Which Qaf?
Al-Kaif.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're saying. Al-Kaif?
Yeah, I'm
What is
sorry.
that?
I genuinely don't know how to pronounce it.
How do you spell it?
You should be the one.
How do you spell
telling
it?
me, considering this is your religion.
Yeah, but you're
K-A.
pronouncing it wrong.
I apologize.
Surah Al-Kahf.
This is not. Yes, ALKA-KAHF.
Yeah,
Don't know
it's
how to pronounce
Kahf,
it.
not Kaif. Kahf.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Can we not talk about how I'm pronouncing things and just answer my fucking question, please?
Yeah, what's your question?
18 verse 29.
What's it say? You have to read it for me.
No more time. We have waited long enough.
I don't have it pulled up in front of me.
Let me look it up. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay. The truth is from your Lord. Let him who will believe and let him who will reject. That is basically one of the examples of the implication of free will. However, again, as well as Christianity and Catholicism, this is contextual and it is up for human interpretation. And I don't see any direct passage in any surah or hadith, as well as any scripture in the Bible, that is pointing directly to free will. So please point me in that direction. I would love that.
Got you, Olive. Perfect. So yeah, so according to this verse, it tells us that we have the choice to believe or not believe. So God is not forcing us in any way, shape, or form. God also says in the Quran that there is no compulsion in religion, i.e., you cannot force somebody to convert to Islam for any reason. Period. It's a major sin. But to answer your question, we in Islam we have a standard where we explain Quran with Quran and we explain Hadith with Hadith. And we know that in the Quran, like I told you in Surah Mulk, if you want to pull it up, I'm pretty sure it's chapter 30, where God says, He is one who created life and death to test you. So we know that this life is a test. And we also know that there are various hadith about the nature of free will and that God has decreed everything, but that God's decree includes our will. So God knows what we will, but God doesn't have any effect on our will.
So do you take, look, hi, sorry, I'm having a conversation. Do you take the hadiths, do you take them into consideration as heavily as you would scripture of Quran?
Yeah, so any hadith that's established to be authentic or
There's
sahih.
hundreds.
Yeah, every hadith.
How would you know?
Yeah, so in Islam we have a very rigorous system to test which hadith is true. For every hadith that's reported, we look at the chain of narrators. We make sure each of these people exists. We see each of these persons' role in society. If they ever told a lie in their life, what their nature is with religion. If they do drugs, we know everything leading up. For every narration, we can give you a chain of narrators to the Prophet.
Who is the arbiter?
Just allow me to answer your question.
So beautiful. Thank you.
We can answer the chain from the narrator to the Prophet, peace be upon him himself. And our grading system is so rigorous that a single authentic narration from the Quran or from the Hadith is more reliable than any verse in the four books of the Gospel.
Okay, I appreciate that. I don't subscribe to any theism, but I
subscribe. That's subscribing to shit.
Like, can you?
Luke, shut the fuck up.
Pipe down.
Please, we're having a conversation. Please.
All right, I gotta get back to like the original topic here. Like I think we got. Okay, so.
I'll see you guys later. I gotta go, but
Bye,
Charlie.
All right, see ya.
The host, is
Amir,
it cool if I? What's up?
I was just gonna say, Amir, if you want to like talk anytime, I'm willing to talk anytime about.
Yeah, why don't you
arguments
shoot
with
me a
God or
follow?
Twitter.
We can talk whenever.
Yeah. All right. See you guys.
All right. So, host, is it cool if I ask you a question? You've asked me a couple.
Yeah, I mean, we're still like at an impasse on. It seems like you're equivocating on what good means here. And then we kind of got off track there. So.
Well, again, no, I told you my standard is that which God decrees, and according to my standard, if God decrees something, Him being an active agent and whether stopping it or not, it's morally good. So,
Yeah.
So we didn't reach an impasse. You just
Yeah,
didn't like
well,
my answer.
the impasse is that there's two different standards, not one standard.
It's not
There's two
different
different
standards.
moral systems, right? Because it would be good for a person to intervene, but it wouldn't be good for God to intervene. That's two different standards.
No, whatever God does is moral. The sentence, it wouldn't be good for God, that in and of itself is logically incoherent.
Exactly. That's
Because
why you're
whatever God does
contradicting
is good.
yourself. Yeah. Because
No,
if
I'm
I
not
told you,
contradicting myself.
wait, so would it be good for a person to intervene? Yes or no?
Yeah, if you can.
Okay. And when you
Because
say
that person
good,
is,
and
is
when we
created
say
and has
good,
free
we're
will.
referencing God, right?
When we say good,
We're not
yeah, it's in the
equivocating on
context of
anything
what
good.
God
Right.
decrees.
Okay.
It's in the context of what God
But
decrees.
God
yes.
wouldn't do the good thing, right?
No, if God decreed for that thing to happen, then God is an actor. So whatever God did is good. So whether God
Wait,
decreed for it to happen, it was good.
that didn't answer my question. So if it's a
It
good
did answer
thing,
my
so
question.
God
Is
would
that okay?
do, so I'm sorry, if it's a good thing for an agent, a sufficiently capable agent, to intervene in these cases, right? And then God decides, I'm not going to do that thing, I'm not going to intervene. Then it follows from that God did not do the good thing.
Again, you're misunderstanding when you keep saying God doesn't intervene. God does intervene in every
No,
case you put.
Oh,
He does
wait,
intervene.
so he does stop all school shootings?
Again, no. When the person unalives, that is God's intervention because that is God's will.
Okay,
God has
so
intervened. God has decreed for that person to die.
So in the cases where a child unalives.
Wait, answer the question. If
Wait,
God,
if a
God
case, hold
decrees
on,
for
wait.
something,
I'm
is
just
that
making sure I
intervention?
understand this. In the cases where
Wait,
the
I've
child
answered plenty of your questions.
can you
Well, if
please
that's the
stop
case-
over talking me? In the cases where where the child unalives or the child is raped, right? It's not the case that it would have been good for an agent to intervene.
Yeah, if that agent isn't the Most High, the Creator, because the Creator intervenes whether that's active or not. So, for
Okay,
example, if this allow me to finish. If this child were to die, that would be God's intervention because God's decree is His intervention, whether you like that or not. Now,
Okay,
can you answer
cool.
your question for
So
me since I've answered plenty of your questions?
when we see somebody being raped, we should not
Sir,
intervene
would you like to
because
answer
we
one of
see.
my
I don't know why
questions?
you're over talking me. So when we see a
It
child
just seems
or
you're
somebody,
scared.
I still don't know why you're over talking me. You're trying to run away from your own argument, and I'm the scared one. Okay, so when it comes to like, I don't know
Nobody's
why
running.
you're
You
over
asked me
talking.
30
Now we got two
questions.
people over talking me. That's
Let him
crazy.
talk. Let him talk. Let him talk,
Okay,
please.
so when we see like a man who's raping someone, right? Given the fact that God has not intervened there, right? We obviously know that
There's your
God
misconception.
I don't know why you're over
God
I
has
still don't know why
intervened.
you're over talking me. So
Because
I'm gonna restart. I
your
still don't know
premise
why
is
you're
wrong.
still
'Cause your
talking.
premise is
I
wrong.
still don't know why you're over talking me.
Because I'm correcting your
I
premise.
still don't know why
Your
you're over
premise is
talking me.
wrong.
I haven't even finished my premise.
Dude, because I'm correcting your premise as you're saying.
You
You're
haven't
crashing
corrected
out. You
anything.
keep
I'm
saying
sorry.
God doesn't intervene.
You're the
I
one
spoke to you
crashing out
multiple
because you're
times.
intervening you're interrupting when I'm trying to
Okay.
like deconstruct your argument. Okay. So when it comes to
Does
somebody
does
who I
God's
still don't know
will
why you're over talking me.
does God's will
I still don't
constitute
know why you're
intervention
over
or no?
talking me. I'm gonna have to start muting
Why do
you.
you listen to him? And
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna
Listen.
mute both of y'all. I'm gonna get it out. Okay. So, Amir. So if somebody is being raped, right? Now it's very clear that if I'm looking at somebody being raped, it's very clear that God did not stop the rape. Do we agree with that? Yes or no? Before I continue to my next question.
No,
So you don't. So God did intervene to stop the rape?
he didn't intervene. No.
He did not intervene. Okay, Amir,
sure why that was
you agree that
Will.
you agree that he
Fuck
did not
will.
intervene. If I'm watching a
Fuck
grape,
will.
God did not intervene and stop the grape, correct?
Are you asking me or this guy? Who are you
I'm
talking to?
asking you, Amir.
I'm talking right now. He never
Okay, well,
intervened.
like,
No.
then can
No.
this guy stop talking? Who's this guy?
No.
Anyway, yeah. Repeat your question one more time.
Okay.
I was
If
on
I'm-
mute for some reason.
If I'm watching a grape happen, it's true that it did not stop the grape from happening, correct? That's
If you're
just
watching
trivial,
a
right?
grape currently happening,
Yeah.
then yeah, no, God hasn't stopped it. It's currently happening.
Right. So God made an evaluation that he should not intervene on that grape, correct?
Well,
Yes.
Okay. Now, stop, Luke, please. Okay. So we know that a grape is happening. We know that God. All right. So I'm gonna have to just drop this guy. He's like crashing out as well. Okay. So, all right. So we know that we're watching a grape happen, and we know that God has made an evaluation that it is not a good thing to intervene on that grape. Correct.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. All right. So with that being
Okay, what's
said,
the argument?
yeah. With that being said, if it's not a good thing to intervene on the grape, then it follows from
Right.
that I should not intervene on the grape. Correct.
No, it's a good thing for you to intervene.
Okay, so it both is a good thing and it's not a good thing to intervene on the grape. That is the contradiction.
Let me know when you finish so I can answer.
I just gave you the contradiction.
Okay, perfect. Are you ready? All right, don't cut me off. I would very much appreciate it. So yeah, like I explained again, I'll dumb it down a lot for you since you're just not getting it. So human beings have free will, and we're responsible for our actions. So in Islam, God granted humans the ability to choose between right and wrong. So when somebody does something like grape, it's from their choice, not God's command. And this is according to the Quran. You can go to chapter 2, verse 155 and 156. So the second premise, this world is a test. This world is not a perfect paradise. So obviously this life is going to have trials, okay? Divine wisdom lies in the test that God chooses to allow. God says in chapter 2, verse 30, indeed, I know that which you do not know. So these trials can be for plenty reasons. For example, trials can reveal inner character, it can enforce justice, and it can even shape spiritual growth. The loss of a child can really push somebody to connect with their creator. I really hope the same for you. The third premise, God's wisdom is hidden, but it's always just. And this is according to my paradigm. If we're doing an internal critique, you have to accept it. There are Islamic scholars who emphasize that what may appear evil can serve a greater purpose beyond our understanding, like I've explained. But I'll bring Islamic scholars since you don't like my explanations. We have scholars such as Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah, and Ibn al-Qayyim. They maintain that pure evil does not exist in and of itself, but rather each occurrence of evil harbors some divine wisdom or good, even if it's unseen. Ibn al-Qayyim, rahimahullah, reported, by enabling free will, God has placed things where they belong, even if what the servant does is evil itself. My fourth premise is that patience, or sabr, is the best response to injustice or any type of loss. Like I told you previously,
He's not responding to
there's a
anything
story
I
in the
just said.
Quran of Moses and Khidr, his companion, in chapter 18, verses 60 to 82, that highlights the need for patience and humility. We understand that divine wisdom comes. Humans are not always able to grasp the divine reasoning behind events. So ultimate justice is in the afterlife. I don't believe in your atheistic, depressing point of view that once a child dies, there's no justice. And for example, somebody can unalive 6 million Jewish people and he'll never be held to justice for it. No, I believe that ultimate justice exists in the afterlife. I
Wait.
believe in a just creator.
Let him
I don't
finish.
believe
They-
that, I don't
no,
believe
hold
that
on,
we
let him
just
finish.
live and die and that's it. For you to hold this point of view, it's incredibly sad and depressing. But anyway, can you respond to the points I made?
Yeah, so you didn't respond at all to the contradiction that I gave you. I don't know why you just gave. I don't know why you just gave an argument that had nothing to
Yo,
do with the
this guy.
contradiction. I don't know why you're over talking me. I'll just let you speak. Let me speak.
You're panicking.
So I don't know why you're over talking me. Okay, so you did not respond at all to the contradiction that I gave you. The contradiction was, and I'm gonna give it to you again, and I'm gonna dumb it down for you. Okay, so the contradiction was that we've established that it's good for God to not intervene. Right? That's a good thing. Apparently, that's a good action for a morally sufficiently capable agent to not intervene. And then immediately after, what did you say, Amir? You said it is a good thing to intervene on that action. And then you realized that was a contradiction. And so you went on and started, I don't know what you were just talking about. I knew what you were talking about. But it had nothing to do with the argument that I presented to you. Happens with every single theist that I present with this argument. You will always run away from this argument. The argument was, is it a good thing to intervene in these cases of grape? Yes or no? I want a yes or a no.
Okay, perfect. So, no, it's not a contradiction because, like I explained,
So it's
God
no,
intervenes
it's
at
not a good
different
thing. I want a yes or no. Is it a good thing to intervene in typical cases of grape? Yes or no?
roles. Again, you can't beg the question. It's not a yes
Is
or no
it a
question.
good thing? Oh, it's not a yes or no?
That's fallacious. So to answer your question, it's not a contradiction because God and humans have different roles.
Oh,
For
different
human
moral
beings,
systems. So it was
Here, allow
different
me to
moral
answer. Allow me to
systems.
answer.
So when
No,
I
I said
asked
different
you if
roles.
there was
I said different roles.
yeah,
Don't
when you say
don't
different
misconstrue me.
roles,
So
do you mean
allow me to
different
finish.
understanding of what good means?
Allow me to finish. I said different roles, not morals. So for human beings, intervening is good because we're commanded by God, who sets the standard, to stop evil when we see it. That's our duty. But for God, again, here's the different role for God. Allowing it can still be good in the bigger picture because God sees the full reality, including justice in the afterlife, the test of free will, and other wisdoms we can't see.
Yeah.
So
So that's called
your
one special pleading
your
and
level
two
one
equivocation.
argument that
Listen, if
because
it's level
evil,
one,
God
then why
doesn't
can't you
exist.
defeat it? You're
I
saying
just
that when it
defeated
comes,
it.
you
What?
can't defeat it at all. You're literally saying that what it means to do the good action, because you're equivocating. Good means one thing. There's one standard of what good means. Good means X, right? And then you're saying God chooses not to do X. That means you're saying God is
Grandmaster.
not doing the good. I don't know what you're just equivocating on the term. And then if you do want to say that God is not required to do the good, right? Then you're just special pleading. You're saying that God is like some, I don't know what, apparently he's not a moral agent. Thank you so much, Grandmaster. I appreciate you. So good, if good means one thing, if there's only one standard, right? That means when an action is being, when a situation is being presented to a moral agent, there is a good thing and there is a not good thing, right? The action that you can evaluate is either good or it's not, right? Now, if you're saying that the good action that the moral agent is presented with is to intervene in typical cases of rape, right? Then it just follows from that if God is going to do the good action, then he would just intervene on the typical cases of rape. But we don't see that happening. So that's the contradiction that you are stuck in. You still have failed to get yourself
I hear
out
your contradiction now.
Gotcha.
I hear your contradiction.
Oh, now you hear it. Gotcha.
Yeah, okay. I've been heard it, but you're not hearing my response. I want everybody in chat to hear. I'm going to answer it, and then I want you to deal with my point that I'm going to bring up. So again, I want you to open your ears and listen this time, God willing.
Are you going to say the same thing?
Two standards. Sir, allow me to speak. I allowed you to speak. Right? It is not two standards. There's one standard applied differently based on who's acting. The standard for good is what God wills and commands, because God is the source of goodness, justice, and wisdom. So what's good for a human is what God commands us to do, i.e. stopping harm, being an active agent in stopping that grape. What is good for God is what God wills in his perfect knowledge and justice, even if you don't agree with it.
Yeah, so do you know what special pleading is, right?
Oh my God. Can you deal with the point, sir?
Yeah, do you know what special pleading is?
Don't ask me a question.
Yeah, I'm asking you. Okay, you are special pleading. I'm assuming you know what special pleading is. So what you're doing is you're special pleading. You're saying that God has some different standard of what ought to be done in this particular situation. That's a good thing
it's
to
not
be
a
done.
different standard.
I don't know why you're over talking me.
Because it's not a different standard.
I don't know why you're over talking me. I don't know why you're over talking me. Does God have to do the same thing that humans have to do?
No.
Then that's a fucking different standard. It's a fucking different standard. If it's a different okay, that's just another word for standard. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's just another word for what you mean by standard, right? If there's a different standard that do the rules that follow God's actions, that guide God's actions, are those the same rules that guide humans' actions?
Yes, God is identical to his logical premises.
Okay,
yes.
so let's say we're faced. I don't know why you're over talking me. Let's say we have a situation.
Hold on, you asked me a question.
You answered it. Now I'm gonna
no, you asked me a question before.
Now you said that the rules that
I'm special pleading, right?
I don't know why you're over talking me. So the rules that govern God's actions, right? I need you to follow along because you are not tracking this conversation at all. So the rules that govern God's actions, those are the same rules that govern humans' actions. Now, that is the same standard. That is one singular concrete standard. Now that we got one singular concrete standard, there is a rule for what we ought do when we see somebody being raped. What is that rule, Amir?
For human beings?
Oh, I don't know why you're qualifying for human beings because there's not a different role for anybody else.
Yeah,
for moral agents.
Like I said, there are two roles.
Moral agents.
I said there are two roles.
There's two rules. So what is good is going to be is relative to the agent.
Yes.
So you're a moral relativist.
I'm not sure why it took us so long to get to this.
Okay, so just to be clear, you are a moral relativist, correct?
Well, hold on. Earlier you said I was special pleading, right?
Was that a yes or was that a no?
No, you can't ask me.
Are you a moral relativist?
Did you say I was special pleading?
Are you a moral relativist?
Can you explain how I was special pleading?
Yeah, so you're special pleading. Yeah, that's fine. So you're a moral relativist. Okay, so you're special pleading. You are because your good is dependent on the agent. Okay, now when it comes
doesn't change, there's one standard.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, there is one standard. Now we're back to the contradiction.
One standard with different roles.
Now we're back to the contradiction.
One standard, different roles.
You're not tracking this conversation. Go ahead. Okay, so you're special pleading because so there's a standard that's being applied to humans such that it is good, that we have to that it would be good for us to intervene on like typical cases of rape, right? And then you're saying there's some property set of God, right? God doesn't have to follow that standard. He has a different standard, right? Now
that's your misconception.
Okay, so he does have to intervene.
It's one standard.
Oh, so it's one standard. So there's one rule. So every moral agent, is it true that every moral agent ought to intervene on cases of
that's not
cases
true.
of rape? Is that true? That's false, right? So it depends on the agent.
Now let me explain it to you. There's one moral standard, right? There's one moral standard for every moral agent. There are different roles. For human beings, they have a specific role, and for God, it has a specific role.
Yeah,
Now,
why?
again, can you answer the question? How
Yeah,
am I special
what
pleading?
property set of God? What property set of God justifies that he has a different role?
Yeah, because God is not the same as humans. So
That's why it's called special
allow me
pleading,
to finish.
Amir.
Allow
Just
me-
calling him
no, allow
different.
me-
Yeah, I'm
no,
not the
it's
same
not
as
special
you. Am I the
pleading.
same
I'll
as you,
educate you.
Amir? Amir, am I the
Listen,
same as
it's
you?
not special pleading, and I'll explain how it's not.
Okay.
Right
So
now.
what?
So
I'm gonna
special
ask you.
pleading-
Wait. We're gonna be very specific.
Oh my God.
What property set of God justifies why he has a different role? Go.
Yeah, sure. God's knowledge, power, and the ability to see the full picture.
Okay,
So
so-
again, it's not special. Hold on, host. Again, it's not special pleading because if I were to make the claim, it's always wrong not to stop a grape. That's the claim. But if I were to say, but when God doesn't stop it, it's not wrong. That's what you think I'm saying, correct? But that's not what I'm saying.
All right,
Because
so I got an inference
if I were
being
to say,
made here.
hold on, no, I'm not finished.
No, I'm
If
not
I were to
letting you
say
run
this
from it. I'm not letting you
without
run from
giving
it.
a valid, I'm sticking to it. If I were
Okay,
to say
so
this
cool.
without
So
giving
you let's just
so
be
allow me to
clear.
finish.
You said
Allow
that
me to
human
finish, host.
beings, everything you're saying has nothing to do with the question I'm about to ask right
No,
now.
can you track?
Okay.
Can you track, please?
Amir, you're not tracking this conversation at all.
I was in the
You
middle
said
of
the
a
reason
sentence
why
and
I'm
you cut me
asking
off.
you, the reason why I'm asking you about special pleading, right? Because there's an inference being made, right? You're saying that God has some property set, the property set that justifies why he has a different role. Now, you gave me some property set. You said his you said like the fact that he knows the future, omniscience. Now, what is the argument that those things justify his different role?
Okay, perfect. God has a different role because God fundamentally is different. And the context between God as the moral agent.
I'm sorry, Amir. You're done. You're
You-
done.
you see how
good.
you're running?
You're good. You're cooked, my guy. He's different because he's different. I love the argument, my guy. I love the argument. Oh my
Bro.
God. Anyway, let's get the next person up here.
There's
I'm
more
different.
people.
Believe it. How you doing? How old are you? Hello. That was embarrassing. Hello, believe it. Are you here? All right, my guy. Okay. Yeah,
I'm
that's all you got to
definitely
do.
gonna sleep in the
That's all you got to do
requests.
is ask them, right? When they say that God, what it is to be good for like a human being to do something, right? That wouldn't be good for God to do that same thing because God has a different role. Just ask them what justifies that. What property that God has justifies him having a different role. 9 times out of 10, they'll name the properties, right? But they won't be able to give an argument for why those properties somehow justify the different role, right? So presumably the argument goes as follows, doing this off the top of my head, but they'll say, if a moral agent has the property set XYZ, then they have a different role in a particular moral system, right? God has a property set XYZ, therefore he has the particular role in it. Yeah, so what I was asking him to do was justify premise 1 of that argument. If an agent has the property set XYZ, then they have a different role in a particular moral system. Now, I don't understand what a fucking different role in a moral system is. That's not just also tracked by just saying that you have a different standard, right? So yeah, he couldn't get himself out of that. So that's why he kept trying to run from that. But thank you, Grandmaster, for the kick. I appreciate you. Yeah, there's only one standard, but there's not one standard. I love it. Do we got any other debates or no?
This person keeps talking about trans people. I don't know if you want to switch the topic.
Nanners, are you still with it? Are you still here?
Yeah, she just texted.
Oh, okay.
Her baby probably woke up.
All right, I got time for one more debate. Come on. Riley Gaines is pregnant. Oh, well, maybe her baby can swim. Or maybe the baby can swim a little faster.
Yeah.
Get third place at least.
Right. You know what's really funny? Riley Gaines' career wouldn't exist without a trans woman.
Yeah, imagine that.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's actually not fair, right?
Right.
It's not fair. Like, it's not fair that her career was popped off by a trans woman and the trans woman's career did not pop off, right? There's an unfair advantage that cis women have compared to trans women when it comes
due to societal bigotry.
right, I got one more debate. Let's go. If you're a Christian or Muslim, whatever, come on, hop on in that guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Where the debates at? Does this guy want to debate or no? No. That was embarrassing. Yeah, that's how it works. Anybody else? Got 400 people in here. Nobody wants to debate anymore. Maybe I scared them off. Yeah. What's really unfortunate is how Riley lost the plot of how hard it is to not only qualify for NCAAs in swimming, but to a final. Like, that's so huge. I have nothing to debate you on. Yeah, I know it. I know it. Let's see if this one. Hello, how old are you? Thank you for the heart, man. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Only you're live.
Guess they didn't know that they requested the price sleep or something. Anybody else? You know what I really want? Like the next, like, I don't know when this is going to happen, like probably 15, 20 years. When they have the technology, and then like trans women have like implanted, like 3D printed wombs, and they, start having children and stuff. I want, it'll probably only be for the rich. So only rich trans women will be able to do it or something like that. And then from there, and then from there,
eat the rich.
and no. And then from there, it'll be a TERF. It would be a cis woman who is infertile and she can't have kids, but she can't afford the 3D printed womb, right? So she has to get a womb transplant from a trans woman. Oh,
you mean a trans man?
A trans woman. A trans woman who has got a womb 3D printed, and then transplants and donates her womb to a TERF. I'd love to see that. Epic.
Wait, so the 3D womb would be the transplant that the cis woman receives?
Yep.
Okay. See, I thought you were talking about like
no, not a
I don't want to say an organic uterus, but
artificial, yeah.
Yeah, like a non-artificial
3D
uterus.
printed. Yeah, they're doing so it's not the question of whether they can do it, it's just how you do it safely. Yeah, it's when, but also being able to do it safely, get it FDA approved, all that stuff, right? So I don't think the first organs to be 3D printed are going to be like wombs. Those are probably going to be further down the line. And then, or trans women might be able to use that. Cis women who don't have wombs or something like that will be able to use it. But I think it's probably going to be like smaller stuff at first, probably like, livers and things
Maybe
like that. Kidney, yeah. They have successfully grown some. It's just like, you have to get it genetically identical to the donor, so that way it doesn't
also
reject it.
there might be like some ethics that they'll have to go through because of like human trials.
All right, let's see. Oh, this Luke guy's back. He was like over talking.
He's crashing out.
Hello, Luke. Welcome back. If
you know that you're a fucking.
There you go. How you doing?
You
buddy? Are you okay?
You're crashing out already?
Damn.
Oh my god!
Did you drink water today?
You're actually a weirdo.
Did you streak?
Did you take your meds?
Nah, he's actually a weirdo.
Okay, that's cool. So yeah, can you answer the question, Luke? Why does God allow this?
Allow what?
School pew-pewings.
Free will, buddy.
Oh, free will. So it's wrong to stop somebody from shooting up a school. That's wrong.
There will. We all go to heaven at the end of the day, so all
Okay,
them
so
children are in
I would be
heaven,
doing
so-
a wrong thing by going into a school and trying to stop the school shooter because I'd be violating his free will, right?
No, you would be doing the right thing.
Oh,
By doing-
what the fuck? Oh, so God is doing the wrong thing?
No, that's not what I'm
Wait,
saying.
okay, so God only does the right thing, right?
He works through people, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the right thing to do would be to stop a school shooting. I don't know why the fuck you use free will then, because apparently you have no problem
It's all
violating
free
the.
will. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay,
Like, shut up. You have the free will to
because
go in the
you
fuck-
have
What?
because you
Why are
have
you
no
crashing out, bro?
problem violating the free will of a school pew-pewer, do you?
No, I have free will to stop it.
Yeah. Okay, if that's a good thing, then why does free will stop God from doing it? Why does he stop it?
God created us in his image.
That didn't sound like an answer.
That has nothing to do with what I asked you.
No.
That is.
So, okay, God created us, therefore he doesn't protect children. I don't understand what the argument
In
is.
his image, yeah. We protect children. Men protect children, yeah.
No, y'all don't. Y'all are the ones who kill them.
Yeah, first of all, they were.
No,
So first of all,
you-
they were.
this woman- this woman
So
needs to
first of
shut
all,
up,
Luke,
honestly.
so Luke, be quiet.
You need to shut the
Luke,
fuck
pipe
up,
down.
woman.
Luke, pipe down. So first of all, men didn't because they stood outside of Uvalde, out of Robb Elementary School in Uvalde for what was it, like hours, while this guy was
77
ripping,
minutes.
Yep, 77 minutes while this guy was like ripping children apart. Right. So apparently they don't protect. Right. That would have probably been a good time for
Right.
God to come in and protect those children. Right.
Right. Really quick.
Yeah. So if,
Harvin.
okay. Oh well. Listen. This is even worse for you, Luke, because if what
I
it
was going
means
there
to
with the- I
hold
was
on,
going
hold
there
on.
with
Wait.
the-
I don't know why you're
Go
over
ahead.
talking me. If what it
Crash
means to sit by when you have the power to sit by and watch this stuff happen is to be weak, then you're just calling your God weak.
No, you're weak.
Yeah. Your God is weak for sitting by and watching it happen, right?
That's not what I'm saying, bro.
Or the police.
You just called the
officer- wait,
police weak.
Or the police.
But they're way less powerful than God. God is way more powerful, and he decided not to do it. That sounds
Free
like
will.
weakness
They
to
all
me.
go to heaven.
God
at the end of the day. All the
Wait.
babies-
So,
So,
let me do this, Corbin.
all
So,
the babies are in heaven at the end of the
so
day.
you want more babies in heaven, right?
We all go there at the end of the day.
Wait.
So
Okay. Yeah, but like kids are innocent, right? So therefore they get an automatic pass to the gates, right?
yeah,
They got a fast pass, right? So you're pro-choice, right? Right?
I'm pro-life. Yeah.
Wait, why
Oh
though?
my God.
Because abortions send babies directly to heaven, and you just said yourself that it would be better to have babies in heaven.
They're
They get-
obviously gonna go to
they
heaven.
get
But
free gate.
it doesn't excuse you for murder. So
But I have free
Yeah,
will,
that's-
so why can't I?
no, it doesn't.
Yeah, listen, why wouldn't I sacrifice my soul to save a child and send them to heaven?
Yeah,
You don't have that right.
Well, I have the power
I-
to.
right.
No, it's
So
not.
wait,
It's
think
not
of it
that
like
right.
this, right?
Yeah,
So if I get one abortion, I'm sacrificing myself for one kid. Now imagine if I
You're
got
making
four
no sense, woman.
abortions.
You're not making
Wait,
no
wait, no,
sense.
shut
You're
up.
not making no sense.
But
Shut
yes,
up.
I am. You just don't
No,
like
you're
it.
not.
Now
You're literally not
imagine
making
if
no
I
sense.
got 10
Shut up.
abortions, I would be saving 10 children from the possibility of damnation for my one soul. Isn't that better? 10 to 1?
No.
Wait, so you want these kids to go through life and then possibly be damned?
It's free will.
But you
Wait,
just agreed that like more babies in heaven is good. So which is it? Would you rather have souls saved or souls
Smite me,
damned?
almighty smiter.
You have a lot to learn. in your
No,
days. I
that
don't
doesn't sound like
know,
an answer to
but-
my question. Would you rather have souls damned or souls saved?
How many abortions have you had, lady?
73. Now answer the question.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. The real dump over here, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so back to what we were talking about. Is it a good thing to stop the shooter? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Did God stop the shooter?
Yeah.
Thank you, Sunday.
Oh, he did? God did?
I mean,
He
they
prevented
offed
it.
him, right? They offed him, right?
Wait, was that the police or was that God? I'm sorry.
I mean, he works through people, so yeah, they offed him. So.
Oh, so he
Before
was a
or
little
after he,
ineffective.
like,
So, but
went-
he wasn't able to protect the children, right?
Babies are in heaven. He's in hell.
Thank you,
so-
anime.
Well, some of them lived, right? Some of them are like currently like
Yeah.
permanently injured for the rest of their life.
Well, I mean, they're alive, aren't they? So
Okay, let's take cases where babies don't go to heaven. Okay, let's say
all babies
wait,
go
wait,
to heaven.
wait, 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 wait,
All
hold on,
babies
wait,
go to
wait,
heaven.
wait.
Shout out to
You
my
have no idea
73
what I'm about to tell you.
abortions.
Okay, so let's say so you know about Jeffrey Epstein, right?
Yeah,
Okay, and he was raping children, right?
yeah.
And what reason did God have for choosing to sit by and watch that happen to the rape of children?
It's called free will. Shut up.
Okay.
You're not
Now,
making no sense.
okay,
You're stupid.
that's
Look at
fine.
you.
Wait, that's
Look
fine.
at
That's
you.
fine. You want to say free will?
It's
Okay.
called free will.
Luke,
Shut the
I
fuck
understand.
up.
I
You don't
understand.
have the
Dumb.
You're
vicinities
crashing
to
out,
this
but like that's
This
fine.
guy
We're
is
gonna
so stupid.
we're gonna go with the
crash
free
out.
will. Okay, we're gonna
He's
go with
literally
free will.
so dumb. Don't you understand how
We're gonna
dumb
go
he
with free
is?
will. We're gonna go with
Just
free
because
will.
you
Stupid this
Wait,
guy
boy, don't
is.
entertain it. We're gonna go with free will. Okay.
He's so
So
stupid.
okay,
Look at him.
I'm gonna have to mute you now. Okay, buddy. I don't want to have to treat you like a child, put you in the corner, give you a little dino nuggies, but I
The
will
fuck
do it if
put
I
this
have
baby
to.
in the
Okay.
corner.
So my question to you is it a good? Would it have been a good thing for you, Luke, to stop Jeffrey Epstein from raping the child? Yes or no?
Well, I couldn't do that because I never knew.
If you were there, would it have been good for you to stop it?
If I was there, yes.
Okay. Now, that would violate Jeffrey Epstein's free will, wouldn't it?
Well, didn't he get caught?
Wait.
That wasn't the question.
Would
Didn't he get
that
caught?
not?
Wasn't the
Yeah.
question.
Didn't he get caught?
No,
Shut
after the
up.
fact.
He got
After the
caught.
fact. Luke, after the fact. We're
Oh.
talking about preventing it from happening. So that way
He
he
literally
doesn't.
got caught.
Luke, we're talking about making sure that he doesn't rape the child. So you see Jeffrey Epstein about to do this to this child. Would it be a good thing for you to violate his free will?
I don't know what you're saying, bro. That's
Would you
crazy.
punch him? Punch him or something like that would be a good thing.
No.
That violates his free will, right?
Nah, like, yeah, they intervened.
Yeah.
They caught
Okay.
that ass.
We're talking about prevention, not after it already happens.
They
Please
literally
distract the
caught him.
conversation.
That's prevention. They caught him.
It's already
Shut the
fucking
fuck up.
happening.
You're
It's not
stupid.
fucking.
You're
Define
stupid. Shut up.
prevention.
This is a stupid ass fucking
Define.
subject. You're fucking
What do you
retarded.
what
Shut
do you
up.
think?
Yep.
What do you okay, this guy's like slurring.
Yeah,
Anyway,
retarded.
anyway, get out of here. Alright, with that, I'm tired.
I love when I trigger them to crash out. It's my favorite thing. Like they just hear me and immediately
Love
just
it.
like, what man?
All right. Well, I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. I'm pretty much I'm pooped. Okay.
You're beat.
I'm beat. Yeah,
Speaking
73.
of 73 abortions, yeah. And somebody asked if I kept my punch card on me. I do. I always keep my punch on. The fifth one is free.
Keep that thing on.
Yep. Yep.
All right, y'all. Well, I'll see you guys on the next live. I will be live on. I'm still gonna be on Twitch and YouTube for the next couple of minutes. So if you guys want to hop on over there, say goodbye, hit me up. Let's go, and then I will see you guys on the next live. Thank you guys so much. You guys are very generous too. Thank you for the cash apps, Venmos, the gifts, and
you,
shout out to
Anime.
the co-host. Thank you so much for all you guys' support. See you guys on the next lives. You guys are a great community. I love you guys. So
Bye, guys.
take it easy. Y'all have a good one. All right. Crash Love and Evan. I feel like y'all the only ones commenting right now. Great live since Carver resurrected. Yeah, man. All right. So I'm gonna see y'all on the next one. Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna have to pull up soon. Nice to see you back. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. So wait, what's this top thing? Top fans thing. So it looks like I don't know what the name is. Hold on, let me say. Look Bovine is the top fan. What makes you a top fan? What makes somebody a top fan on YouTube? I don't know what that is. I'm curious. Lunar is the best. Is it probably gifts? Yeah, maybe. Hey, watch time. That's me. Yep. All right, y'all. Well, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate y'all. I will see you guys on the next one. What happened to Twitch stream? What the fuck? Is it down? That's weird. Okay. But yeah, y'all take it easy. Love you. Have a good one. Let me play this out for you guys. Good shit.
Bitch.